Well, good morning, world, and welcome to the Media Dragway. It is day 2 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Brian Loans here with KJ Jones and David Freiberger, going to be bringing you the action today, just like we did yesterday. It was a long drive, an eventful drive, and at times a trying drive yesterday afternoon, David. We ended up with a closed-down highway. We had people diverting into the city of Baltimore. It got a little wild.
Actually, there was one point last night where we actually said, go ahead and go around the route. Normally, Hot Rod Magazine publishes a map, which you can find on hotrod.com so that you can watch these cars go by, and it is required that the race cars follow that route. But the traffic was so brutal, it was going to be a torture test. There was a point where we said, every man for himself.
And it certainly didn't take that much of the burden off. It made the thing harder to be on the city streets.
Yeah, going through the local streets, some of them are so small, and with that, everybody basically taking the same route. You had people getting off the freeway, and you thinking you're getting ahead, but no, there was no getting ahead at all.
So we have, of course, news and updates to bring you about who's in, who's out. We're going to kick things off here in the drag strip here momentarily on this second day. A big thank you to Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels for sponsoring the live streaming coverage. But, David, coming into this day, some big names did not make the cut.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to believe, or it's really unfortunate. Jeff Lutz, who started yesterday after having not been here since, I think, 2016. Yeah. He broke on day one, and he's out.
We understand Dave Schroeder and John Enns decided not to leave the first track yesterday after they made a couple of failed attempts to get down. Mike Finnegan, however, did make the drive after the 3 tremendous wheel stands and hard landings he had yesterday. And as we look out on this drag strip today, KJ, it's looking prepped up to the nines.
Oh, they're prepping it up, and I just checked the DA, and the DA is 754 feet above sea level right now. So it's nice, crisp air, dense air, so we should see some flying if this track is going to hook up and they're going to go.
A and B groups will kick off the day, then we'll run our C and D groups, and then we'll go into an open session in the afternoon. So as soon as they decide to fire up cars and bring around the corner, we'll get you updated. But the neatest thing maybe yesterday, we had some record runs. We had some, especially in the NA classes, some performance marks, ultimate single-run performance marks were reset.
Yeah, I think the focus yesterday was on all the action in the wheel stands, and there was some getting sideways and such. The track yesterday was really tight. There was a lot of tire shake, but that means we overlooked, or we mentioned them, but didn't really vaunt the cars that had busted records in class. Now remember, if you want to set a record in class at Drag Week, you do have to complete the week. And so as you hear us talk about records, it is really like qualifying for a record. It's the potential of a record. And I think the really fun one is that somebody knocked one down by 1,000th of a second in Pro Street naturally aspirated, running a 788.
Rick Steinke is one of the big stories coming in here today as well, running the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category, which is effectively an 850 index. It's what it's turned into. He ran 850 with a 6 on his very first run of the morning. He was at his hotel having midday beers by the time we weren't even finished running cars yet. He'd already completed the drive. We thought he was going to run away with this thing, but then Randy Seward in the Mustang stuck around and did what?
Punched him in the face, man. Literally, it came right behind him with a 7, right? A 50 with a 7, 50 with a 7. So that just shows you that index class, that 850 Super Street Small Block Power Adder is so tight, and those two could essentially flip-flop up to maybe a 50, like a 51, a 52. So it's not over yet by any means.
I would think we got to fire up some cars, and let's get cars running down the racetrack here this morning. They're fogging the last bit of traction compound on the starting line. Racers are suited up, helmeted up, and ready to go. So as soon as Lonnie gives them the old wind 'em up sign, or Sean gives them the wind 'em up sign at the end of staging, we'll be sending the first pairs down the racetrack here today. Fans are actually lined up down the road to get in this place. First time Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week has actually visited New Media Dragway. It's the first new track we have on this particular spot, and it's a great place. We're kind of high up on a bluff here, and as we mentioned, following some of those racers this morning, pulling trailers up some of these hills was interesting.
Just groaning the torque converters. You know, when you put more load on a torque converter with a hill or a trailer, it slips and then it glows, and we do see transmissions removed in parking lots here at Drag Week, as we did last night. What'd you learn from the guy with the Grand National?
Well,
Mr. Cololeo.
Sam's new nickname is Transmission Sam. Let's start calling him Transmission Sam. He had a transmission out, and heat had gotten to one of the transmission lines and basically melted it. And that's what they had to replace that in the parking lot of the first stop.
But it's interesting. Every single line on that transmission is effectively a steel line, except for the two that got hot. And they decided when they came in, they did a kind of an inspection. They found two that were like, this was going to be a problem. So they said they just pulled the transmission out. They were having high-pressure steel lines made up. And, I mean, it
Well,
is.
you know why?
Well, last year he had the issue.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, I can't have that Freiberger and Loans just going after me here.
But look, that car is magnificent. We saw it up on the jacks. He actually walked us through all the plumbing, and the plumbing on the transmission is next level beautiful. So yeah, they were doing their preventative checks and found that. We also talked to the guys with the Nova that said they had a push rod. They lost 3 push rods. They said on sick week they were ended up doing work at 2 o'clock in the morning at the hotel. They decided at the checkpoint. They had one that was going away. They said, nope, we're just going to take the intake manifold off now and do it at 5 in the afternoon rather than do it at 2 o'clock in the morning. So maintenance was getting done. The checkpoints were cool yesterday. We had the TPC Racing checkpoint, which was this incredible Porsche shop. I mean, it's not a drag racing shop, but it was mind-blowing. You and I were in there drooling on everything.
Yeah, if you're a car guy, basically. It's all Euro, but high-end Euro. The detail on the cars that were in there was just mind-blowing, man. The engines, the turbos, the supercharged Porsche engine. Yes. I had never seen anything like that, and I was like really, really bitching.
It was cool. David decided, to just knock it out of the car. That was nice of you. You enjoyed it.
I was actually working. I was studying the actual drag week information, and it inadvertently blew off some fan. If that's you, I apologize.
He'll be at Maple Grove. You'll have a makeup shot
right,
at him tomorrow.
Exactly.
All right, so at any moment, we're going to start running cars here. They're all ready to go. I believe our racetrack is certainly ready to go. Tractor has done the dragging job here.
In our tally of drag strips, several hundred for you and several hundred for you, and I'm trying to catch you guys. But anyway, I've never been to NVIDIA dragway, so it's my first time here. I'm going to be roaming around here just personally trying to figure out this place and see what's going on as I talk to racers. So I'll bring you anecdotes about the racing and the people that are participating, but also about the track if I find something interesting about it.
Yeah, KJ will be in the pits all day. Of course, Brian and I here in the tower. And I think we're just doing pre-records, right? Or do we have you live today?
I believe I'm going to be live as possible, but I am pre-recording. So during the breaks, you'll see me during the breaks and stuff like that.
For those of you who are unaware, Numidia is here in Pennsylvania, which I had to clarify to myself on the way in this morning.
Well, I didn't know what day it was, so that's if this happens.
So
where am I and what day is it?
Sorry, KJ. Racers today will be handing in their time slips in behind the tower in the breezeway behind the timing tower. So breezeway behind the timing tower will be the location for your time slip turn-in this morning.
And it bears saying again, left-hand exit here. It is a left-hand exit. And one of Lonnie's big deals is that there are no unsecured laptops in your cars. They either have to be out or secured.
We're ready to fire up as soon as
So, yeah, we'll find out who is able to take advantage of the morning air and get their one-and-done style of run before we move on to Maple Grove Raceway. I'm looking forward to today's drive. It's obviously a shorter drive, but I can't help but think we're going to be seeing a lot of really nice countryside here and a little less of the concrete jungle than we saw yesterday.
It can't be worse than yesterday. There's probably a lot of cars that we don't know of that fell out.
Yes.
There's only 15 on the list. Actually, you can go to hotrod.com and you can look at the list of class leaders and winners and every pass that everybody handed in yesterday. And it shows 15 cars out. I guessed 35.
Yes.
You guys were much higher than that.
I guessed in the 50s, and we'll get some more definitive answers on that as the day goes on.
One of the challenges, and another challenge, I guess you could say, in the road driving in this area is the Amish buggy. Imagine a train of hot rods getting stuck behind an Amish buggy and heat conditions, et cetera, et cetera. That could be very interesting.
Yeah, I almost had a chance encounter with a Jedediah or Ezekiel myself on the way into Maple Grove last weekend at the NHRA race, so I sympathize with that. We actually had some killer drone footage of a guy plowing a field with just a 3-horse team down there, getting it done. Lane 1 will be 4 cars that are coming out of an impound. Lane 1 for impound cars, A and B groups. Lanes are open. Lanes are open for A and B groups, and I do believe Mr. Norris will be among our first pairs once we fire up those cars over on the far side.
And if you're wondering what impound is, if you're at home, that is a deal where we're making sure that cars don't have complete crews traveling with them. Clearly, these cars need to be driving from track to track. Only the driver and anybody riding in the car is allowed to work on the car without permission. So we impound the top 3 in each class that I think are 850 or quicker is the rule. And we also have discretionary impounds where we just call them in. First pair is rolling into the puddles right now.
If you're a racer in need, you're going to go to that time slip turn-in area, the breezeway behind the tower, to turn in your slips so we can find out what kind of help you need and how we can help you out. Mr. Norris and Mr. Pant coming up right now. They have a 12-volt driven AC system in this car. It's mounted in the trunk, completely removable. He showed it to us and this is in Pant's car on the left-hand side. He said, I can run it for about an hour at a time, and the alternator's not really keeping up. He said, but it works good, and so they kind of flip it on and off. He has some tubing just ducting up to the front, a little manifold that shoots the air out of the where the center console would be.
I guess you can mount those deals in the trunk or
That's
wherever.
what he did.
Yeah. Mike Cotton was telling me about that.
And here comes Norris on the right side. And so Pant on the left side of the racetrack, hanging in there, is going to run down to a 975, 134, an NA car, big block car, or small block car, I should say. 998, 137 for Norris. Randy Bellahar coming up on the right-hand side. Bellahar purging the nitrous oxide out of his Pontiac engine.
He's going to be a street race, a big block power adder car.
And a modified power adder entry machine in the Mustang on the left-hand side.
We'll need to switch out the card.
If you, and I know we all do, have shoe polish, we'd like you to add your car number to the driver's side of your car. Anybody with shoe polish, please pass it around. We want driver and car numbers on the driver's side. Bellahar roars off the starting line at 125.60 foot time. He's through the 8th at 5:42. Heaves the chutes out, runs 8:53, 147. The Mustang in 8:52 at 162 through the quarter-mile traps. Remember, a left-hand exit at the top end of the racetrack here as Jeff Sias and Mark Cicino get ready to tangle here as they did yesterday. Cicino was a one and done, as was Sias yesterday. Sias' car stick shifted. He's been working on his combination. Has run this car for many years, tweaking on it, making it quicker and faster. He's one of the guys that kind of lives for the stick shift shootout at the end of the week.
I'm going to call again that we really need numbers on driver's side glass, if you can do it.
And Sias comes out of the burnout, winging the throttle, pushing the clutch pedal in his Mustang.
That would be helpful.
Sias hooked up, as is Cicino. Launched off, carry the nose. Cicino goes through the traps. 8:48 at 162 miles an hour. And Sias 9:14 at 150.26 in the Mustang. 150 mile an hour shot for Sias. And again, he is shifting that thing all the way down the racetrack.
Yeah, so apparently like the beat.
Dave Burke coming up right side. Burke, the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans in gold. Left-hand side, the TRZ suspended Chevelle bumping its way in. The Chevelle of Mark Manor on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Manna running in the street race big block power adder category goes 8:51 at 159 miles an hour. And David Burke goes 10:09.2 at 132 miles an hour. The quickest naturally aspirated small block car in drag week history rolls up on the right side. That is Glenn Sheely in the Corvette. Sheely went 8:36 at 157 miles an hour yesterday. And David, I think he's got a shot to go even quicker today.
Well, and remember the hellacious wheel stand he had on his
Yes.
first run. They recovered that quickly.
As we've talked about, Ed Ensner putting his hands on this beautiful Corvette, built by Larry Larson, believe it or not. Left-hand side is Phil Tobin. Nothing doing this time. Overpowering the racetrack is Sheely. And Tobin runs down at 8:99 at 150. Tobin running in the all-motor big block category.
I didn't notice. Does he have a radial on that Corvette?
Yes, he does. So the 8:99 for Tobin off the pace he set for himself yesterday. He is leading the class right now, is Phil Tobin. Went 8:40 at 158 yesterday. I'm guessing he's going to come back around and try to hit another one before hitting the road today. Dave Deal, Super Street small block power adder. Class leader right now. Deal went 683. And Scott Glassbrook. Glassbrook in the Eagle Talon modified power adder entry. Talked about the Deal brothers. Hardcore racers. And Deal's car, oh boy, Deal's car, the nose up, was trying to drive itself out of the groove. Meanwhile, Glassbrook goes 8:42 at 156 miles per hour. Glassbrook yesterday went 8:46, so that is Glassbrook's best run. He has lowered his average. And he is running second in the category. Now he's way behind Mike Ward in that 63 Nova. But the 8:46 and now at 8:42 is going to keep him in the hunt. I'm guessing he's going to be one and done. Rich Woodward, the 93 Mustang, and Neil Torbett. Torbett, the turbocharged 65 Ford F100 pickup truck, and Woodward, the 93 Ford Mustang. Woodward's running in Super Street small block power adder. Torbett running in the Ultimate Iron category in that blunt-nosed old Ford truck. And apparently people were alerted to the fact that Mike Galimi was going to be at the drag strip today because the fans are lined up out to the main road still trying to get in the gate. He might owe all these people money. We don't know. They're coming to collect. Torbett gets that big truck off the starting line and then feeds the power to it right about the Christmas tree. And the 65 F100, he's the shoots out, 884 at 126. Speed down for that ET, but an 884, 126 mile an hour shot for the pickup truck of Torbett. Woodard goes 1120, pedaling his way down the left-hand side. Rovic coming up in the Oldsmobile that has been driven, raced, and beat upon all over the North American continent, from the Yukon where he lives and drag and drive events, sick week down in Florida, all over the place. Rovic has pounded on this thing from coast to coast. Greg Weigert, 68 Pontiac Firebird. Weigert running in the street race big block naturally aspirated category. And Rovic street race big block power adder. Spraying a little nitrous through the veins of this thing. And the big Oldsmobile ripping along at 116 in the 8th mile is going to be the quicker of the two cars. He goes 9:36 at 143. Weigert goes 9:78.9 at 136. Mike Javanis and Ed Sanchez. Sanchez, the 89 Mustang, or 72 Nova. Javanis on the left side with the Mustang. Javanis went through a high 7-second lap yesterday, and now we've seen a handful of cars improve on yesterday's performance. Good-looking launch for Javanis. 8th mile speed of 146, and Javanis goes 770 at 175 miles an hour. Backs up almost exactly what he did yesterday. And Ed Sanchez, running in the street race small block power adder category, makes a nice hit there, 851.6. So that is going to be another short morning for Mike Javanis, I have to imagine, running 770 out there. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the window he wants to be in, so he is going to be heading on down the dusty trail. Nick Deleno and Kevin Dunn. Dunn, the 1978 Malibu. He manages a 936 at 145 in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category. Deleno, an 1106 out of his late model Challenger.
Man, I've been doing relentless paperwork over here. It's ridiculous.
It's been flying around. I'm surprised you're not bleeding yet.
We have so many lists of records and past winners and current results and class codes and all this stuff.
So I like this. Randy Seward is going to be the first of our class leaders in the street race small block power adder category to take a swipe at running an 850 this morning.
He's currently number 2 in class, a thou behind Rick Steinke, who's number 1.
Doug Kistler, the 1972 Nova. He's coming up. He is running in the Street Machine Eliminator category.
Who shouldn't be up here just yet.
Seems a little odd, but
Listen
okay.
to your call for lanes.
A and B groups are the only two we got in the staging lanes. A and B groups. Lane 1 will be for cars coming out of the impound area.
Which could be him, actually.
True.
There goes Randy Seward. He gets to the 8th mile. 547 with a 6. It's solid. He goes to the quarter, 851 with an O, 160 miles an hour. You'll see him again. That is not close enough to 850 for this category.
If I'm Randy, I bet he's going to sit back for a minute and wait to see what Steinke throws up on the board.
That'd be smart.
That's what I think. That's my guess is how he's going to play this. That's how I'd play it anyway. Brian Acton in the same category as Seward, in the same category as Honk, and Sean Cooper, the 92 Mustang in green. Super Street Small Block Power Adder for Cooper.
And Acton here on the left is actually 3rd in class right now.
Yeah, Acton is going to have to play the role of vulture for the rest of the week and just kind of fly over top and hope the other guys drop.
Acton spun the tire just a little bit.
Oh, he's about dead on. If Brian Acton goes through, he goes, wow, quick.
Too quick.
844.6 at 160. I saw the 540 in the 8th, and that's usually the window, but he was too quick off the backside of the racetrack, so he's going to have to come back up again. Too quick to hand in that time slip. Sean Cooper spun at 1021 at 106 miles per hour. Stick shift and Frank Romano. 55 Chevy, 210. Beautiful car, big block, NA combo.
And Brian Goldfarb on the left-hand side in the Fox Notch.
Romano's car famously photographed in Times Square along with Glenn Hunter and some others by Wes Allison a few years ago. They cruised their hot rods through Manhattan for a story.
You know, I drove an old car for Roadkill through Manhattan. The reactions from people are nuts.
Is it crazy?
It's crazy. They do not expect it.
Oh, you guys took the Pontiac through there,
We
right?
did, the T37, 71 T37. Kind of bouncing. Do you see it pull the wheel up on the shift, though,
Yeah.
on Romano's car?
Goldfarb's going to go 857, 164 miles an hour. Romano goes 1014 at 138. Ron Rhodes coming up on the left side. Rhodes rolling in there. The Mustang rolling up on the right. The Mustang in the street race small block power adder category. That's Scott Triolo.
And the Camaro Ron Rhodes in Ultimate Iron. I'm looking at the car wondering what the modification is. Actually, that's incorrect.
Street race big block NA.
I was confused by the B at the beginning of the number.
Here Triolo banging the shift handle back and forth. He's going 112 in the 8th. And you can see Ron Rhodes go 979.2 at 137 with Triolo running 971.5 at 143 miles per hour. Low ET of the morning so far overall is Mike Javanis at 770, 175. Again, he's earning 8.5 miles per gallon, according to Mike Galemi of Hot Rod Magazine. So that's and it's efficient. Lynette Jankuski and Scott Mandel.
Jankuski, naturally aspirated Pro Street car. She goes 951 with a 5. Mandel, 984 with a 6.
One of our favorites, man. One of our literal favorites rolling up. Street race small block power adder. AMC Eagle Wagon, Brian Moss. They are an AMC family. His dad's got a Gremlin that runs way over 200 in the standing mile. Matt Tracy, the 71 Corvette. But this thing, a 258 inliner with the turbo on it. And
all it lacks is the wood grain, to tell you the truth.
And Matt Tracy, that tough-looking 71 Corvette. LS swap turbocharged. Dude, it just pulled the wheels big time. Moss just popped the front end of that thing in the air as he let go of the trans brake button. Going 110 in the 8th. And Moss with an inline goes 979 at 137 miles an hour.
971 yesterday, so he's right on pace.
Tracy goes 1167 at 116 and says, man, I just should have bought an AMC station wagon. What am I doing with this Corvette? A truck that put on a heck of a show yesterday was this beat-up-looking Ranger coming in. Remember how this thing left, kind of pulled the front end up, carried the nose?
And says Sanford and Son on the side.
Yes.
And has a danger keep out sign for the spill plate on his spoiler on the back, his wing.
Mitch Kaufman, 86 Ranger. And Rocco Dorigo, 2011 Corvette.
Oh, the truck delivers once again, twisting up the chassis, picking up that left front tire. He goes 132 to 60 feet. 550 to the 8th, 858 with a 4, 155. And the parachute is out. Rocco, 928, 147.
Yeah, Kaufman's truck is fantastic. I mean, it's tough looking, but man, the chassis works so good. Carries the front end out, sets it down. Well done. Anthony Cruciato, left-hand side, another of our street race small block power adder runners. 49 cars, I believe, in that class. Andrew Starr, the 1956 Bel Air that, again, I mentioned yesterday, weighs in at the upper end of the 3,000-pound range. Andy Starr, of course, the guy at Hillborn forever and ever and ever, and has his own fuel injection business now. Stick shift in this car, the 56 Chevrolet.
Nice, beautiful
Wow.
wheel stand of that thing.
Biggest wheelie ever seen that thing pull. He snatched second on the way down. Cruciato's going to go 851, 162. He goes 934 at 145 miles an hour. What is it with Tri-5 Chevys and wheel stands this week?
Was that a plume of dust, or did he hit the rev limiter when it came up? Did you see the poof out the back?
Yeah, I think it clipped the limiter.
Yeah, because it was sort of that brown.
Yeah, accumulated carbon in your exhaust from a couple-hour drive or a many-hour drive yesterday type of thing. Yeah. Owen Rogers coming up. Rogers blew up a turbo yesterday afternoon, and it doesn't seem to be going much better for him this morning. Craig Steinbacher in the 1970 Nova is going to take it down the left-hand side with no trouble at all, going 963.3 at 137. But Owen Rogers will go through the finish line at 16:48 at 85 to at least get a time slip, and maybe he's going to go work on it in the pits.
You know, we have a number of racers on the list that would have been better off taking the 20-second time.
Yeah.
They were slower.
Yeah.
If you just stage, we will give you a 20-second time so you can stay in competition. And there were some racers that ran slower than that. Not talking to you, CRP guy.
Anthony Leone and Matt Caramano. Leone from, I should say, driving a 1991 Ford Mustang in white. Beautiful car, saline wing on the back, full exhaust. Caramano, the 1972 Nova in flat black. Caramano's car is stick shift with a gear that is being mysterious to find. Leone goes 1072.6 at 126. Caramano goes 1063.5 at 148.
If you want to take another day off Friday, you can drive over to MIR, as we did yesterday, and see the stick shift shootout.
Jody Koyman coming up. The 65 Falcon out of Massachusetts. Jason Willis, 07 Corvette. The Koyman Falcon is actually running in unlimited. And again, we talked about it yesterday, but for those of you that did not hear us, some cars fall into unlimited just because of the way they've been modified in the chassis, not necessarily because they're going to be able to run low sixes. And you can see Willis.
He's got the hazards
he
on
threw
down
the
there.
hazards on. 10:09.7, 132. I got a feeling those two guys know each other. Koyman goes 11.95.6 after spinning.
You are required to run the lowest class for which your car is eligible. It used to be people would just go, there's no rules in unlimited. I'll just enter that. You can't do that, or shouldn't.
I believe one year we did have a 13-second average win unlimited way back in the day. So Derek Tody, left-hand side. Tody, that is a stick-shifted, two-wheel drive Trailblazer SS. And the white Malibu on the right. Another one of the Massachusetts contingent. Malibu's off and gone. Little smoke there at the gear change. 123 in the 8th mile. And the Malibu runs 891 at 148 with Derek Tody running 1071 at 137. Mike Tallarico out of New York. He's got the little Mike T license plate. This GTR ran 910 yesterday, and Kyle Moss on the right side. Moss has the, again, we mentioned, it's the highest induction system, the most altitude-friendly induction system on the planet.
Is that a turbo car?
He's got some of those hidden in there somewhere, too. And Tallarico is going to take care of business, 984, 143 miles an hour, as Moss goes 1108, 120.
Next pair, here comes Honk. This is your leader in street race small block power adder. He's run 8506.
And unless he runs 851 or better, that's how he's going to maintain that lead position. Randy Seward shot the first flare up into the sky for the category just a little while ago.
And I just caught the news, Robert Redford has died.
Yeah, I saw that. Must be strange for you losing so many guys you went to high school with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. You know. He was like a little brother to me.
We have ice for sale at the racetrack. If you want ice for intercoolers, anything else, we got it. It's here. Where is it? That concession? Hit the concession stand up if you need ice. We have it on the property here. The spectator line to enter the property still stretching out to the road here. We're packing them in at New Media Dragway on this gorgeous Tuesday morning.
I can see Sheely's Corvette is in lanes.
Blasphemy sitting there.
Blasphemy, yep. Antifreeze S10.
the disorderly conduct Nova that is contending for a gas class win this year. A little bit of water being cleaned up off the starting line right now, and for Rick Steinke, it's like, oh, great timing. And the blower and the torch taking care of business on the starting line here. As we have seen this morning, a lot of cars have picked up performance from yesterday, which is great news. For those of you tuned in at home, make sure you're sharing and letting your friends know that you're watching this live streaming coverage of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors, because of the fine people at Mickey Thompson Tires. And let's talk about the name that's been dominating the track for decades, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. If you're serious about winning, you need a serious drag tire that's gone through real-world R&D and testing before it gets to you. The Mickey Thompson Pro Bracket Radial delivers undisputed consistency and quicker elapsed times, pass after pass. And while their ET drag tires delivers reliable performance and traction that racers demand. And let's not forget about their truck and SUV products. Mickey Thompson offers a wide range of truck and SUV tires and wheels. Whether you're upfitting your rig to tackle the toughest trails or simply want to stand out from the crowd, Mickey has the premium tires and wheels that are sure to turn heads wherever you drive. Stop by your local authorized retailer or visit MickeyThompsonTires.com to find the perfect setup for your ride. Because legends aren't born, they're built. It's time to forge your legacy with Mickey Thompson.
Now, so far we've seen two of the class leaders in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Acton has gone 8:44 too quick.
Yep.
Seward, 8:51 with an O.
And Anthony Cruciata should get some credit as well. He went 8:51.0. He's not necessarily at this point up the top, but if he's able to hang in there the rest of the week, he can certainly maybe find a podium spot for himself in one of the toughest categories at the event to win.
And so what you're looking for here on the left-hand side is the hunt for 8.500. I remember when I was told, you know, you're going to turn that into an index class with that cage rule. Turned out to be the best thing we could have done. Fenders flapping.
Drives out. Gets to the 8th mile at 5:52. Don't think he's got it this time. 8:54, 162. He will be back in the staging lanes in Hawk. Jim Wyant goes 9:68.8 at 149. Kyle Raposa coming up as he writes on the back window, Snot LaSala, in reference to Brett LaSala, of course, and the famous Snot Rocket Mustang and the series of them that he's built.
But in this case, it's Snot.
It's not him. It's not him.
Doug Palmer over there on the right-hand lane, 99 Trans Am. That was aggressive.
That was aggressive. Palmer came off, again manually switching gears out there. Kyle Raposa will go 8:49 at 162 miles an hour. Raposa running Super Street Small Block Power Adder. Palmer goes a 9:73 at 151. Disorderly Conduct, the car that is currently the leader in A gas with its blown engine.
It's actually Wayne Baker who's going to be the
Baker's
leader.
Okay, so Weissoff sitting second right now?
Correct.
And Joe O'Cone, the 72 Plymouth Scamp.
With Gen 3 Hemi power.
Weissoff on a nice clean pull, 125 at the 8th. He's going to find himself down in the 870 range,
Nice.
879, 154 for Weissoff.
Yeah, he went 927 yesterday, so that's significant right there with that 879.
So with those 2 runs, he brings himself down to a 903.
But we haven't seen Baker yet, so
Right.
we need that clapped-out looking altered wheelbase Nova to come up here and see what he can do. But first, I think we're going to get a taste of blasphemy.
Glenn Sheely as well waiting now. Sheely going to be coming around the corner for his second attempt. Great T-shirt a guy has down in the corner. It says, "Race cars ruined my life."
I've got one at home that says, "Loans ruined my life."
What about the "Chicken ruined my life" shirt? Is that on the way? This car is very fast, surprisingly fast in terms of it just looks like a really clean, nice, small tire equipped Mustang. Super Street small block power at our entry. Chris Welch.
Super Street basically means they can run quicker than 850.
Welch ran 793 at 173 miles an hour yesterday.
Let me do the math. That's quicker than 850.
It is.
Wow.
Awesome. Absolutely perfect on the power management. Fed it in, and he is going to fly down to a 797 at 173, and he lifted. The speed is way off for the number there. Second quickest car of the day. Saw a little bit of smoke at the big end of the racetrack, so I'm not sure if he was off it early, pedaling it or what, but a 797 173.
This is an awesome pair right here. I need to dig up the number for Pro Street NA over here on the right-hand side. Scott Miller.
He ran 794 yesterday. And Glenn Sheely, a naturally aspirated small block, and the Larry Larson constructed Corvette. Scott Miller and his dad Jack have been at this game a while. They are dyed-in-the-wool Ford guys. And that fastback Mustang just has a real thumping unit in the front of it to run down in the 7s NA all steel.
And Sheely went 836 yesterday after recovering from that big wheel stand.
Radials on the Corvette, big tires on the Mustang. Believe it or not, Sheely actually shook those things. Miller is going to go 792 at 174, so he's a couple of hundo better than yesterday.
But unbelievably also second in class.
Interestingly, you never really see a guy wad up a radial tire, but that's exactly what Sheely's car just did. It was kind of bouncing him off. If you looked at the first 60 feet, you see those check marks, more like a slick. Kanan Hall and Mike Delaney. Delaney, the 1980 Pontiac Trans Am. Heavy car over there with the T-tops in and the exaggerated shaker hood scoop on it. And Kanan Hall, the 77 C10.
Delaney goes down 950 at 140 miles an hour. The pickup truck 924 at 145.
We have a racer in need, Dan Hatch, who has a green 69 Nova. Needs half-inch 20 press-in wheel studs. Small knurling is what he's looking for. Half-inch 20 press-in wheel studs. It's a green 69 Nova. Dan Hatch. Find him and help him if you can.
Greg Black. Left-hand lane in the Mustang. He's running modified power adder. That's another one where you want to go down and see what classifies that car for modified.
Greg Black through the 8th mile at 1:16 and a finish line stripe time of 9:63. Paul Bigelow, the truck searching for traction early, runs 11:39.7 at 137 miles an hour.
And here comes Wayne Baker. I didn't see him through the wall of the tower right here. He is going to run before blasphemy. This Nova on the left-hand side is your current leader in the A gas category.
Rear axle relocated forward, front axle shoved forward. It's a beam axle on parallel leaf springs. High riding stance, and now equipped with the David Freiberger stickers.
Oh, he used them.
Yes.
All right. I stuffed those under his glass at the hotel last night. Now, he's got the air filter on this thing. I'm not sure if I would make that move.
Yeah, I mean, I think he always runs it like that, but it is kind of different. He doesn't expose the blades. It's a pretty serious unit. I mean, it's a billet case blower shop supercharger on top of a big block Chevy engine,
which has become the standard for the people running in this class.
Baker does have a sense of humor about himself as well. He made those T-shirts last year showing the blasphemy car fading off into the distance behind his.
I'm not sure if that was a sense of humor as much as
a sense of accomplishment.
Man, I would ask him. I would take that filter off for a couple reasons. But then again, he's the guy out here with an 8-second Nova, and I'm standing here with you.
Motor's laboring, and it's very low RPM out there as Baker is going to go through a 938 at 143, 953 at 150 for the pickup truck.
It did sound like it was just laboring.
Yeah. 911 yesterday, goes a 938 today.
Yeah, that means his math isn't looking good right now versus, what's the other one called? Disorderly conduct.
Yes, disorderly conduct. They would be out almost a dead heat at this point.
Pretty close.
It would be about a dead heat if they both stay on what they just ran. Jeff Oppenheim left side and Mitch Culp on the right, the 65 Plymouth.
If Jeff Oppenheim doesn't run 888, I'll be surprised. And there you go. 886 with a 9. That's kind of what he does.
It's just what he does. It's who he is. It's what he does.
1 second slower on the other side, 988.
At 136 for Culp in the right lane. Tim Lorenz left side, the 1979 Malibu out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Brandon Schaefer on the right. 83 S10, one of the cleanest of many S10 trucks we have, but that is an exemplary example of one.
I never thought I'd see the day where those were classic.
Yeah, you're right. They were just everywhere in utilitarian little trucks.
I bought, I don't know, a handful of them for like $500 or $800. They were just, you're like, oh, I need transportation for a road trip. You'd go buy one, drive it for 1,000 miles, and then flip it.
Find it with the 2.5 motor in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really punish yourself with that deal. The V6 was much better.
Oh, the 4.3s. I think the 4.3s are actually kind of sprightly in those things.
They're pretty cool. The pre-balance shaft ones, you just shake yourself down the road with a 5-speed and have the shifter hit you in the leg.
It's like having massage seats.
Right. We got 5,300 people worldwide, including Guam, I see.
Guam is in the house. It's about where the traffic goes to this morning.
That's pretty good.
I think the traffic jam stops at Guam.
Maybe it's because that bus is still on fire at the side of the road.
Yeah, we got another one. Can hear the turbocharger whistling on Brandon Schaefer's pickup truck. Going to drive around Lawrence at the 8th mile. And the truck goes 931 at 145. Lawrence, who I believe went 999 yesterday, goes 998.4 at 134 today. So Lawrence at 998.4. Mike Mayone and Dustin Safford. Mayone was one of the very last guys to leave the racetrack yesterday. He stuck around to the tail end of the all-run session that closes out the day.
Oh, okay.
Dustin Safford was on the converter for a hot second there, but he is going to get hooked up and gone. He's going to manage an 864 at 144, and he is part of that street race small block power adder class, as is Mayone. Mayone goes 853, 8 at 162.
You know, yesterday we were talking about a Dart with a Lenko in it, and that was based on Galimi having sent me a photo. I'm not sure if it's this one.
It is not that one.
It's the other more beater-looking
yes.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Galimi's right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course he pipes up. So one from Jersey.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, tri-state area guy. We get it. Thank you. Yeah. Dustin Hosk, I should say, coming up right now. Dustin, one of the guys who was on the very first drag week back in 2005. A Mopar guy through and through. Unfortunately, this car has given up the ghost on him at the starting line as Keith Baker is going to come up on the right-hand side.
Dustin had that blue 72
Yes.
CUDA.
So Keith Baker,
8th mile, 5:39.
846, 158. He was shooting for the 60, so he's going to have to, or 50 rather, he's going to have to come back. The Chevelle that we were following up the hills and through the dales today is going to be pulling up on the right side. A and B lanes are going to close in 20 minutes. A and B lanes will close in 20 minutes. If you're in lane 4, you should be in your race car. Drivers, if you're in lane 4, you should be in your car. Little mop job happening on the left side. A and B lanes will close in 20 minutes.
Look at this. Baker, who just went down, once again, 850 car. He just went 846, too quick to hand in. Yesterday, 854, and he's still 8th in class.
Yeah, that is a tough row to hoe, that category. You need to be basically perfect or better to win in street race small block power adder. Gear Vendors Overdrive is the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025, and Rick Johnson has been here and will be here all week long to share information, to talk about the product, to talk about how you can integrate the product into your drag and drive car, your street-driven hot rod, your street-used muscle car. He has applications and solutions for every possible drive line you can imagine. The guy's brilliant with transmissions as well, so if you're having issues there, he'll gladly consult with you and try to give you a hand on figuring anything out you need. But Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors Overdrives have been part of the drag and drive scene since it really first became a thing in 2005, and his product has changed the entire face of this style of competition. Eddie Miller was the first guy to start punching the button, if you will, and engaging that thing at full throttle at the top end of the racetrack. He picked up ET and speed, but the amount of drivability gained by so many competitors over the years by using Gear Vendors really did change the game. And it's funny, we go down the highway in our nice cushy SUV and we pass a lot of racers, and it's become almost rare. In the early days of this thing, you know this, we'd be going down the highway and every car you pass would be singing along at 3,500, 4,000 RPM. And now it is rare for us to come by somebody at a highway speed with the engine buzzing up that high. And that's many of these are Gear Vendor equipped. But that idea of now going down the highway and having the motor at $4,000, it's kind of passé.
Yeah, it's a 0.78 to 1 planetary gear set that goes behind your existing transmission. So if you've got some Trick Turbo 400, you don't have to throw that away because you probably spent 10 or 12 grand on it. You can just add your Gear Vendor to the back side of it.
Yeah, like we talked about before, he wakes up every morning, goes to bed every night, figuring out ways to make the product better and find new ways to have it applied, and drag and drive it has been a huge factor in this style of drag racing. For decades, NOS has set the standard for nitrous power. From weekend warriors to all-out race cars, NOS continues to be trusted by racers everywhere. When you want instant horsepower, when you want throttle in a bottle, there's only one name, NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. Win everything with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're at the track, mowing the lawn, or driving your daily commuter, VP Racing Fuels has victory at every turn. Find VP's championship race-winning fuels and products at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing.
$5,200 people watching the Mickey Thompson live feed on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube, which you can do at the balance of this week if you go home after today, or if you miss this entirely because you're sitting in traffic. If people are in traffic, I think it'd be great if they just whipped out their phone and were watching this anyway.
YouTube right
it's
now.
Just like being there.
Before your next pass, be sure to stop at the Summit Racing Trailer for on-site inventory of performance parts and safety equipment from leading manufacturers, all on display and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing equipment rep is there to get you the parts you need to get back on the road or to help you place your order at summitracing.com. Hot Rod Drag Week drivers and co-pilots are eligible to win a $500 Summit Racing prize pack. Just drop off your entry form at the Summit Racing trailer, but don't wait. Entries must be submitted by 10 a.m. on Friday, September 19th. Then stick around to shop for the performance parts you need from your friends at Summit Racing. Lastly but not leastly, Molly Pistons. Molly Pistons, the official pistons of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. They're an OE-level manufacturer that has incredible numbers of solutions and custom availability for pistons. These guys make stuff for everything, and they continue to advance the aftermarket technology by using their OE knowledge. So Molly Pistons, the official piston of Drag Week. And we're back at it. Racetrack has been touched up. Keith Seaman coming up in the Chevelle on the right-hand side. The Ford Ranger running Super Street small block power adder on the left. Time is ticking for the A and B staging lanes. They will be closing in 14 minutes. And so the Ford pre-staged.
Cameron McConchie.
McConchie going to bounce it in there. Takes a second nibble at it. Chevelle jumped up into a wheel stand, then rattled the rear tires. McConchie has no such trouble. 876 at 156 miles an hour. Just another workaday drag week pass. Seaman goes 10-11-5 at 138.
People on the live feed are saying, do I hear a dot matrix printer in the background? Yes.
Yes, you do.
Welcome to every dragster.
Yeah. Welcome to CompuLink. Dave Straley and Jeff Maul coming up. Maul, that is a four-door 67 Nova in gold. Talked about the fact that there are a couple of these, shoebox Era Novas that are just really well done, and he was kind of the first guy to do it.
Maul, I think he was at Pump Gas Drags with his
Yes.
65.
Dave Straley, the 05 Mustang. Total sleeper here. Walks it off the starting line and then gradually feeds it the power, and starts walking away to run an 878 at 168 miles an hour with a 151 short time. Maul went 936 with a 145 short time. Dustin Trance left side. And Jay Grabiak on the right. Trance, a perennial hitter.
And Grabiak currently third in A gas.
Okay.
Having run 982 yesterday.
And Mike Finnegan rolls into the water box. Grabiak rips off the starting line. Trance was a 123 early. Trance is right in that ballpark. He goes 849.7, 158 miles an hour. He ran a 49.6 yesterday. He missed it by 3 thou. He'll be coming back. Grabiak goes 986, 133.
And here comes your racer who is in fact DFL, Mike
Yes.
Finnegan.
Yeah, Mike Finnegan yesterday had 3 massive wheel stands, photogenic, wild-looking runs, but did absolutely nothing to help him in the competition. Devin Madison purging the nitrous over the windshield of his 95 Chevy S10.
You should go to hotrod.com and look at the photo series that they have on the multiple wheel stands that we saw out of Blast Me yesterday.
Galimi. Finnegan carried the thing 330 feet the first time, dead straight, banged third gear before the front end came smashing down. Major trouble trying to get the thing in third. Madison had a huge wheelie off the starting line in the pickup truck. Madison goes 969-141. So Finnegan definitely changed the setup on the clutch. You heard it when it drove out. It pulled the motor down gradually. It didn't just drive up on the ring gear like yesterday. So he's making progress. Although when he did grab second, it snatched a pretty good wheelie.
And third, it seemed like it just didn't get there and went straight to the rev limiter. You heard it banging.
So Madison goes 969-141. Finnegan has approximately 10 minutes to get back into the staging lanes.
To run for this session. He can come back later in the all-run session if he misses that.
Rick Dorn on the left side. Sean Lemire on the right. The root beer colored 1972 Nova.
Super Street Big Block Power Adder Nova goes 866 at 163. Left-hand side, 1098, 128.
Andy Bolin coming up, and Bill Jordan. Bolin, the 05 CTSV, just ahead of the water box. And Bill Jordan, the 71 Dodge Dart, with the Hemi billboard stripes down the side. And turbos on it. We are unsure as to whether it is a 426 Hemi in it or a late model style engine, but either way, Hemi power, proper power, we should say, for the Dodge. Left nice.
Yeah. Serviceable, right?
Serviceable.
867, 160. Andy Bolin, left-hand side, 972, 142.
And we're going to go diesel side by side. The Cummins-powered machine on the right of Dave Workman and Jesse Harris in the 1980 C10 backing his way up.
You know, long ago we had a diesel class. It was too soon.
It was too soon,
It wasn't broad enough. People didn't get it.
Well, listen,
Mike Wood from Nitrous Express came out with the Duramax in a I think,
tube chassis Mustang.
Yeah, but it wasn't a new Edge. What was
no, SN95.
It was okay, yeah. And he just kept winning and nobody else signed up, and so we killed the class. But man, maybe it's time again.
We got enough of them here. Gonna sound like the school bus races as they get ready to stage. The Cummins winged up over there on the right side. Oh, that's so good.
The violence is great. Is this the one that was triggering the lights with the exhaust smoke yesterday? Right side, 858 at 156 for Workman and 899 for Harris.
That's an act you could take on the road.
Yeah.
You could take that on the road. Like you said, the violence of them leaving, they just cranked the tires so hard coming off the trans brake. That was fantastic. The Blueprint Engines Malibu.
Chris Boyce. We need to get down there and find out what their program is. They've gotten together with Gearstar.
It is a street race small block power adder entry. It is an LS-based engine.
There you go. Yesterday I was thinking it was their new big block. It is an LS with a Whipple, according to Mike Alimi from Hot Rod Magazine.
Impound cars, lane 1, it's open.
The Camaro goes 848 at 161. The Blueprint car, 961, 138.
If you are not in the A and B groups, you should not be anywhere near the staging lanes right now. We will not take kindly to pre-staging your car ahead of the lanes. If you are not in an A or B group car, you should not be anywhere near the staging lanes. We need to maintain a good traffic pattern here, and we're not going to have people jamming it all up down there. So if you're not in an A or B car, you should not be anywhere near the lanes in your race car.
And A and B will close at 9:15. As a reminder, 9:15. 11 minutes from now.
Jared Gall and Chris Conlon lead the starting line. Conlon goes 124 in the 8th in the pickup truck. And the Lucid goes 954 at 150.
Wow, big number. That is a 850 kind of mile an hour. What I didn't miss is 60 foot. Let's see if we can still get it now. Yeah.
It was genteel, to say the least.
Genteel. That car was running in the Street Machine Eliminator, but he went too quick for that twice yesterday, and so he has been moved to Unlimited so he can run that car all out. And it is NHRA legal to run as quick as 9.0.
Jeremiah Kirby takes that big green 1972 Chevelle off the starting line with its stack-injected big block in it. And he goes down to a 788 at 170 miles an hour. Phil Tobin in the 93 Corvette goes 849 with a 3. And Tobin was looking for something about like that. So Kilby, that 788 matches yesterday within 2,000ths. And then we go to the left-hand side of the racetrack that we just saw at 849.
So he's got 2 runs slightly quicker than Doc McIntyre's former record in that class.
And Tobin runs within 900ths of what he ran yesterday.
I say former, that's wrong. We do have to wait to the end of the week. This is the green dart that has a Lenko in it.
And a small block.
And a clutch. As you can see. Bang.
And that thing is singing out there,
Yeah.
too. Chris McNeely goes 975, 146 with the Lenko equipped dart goes 987, 9.
I think it's a NASCAR motor.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Jason Tab Scott, right-hand side, a 7-time class winner, all in naturally aspirated categories.
And the record holder of a single pass really up until yesterday when we saw what Phil Sheely pulled off. Or Glenn Sheely.
Glenn.
Brian Krakowski, the 95 Mustang. He's trying to run 850. Tab Scott, an all-motor small block. Fighting that high RPM fight.
And the silver Camaro does own both ends of the record. By both ends here at Drag Week, we mean single pass and average for the week. We actually don't keep track of mile an hour. But his best single pass has been 864 with a 7. We'll see if he can improve that.
Jason Tab Scott goes 861 at 158 miles an hour.
So he did improve his personal number. Brian points out, he's like, well, the Sheely decimated that record not until he finishes the week.
Finish the week. So a pair of brothers from Rhode Island.
I wish this guy would heat the tires, man.
Cody and Jesse Helger.
Both of them. I like the blown Model A coupe.
Supercharged small block for Jesse in the coupe. The big block naturally aspirated in the 55 Chevy for his brother Cody. Cody Helger has driven funny cars and all kinds of stuff. These two guys and their family, they love drag racing history. Cody ran this car as like a 2-lane blacktop car. He's since named it Sinbad. It is stick shifted. Fun matchup here.
The Sailor Man topping the front end out, getting a little bit loose, not going to make the pass that he wants to make. The blown Model A, 992 at 131.
And his brother goes 991 4 at 148. If Cody had left on time, that would have been a heck of a drag race, 14,000 separation.
And Sheely is back, the car we keep promising you that went so quick yesterday and has not gotten a hold of the track today.
The last time they came up here, the first time it just ripped the tire. Second time it came up, it basically shook the radials. We saw the bounce marks.
Sean, go ahead and send Charlie, lane 7.
Charlie Lane 7 as well.
Yep. A and B lanes are closed. C lanes are open. Charlie lanes are open.
There we go. Exactly what they wanted that car to do. Low flying wheel stand. No problems with the tire. And Sheely will go through an 838 at 159 miles an hour. Again, insane performance out of a naturally aspirated small block. So that is 838 at 159 miles an hour for Sheely, Jeff Butlin, and Chris Engel. That legitimately just simply becomes a question of, can it live till Friday?
Survival, 100%.
Chris Engel, 65 Nova. Jeff Butlin in his Pontiac. Engel's car made it to about F1 levels of RPM before it tried to get into second gear. 10:21, 135 for Butlin, and Engel will have to settle right now for a 10:24 at only 142.
That wasn't a Hayabusa?
It sounded like a Hayabusa.
Brian Anders. Yesterday he delivered on our promise of a big wheel stand with the Chevette. And Jason Nishim.
We have not seen the Armentrout car yet.
Right?
And we have not seen the Ultimate Iron leader, Graham Hayes, yet. Does Mike Galimi have any information here? Hayes is here, okay. Okay. Okay, so Graham Hayes is here.
What Brian's doing there is listing off class leader cars that were in the A and B groups where the lanes are now closed, so they appear not to be running. As he keeps the front end down on the little Chevette and goes at 906, 124.
Only 124 miles an hour, so Anders shut it off way early down there. Jason went through an 866, 154, so interesting on Anders. You're right. The launch was great, but the finish was not so good. Dustin Haase coming up right now again. He got pushed off a minute ago, fixed his problems. That 69 Dart with its NA motor in it. And Mike Carlton, the 73 Stingray, blower and side pipe equipped.
Out of New Zealand.
Plenty of drag racing in New Zealand. Christchurch has a drag strip, among other places.
Maybe we just need a Roots class. It's so good.
Then you'll have somebody show up with like a Darren Mayer fuel blower on something.
Doesn't hurt my feelings.
You know how it goes around here.
Yeah.
Carlton, 122 in the 8th mile. And Mike will go 901 at 152 in that 1973 Corvette. The way his guys slapped the top of the wall, I don't think they're happy with that.
Well, and the way it left, there's no way that thing has a IRS in the back still, right?
It didn't look like it.
Okay.
It didn't do the full.
I thought it did the squat.
It didn't do the full squat and
Yeah.
odd camber situation. Dustin goes 1056 and 134. So lanes are open for C Group. Impound is lane 1. So just a couple of cars yet to run in the A and B group. So we get into our C group as Dan Deal, one of the impound cars coming out of lane 1, will be making another attempt. This car, a seasoned drag and drive machine. You can see all the windshield banner stickers for all the events it's competed in across the country.
This car currently leading Super Street small block power adder.
680s at over 200.
Which, by the way, means he qualifies for the Hot Rod Magazine 200 Mile an Hour Club if he does that here today and finishes the week. He got in last year
Yes.
Okay, good thing Galimi's up here because I'd just be spreading misinformation, my own misinformation
Right.
instead of his.
Not just his.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You have plausible deniability now. So a quick consult happening here in the starting line between the Deal boys. And he is going to back that car off. They're going to back it right back into the impound lane.
And here comes the Snuffleupagus.
Yeah, the Snuffleupagus wagon coming up here. What's neat about this car, and of course you're going to see it as it comes by, single turbo, the intake manifold on it. Now, you can see a fuel line going in there, and I was wondering about this. I do believe it has the showerhead style kind of spine in it, so it's I believe, adding fuel in that, the two billet halves that are bolted together, like Mike Janis's hat that is used in Pro Mod racing, so you have that intercooling effect of the fuel hitting.
And you can also see the burst plate on the side of it.
Yes.
And it looks to me like it enters the intake manifold in the back half, which if he's done his studying, he might know what his cylinder-to-cylinder fuel distribution is, and it might work better introducing it to the back half of the manifold. Apparently not on this pass.
Yes, he is savoring this experience. A 1.94 second 60-foot time. 10:17, 155 miles an hour. So breathed on a little bit up top, but took it very, very gently off the starting line.
No, go ahead.
So if you're tuned in at home, big thanks to Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels for bringing the live streaming coverage to Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025. If you're here in the grandstands, thanks for coming out to the Numidia Dragway today. It is fantastic, and there's no better place to be on a Tuesday morning than the drag strip. Way better than being anywhere else. We got gear vendors to thank, Molly to thank, Holly to thank, NOS, and, of course, Molly Pistons, along with VP Racing Fuels. We're going to take a quick break for a couple of minutes. Pay some bills. We'll be right back with C Group.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down, and when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
The feeling of a car working is different than the feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET Drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever. But it's a shoebox 55 Chevy, running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we're back here in the Media Dragway, Day 2, Hot Rod Magazine Dragway 2025, presented by Gear Vendors. You're watching the Mickey Thompson live streaming coverage. Freiberger and Loans here in the tower. We got KJ Jones out there in the pits doing his thing. And right now we got Dave Deal back on the racetrack. They tried to make a run a couple of minutes ago, had a little confab in the cockpit, backed it into the lanes, and they fixed whatever needed to be fixed.
And by the way, people on the live feed, we did turn down the volume on the ads for our next go around.
Sorry about that.
Maybe we turned it up. You'll find out next time we run the ads.
Yeah. Which way does this knob go?
Yeah, turn your earbuds up all the way. All right.
Oh. Little move.
Big move.
Big move.
It was looking real good. 124 to 60, and the car made a move to the inside, as you mentioned, David. He tried to make a correction, but it was the smarter move to get out of the throttle. The one saving grace they have is being an impound car. They're going to be able to use lane 1 effectively all day.
As we roll into Charlie Group. By the way, all of these lettered groups are divvied up by ET. One of the deals we don't want to see out here is a 14-second car go down while a 5-second car is staging, and then the 5-second car sucking the doors off the 14-second car.
Trying to keep things as even, Steven, as possible there to just minimize risk, as always. Sean Royce on the left side, the 89 Dodge D150.
Mike Tanner with the 70 Dodge Dart.
I think this is the most number of like 72 to whatever Dodge trucks I've ever seen at a single drag race.
Tin grills? Or
yeah.
That generation, rather. That's not a tin grill, but yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, parts falling out.
Parts out of it.
Yep.
Go ahead and stop. You can go ahead and stop right there. That'd be cool.
I mean, thanks for pulling over to the side.
Yeah, stopping's great.
Stopping
like anytime
is
you're
cool.
ready. Just go ahead and apply the brakes. Mike Tanner goes 1077, 123, and again,
stop.
You don't have to do this, man. Help me help you.
I think he's worried the track guy is going to hit him with a broken U-joint in the back of the head. It's still moving.
It is still moving. Which is what people often say to me when they see me sleeping. They think I might have passed on. They say, "Oh, he's still moving,
still breathing."
He's still. This is a different situation. Creeping,
which they also say about you.
There is that too. Everybody's good at a few different things.
I always enjoy the rando guy that
There's a golf cart closing in very quickly on the truck. Or a side by side.
This reminds me of Vegas. The guy was just slow rolling on the track.
And so the pickup truck has mercifully come to a stop, or is going to have the slowest rear-end collision in drag racing history with the side-by-side. Either one of those two things. We're going to get it pulled off the top end. We do have Drag Week merch available. A lot of folks on the property. We got our Drag Week merch trailer set up. So if you want to grab a T-shirt, grab some gear to prove that you were here today, even though you called in sick, you don't wear it to work tomorrow. Maybe skip that. Those of you that got here early this morning clearly made the right choice, as folks are still pouring in the gates and working their way into the parking area here in Numidia Dragway. Tomorrow, Drag Week moves to Maple Grove Raceway in Reading, Pennsylvania. Koretsky family will have that racetrack tuned up and rocking.
So, Brian,
just like the Dominos have done here today.
Maybe our live feed camera can swing over to this white Nova in the burnout box. What do you see that's really unusual?
Well, we can see the injector stacks, but we can see them how they are spaced.
That is correct.
Yeah, the spacing of, you thought you were throwing me down an empty well here.
That was astute. So what engine do you think it is?
I think it's an LS motor.
Okay.
Because that would have evenly spaced ports. Or could it be a symmetrically headed big block or something like that?
I was hoping it was an SB2.
Oh, okay. And it is running in. It's running in small block NA, so it could be either one of those things.
LS is probably the more solid guess.
And so we're just.
Or it's a small block Ford.
That would be awesome.
It would be.
That would be kind of great.
I'm just rolling in my mind. What are all the symmetrical port small blocks?
Really beautiful car. Making a quick check of the Biondo side of the racetrack here, and then we'll be firing up the continuation of our C Group. C Group lanes are open for you, and of course, lane 1 is the impound lane and will be all day long. So the Dodge has been removed from the top end. We're checking down just past the finish line area to make sure there's no debris or anything left over. And once the gator's clear, we'll fire up Mike Matchnick and Dean Teppen. Wayne Baker with the 63 Nova A-gas car that is patina colored. Needs a 7/16 big block Chevy Polylock. 7/16 big block Chevy Polylock for the gasser.
Double nut that thing.
Yeah, come on, man. That would have been the highway fix last night.
Yeah.
Robert Williams, unfortunately, is out. Of course, Williams of Florida, the Nova that he was running, the engine gave up the ghost last night in the Centralia, Pennsylvania area.
I'm still noodling how you need a polylock. I mean, they can pull off, but if that happens, it means there's not enough engagement in them to begin with. Or I wonder if he had a bigger disaster.
Anytime we get the calls for anything related to valve train parts, you always get a little pit in your stomach.
Yeah, it's pretty normal here.
All right, so the Gator making the climb up the hill in the shutdown, and once the Gator hooks a left, we are going to hear race cars running again.
Because this track has a left-hand exit.
Left-hand exit, yes. We have made a point of that many times. The one that always, the track we go to and have been to the most where people pull off the wrong side is Indy. That happens the most frequently when you look down and someone's driving off into the field on the right side.
Is it Brainerd? They put sportsmen to the left and pros to the right?
Yes. Maybe opposite that. No, pro stock cars and stuff go to the left, and the fuel cars and stuff go to the right.
Is that it?
Yeah. So Matchnick on the left side, Teppen on the right side, a Street Machine Eliminator entry for the 14 Mustang. Teppen is running in the Street Race Small Block NA category.
You let me down on the LS thing. My mind was running wild.
Well, I'm a practical thinker.
Yeah, that's right.
No way that's an SP2.
Yeah, because it's not running 10,000 RPM right now. I think Brian is once again correct.
Dean Teppen goes 1026, 127 miles an hour, 1038, 113 for Matchnick. Now, we should hear an SP2 when we see Tony Angelo run.
That's right. The 55 Chevy.
And we might have heard an RP5 or an RP7 when that Dart ran if it is a Dodge stock car engine. Chris Nelson and John Sally. Relatively rare for this week to see a couple of modern performance cars, both on occupying a racetrack at the same time. The Hellcat and Street Machine Eliminator runs 11:27. Nelson runs 11:15, 125.
Which is not going to make the bump, which was 10:46 coming in here this morning.
Remember the year that Dodge gave us the keys to that Hellcat Red Eye to rip around in all week long?
Yeah.
That was awesome. That was fun. Sean Fitzsimmons and Rick Callahan.
Every other Challenger is a letdown when you have the Hellcat.
Yeah. Although I will say, for a time when a national rental car had like lots full of RTs, that was the killer to get. When you got an RT, like even though it was a 5.7 car, it was still fun for a rental car.
Yeah, they're good.
Callahan rocking the wide body. Sean Fitzsimmons, the 95 Mustang, and the Gen 3 heavy-powered Challenger goes 10.18, 135. Fitzsimmons goes 10.26, 7, 130. This is a fitting matchup.
Yes, it is.
This is a fitting matchup.
Homegrown, left-hand side, Jim Forbes. Turbo LS deal on that. You can see right through the hood, or the lack of hood, and figure that out. Even I can. And this is a 40 Chevy that has been converted to an EV with leftover used parts.
These aren't just two guys that march to the beat of their own drummer. There is not even. Oh man. That looked shudderingly bad for Paul Mangelsdorf in the 40 Chevy Coupe.
He mangled something. He did that yesterday as well. Forbes goes down 11.0, 121.
He's able to back it up, so that's good. 11.042 at 121. For Forbes. Just going to say two unique guys with two unique builds as Bob Barlandero coming up right now.
Leonardo. Barbara Leonardo.
55 Chevy 210. We have not seen that very fast 56 Chevrolet either from yesterday.
No, we haven't. Sean Mikely in the right in his 86 C10.
This truck is way quicker than you think it's going to be.
Oops, missed a gear out there. And the truck, 1010 at 138. And 1079. And it was either on the limiter or missed a gear.
Yeah, it definitely clipped it once or twice out there for sure. 57 Chevrolet time coming up on the right-hand side.
Angry Prune. Josie Kirker. She's still in the water box.
It's all right. They're going to hold the Mustang up.
Are they?
Yeah. And Josie, sounds like they might have been stumbling trying to come out of the water box there.
Okay. Past half track in Grandstand.
And they not only embraced the name, they made stickers for it.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to run that left lane solo, then we'll get back to him.
Okay.
Double throw.
I don't see anything else.
All right, so the Mustang's going to go down as a solo. Then Josie will be paired up with another dance partner.
Keep losing your signal. So it keeps breaking out.
And the Mustang goes 1053, 133.7 miles an hour. Whatever had negative effect for Mangelsdorf car, he appears to have it ready to go. He's talked to the starting line guys, going to throw a helmet on.
We didn't get his name in the computer, but that was Chris Mustachio that just went down.
No. Yeah, get it a little bit more vertical if you can.
All right, so Josie will go on a solo in the 57 Chevy now. Nice little pop a wheelie there off the starting line for Josie. Over 100 in the 8th mile, almost 110. Goes 10-12, 133 miles an hour.
And a very clean little Monza. You know, most people
Yeah.
going shopping for the Monza, they don't hanker the coupe.
No, they all want the smooth lines of the hatchback.
But this one is nice.
It is nice. Dave Dissinger and Terrence Hurley. Hurley, the 23 Ford F-150. Dave Dissinger not waiting around to decide what Hurley was going to do.
No, he's not.
He left without saying goodbye. And Dissinger is going to get to the top end and go 10-18, 131.
And 1162 for the truck, 120.
A full complement of staging lanes of Group C machines. A full complement. Great to see there as we have lane 1 open for our impound machines.
Matt or Brian, do you guys have enough room back there? Do you need me to move that up even further?
Clint Taylor, the 83 Malibu, and Todd Toman, 72 Nova. Taylor executing the G-body shuffle with perfect form. 1050 with a 130 miles an hour. It's like, bro, you're in the wrong class. Actually, no, 850 is what those guys are looking for. But if we had a 1050 class, he'd be right on it. 1172, 113 across the racetrack.
And the Nova that was in Street Race Small Block, naturally aspirated, 1172 at 113. Joseph Ferrer in the beautiful gold Nova, and Mangelsdorf in the not that beautiful 40 Chevy Coupe, but it will be a beautiful thing if he actually gets it down the track.
Seemed to have just dialed back the power application there. 2.5 seconds, 60 foot time. And Joe Ferrer is going to go down the left side, 1064-126. But Mangelsdorf.
Well, and Ferrer has a reaction time of 1.536 seconds. And remember, there is a rule here that if you are slower than 1 second, any amount of time over 1 second gets added to your ET. Either that or they talk to you about it the first time, but if you keep doing it, then they will enforce that.
Jim Dissinger, 63 Chevy Nova. It's actually a class car running in the street race small block NA category. And running 1068-126.
Hey, look, we lost your signal.
We have bar horses a pair.
Oh, we have bar horse aplenty. Carol and Rob. Carol, the 74 GTO with proper Pontiac power. And Rob, the 23 Charger. Scat Pack, 392 car. They left within 300ths of each other, but Carroll just packing way more heat in the Pontiac. Goes 1057-9-126.
And he goes 1238-109. Brian, our Flickr show has attracted 6,300 people right now.
Flickr show.
6,300 is pretty good for a Tuesday midday.
It's the hottest drag racing talkie on the internet today.
We appreciate y'all.
It's the feel-good hit of the fall. Flickr show.
They're probably thinking it'd be better if it was a silent movie, honestly.
With a guy playing a piano in front of the theater. Ryan Palmer and Nick Edelman coming up. Palmer's Grand National, I think, is very mildly modified. It's not. It's obviously it's a V6 car. It still has the proper engine in it. He's going to roll through the beams here, so he's going to have to restage it.
Johnny, where are we putting all the food vendors at?
And Ryan Palmer, again, the car kind of rolling through the beams, left before the tree was activated. He's going to get a whole bunch of nothing. Nick Edelman, 23 Ford F-150, short bed, single cab truck, 1162, 120. Ain't no thing.
Brian, we have 6,693 people watching, and only 6,600 are complaining.
Oh, that's good. So we got 93. We got 93 satisfied customers.
Well, except for even those guys said you cannot round that up to 6,700.
Oh, okay, you can't do it.
Yeah.
So they are both joyless and mathematically stingy. It's a heck of a 1-2 punch of personality. Jeffrey Kranzel and Alan Bishop. 67 Plymouth GTX for Jeffrey, the done up like the Sox and Martin tribute car. Beautiful look. Big blocks missing a little bit at high RPM, though. Alan Bishop in the Mustang going to get outperformed by the larger displacement GTX, 1087-113, as Bishop takes the Boss 302 down to a 1322.6 at 110.
Maybe we need some Harold Lloyd up in here. That would solve
Now
this.
we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
You actually picked up that reference.
Listen, I sat in the car with you and KJ, myself and Michelle Terza were subjected to one of the most inane, bizarre conversations of all time. The list of actors that you know from early 70s television is both shocking and sad.
Yes, sir. We got
It was a good era.
The fact you knew about, their military service, what ships they served on.
Oh, yeah.
You knew.
William Boyette.
Yeah.
Dude, I've modeled my life after the guy.
You're like a Tiger Beat magazine that is transported to the future.
Everyone here knows William Boyette. He was Mac on Adam 12.
Yeah, no,
Come on.
Yeah.
And he was on Highway Patrol. I mean, all the best shows to
I
watch
tried
while
to
you're
dive
falling
into
asleep.
traffic when you guys got to the Barnaby Jones part of the
You mean
conversation.
into oncoming traffic?
But it was stopped. That was the problem. Aaron Green and Justin Kinsler.
I can't believe you're down on Buddy Ebsen. What's going on here? Do you know what other famous role he had aside from Barnaby Jones?
Come on, man. Beverly Hillbillies.
Thank you. See? You have the wasted brain cells, too.
Nah, man. A staging duel has erupted in Group C. Justin Kinsler and Aaron Green have decided, no, sir, you shall stage first. No, sir, it shall be you.
Burn that thing down.
It is one thing to have a staging duel. It is one thing to lose a staging duel by almost 0.4 of a second. Unprecedented in drag racing history. 10:21.133 for Kinsler. Aaron Green goes 10:46 at 129 in his truck. Keaton McGill and Kyle Dennis. The quarter-horse Customs Mustang for Dennis. McGill, the 1967 Nova, the year running in Street Machine Eliminator, which is a category, the only category that we actually qualify a field and have a bracket race on Friday. So the Quick 32 in Street Machine Eliminator race in a bracket format on the closing day of the race. And you're going to have to be in the bottom half of the 10s anyway, maybe deeper than that to make the field. Keaton McCall goes 10:29.127. Kyle Dennis goes 11:83.5 at 118. If you're a racer looking for parts, the delivery has not arrived yet, and that may be a function of the massive traffic jam that is still fans packing their way into the racetrack. Joseph Gwynn to left side and Lucas Bolts on the right.
Okay, yesterday the Chevelle went 10:61.131. And today, 10:59.127.
Gave up some speed, but picked up some ET. 11:18.119 across the drag strip. I am being sent an important text. I have received the text. There is a white Nissan Rogue license plate 1GV0190 that is parked by the VP Racing Fuels area and is blocking the refueling area. We need it moved now or we will tow it. A Nissan Rogue license plate 1GV0190 by the VP Racing Fuels truck. Move it or we will move it for you. Dante Delaney, 992 in the truck.
And was Roger up there whacking the throttle? Did you hear that?
I think Levesque might have been ripping the throttle on him up there for some reason. 1050 at 133. Joe Maroli and Will Gregory, move your RAV4. If the license plate starts with 1GV, move your RAV4 or we will take the hook and move it for you. I'm not talking the Walt Reynolds hook. I'm talking the Numidia Dragway mechanized hook.
Maybe we could take it to be better than riding with Michelle again.
Now, listen. I think, once a year, it puts my life in perspective a few times a day. I get to have those moments where memories flash before me. It's nice. It's really nice. She does a killer job. She gets us where we need to go, and she does it on time every time. Undefeated in that sense.
Driving for 5 long hours yesterday. So does Joseph Morelli. 11:07 at 123. Right-hand lane, 10:18.130.
You got Vreeland's Harley Davidson on the left side and Mr. Biondo's lane, Biondo Racing lane on the right. Azim Sheik on the right side, 73 Camaro. Chris Johnson, 88 Mustang on the left. And again, Street Machine Eliminator entry, so if these cars can run in the bottom half of the 10-second bracket, they're going to have a shot to make the field. For Chris Johnson at 10:46. That's going to be about, that actually is what the bubble is right now.
Right.
And for Sheik, a 12:62 at 96.
I believe it was Riley Grabiak on the bump.
Yes, that's what you said last night as we were looking at results at dinner. Drew Mullen and Zach Mosey right side. Mosey the 02, Corvette Z06. Drew Mullen the 13 model year, Camaro Z01.
Yeah, that last pass was exactly on the bump.
And Mullen will go 10:23 forward, 137. Muji goes 10:79.5 at 127. Steve Lemieux and Tom D'Alessio. D'Alessio in the unassuming white Mustang. Lemieux, the 70 GTO with a stick. Lemieux goes 11:25, 121. D'Alessio goes 12:15. What do you think is revving higher, the Cummins and the pickup truck, or that Pontiac engine?
And surviving?
Yeah.
You're not trying, right? Oh, it's sitting up here. Yeah,
This is Tim Grabiak in the Street Machine Eliminator in the 68 Camaro. Another Street Machine on the right-hand side. Grabiak, 1051, 125, and on the Biondo side, 1081, 123. Graham Hayes now coming up. Graham Hayes. Now this is kind of a big deal. He must have just rolled out of impound. He is your leader in Ultimate Iron, which is a full steel car with the exception of fiberglass bumpers and hood and such, on a tube chassis. Stock body dimensions. He has run 628 yesterday. Oh, that's right. It dropped a valve. They got this thing fixed. Maybe. Oh, he's way out of the groove, up and down, on and off the throttle a couple times. That was a 114 60-foot. He's got the parachutes out, and the thing still goes 656 with an 8. That's probably a leave-it-alone time slip, but, man, he could come back here and knock a tenth or more off of that.
And he had more speed than he did yesterday.
Yeah, he went 228. Yesterday was 224. So after all that out-of-shape violence, that thing just went down 656. Likely the second quickest run of the whole program, right? Nope. Yep.
Joseph Lang on the right side, and that Henry J goes 10:18. Chris Dacre goes 9:50 at 154. Graham Hayes, the quickest run of the day by, 1 1/10 seconds.
Right. Now, Riley Grabiak here on the right-hand side is on the bump for the Street Machine Eliminator with a 1046 with a 4. We'll see if she can do a little bit better than that to stay in the 32-car field for the bracket race. Brian Doyle, left-hand side, 69 Camaro.
What's great, consistency of the racetracks day to day here. We're seeing runs that are equal to, if not better, than what we saw yesterday at MIR, and certainly with more elevation here. So traction has been very good at both racetracks. We know that we have great racetracks on Drag Week this year, and everybody's really put in the work to have a hard-biting racing surface for our competitors here day to day. And Grabiak rolled the beams. Riley will not get any elapsed time or any data on that when she rolled through before the tree was activated. Doyle goes down the left-hand side and handles business at a 10:14, 136. That is going to be in the safe range of making that 32-car field. Grabiak's going to have to jump back in line. Bob Nimzik, Doug Johnson. Mentioned Nimzik, the backyard bandit, a longtime bracket race car converted into the world of drag and drive competition. Rick Steinke's father-in-law goes 10:51.1 at 127. Johnson goes 11:99.7 at 120. Brandon Hardinger and Ray Hagman coming up right now. Hagman, the 1969 Mustang Coupe. And Hardinger going to make it happen. 11:73, 117. Hagman goes 12:39, 106. I like the BMW wagon. Just different. Runs in the 12s, doing its thing out here. From North Carolina. And the ZL1 Camaro left side. Ian Rafferty in the Bimsky wagon. Got to find his way back into that 12-second bracket again. Quicker than 11:85, 120. Nice. Picking on up. 12:15 on the left-hand side for the Camaro. Ned Dunphy is in the lanes. Yeah. The Viper that is the current overall leader of Drag Week in the staging lanes now, that low 6-second car, that 240-mile-an-hour car, getting prepared to make a run. John Powell and Jake Hansen. For John Powell, 11:71.19. Hansen goes 11:62.5 at a $1.25, ripping through our C group here. Many of these competitors are, as we mentioned, Street Machine Eliminator Racers. It is the largest category on the grounds. Justin Roby and Adam Burnley. 87 Cutlass for Roby. Very well done car. Tall cowl hood scoop, as does the 79 Malibu Burnley have. Burnley running the bigger tire. Roby having issues for the first part of the racetrack. It seemed like the car was a little lazy. And Adam Burnley goes 1180 at 112 miles per hour. Roby 1329, 104, and that really clean 87 Oldsmobile. Steve Calloway, right-hand side, that 06 Ford Mustang. Steve Cratch on the left, 1025-129. I had a flashback watching Calloway's car go down to the very first drag week. Remember Justin Burcham? Burcham came in with that 05 Mustang, and every time he went down the racetrack, it sounded like, it sounded like gunfire.
Bop, bop. Paging Jack Loans. Jack Loans to the screen.
The Mercury Marauder of Zach Zerba. It's an 04 model year Marauder. Made it for 2 years. Made about 10,000 of them. Dual overhead cam Ford motor in it. His has a blower on it.
It's a Whipple.
Yeah, the Whipple on top of the, I believe it's the 4.6 still. I don't think he swapped the 5.4 into it.
And it went 1040 yesterday.
Yeah.
Oops.
Nicole Bondurant rolled the beam. She's going to get back into line. Zach Zerba, though, will go down and run a 10:59 at 131. Tony Angelo coming around the corner in his SB2 powered 55 Chevy.
Why don't we just start announcing that Cletus is coming up? Drive up our views.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of these years he will.
7,200 watching now. This is pretty good.
Greg Pierner and John Welsh. Welsh, the Ranger pick-em-up truck, and Greg Perner, the Nova. And Perner goes through a 10:74 at 130 as Welch goes 12:75 113.
Now look at Tony Angelo here on the left-hand side. This is an SB2. Notice he has bead locks, which I was going to critique, but they're like a circle track bead lock.
Yeah, no, he's got the like sheet metal screw bead locks going on.
No, they're the kind that you use on a dirt track car. They're like aero racing wheels.
Yeah,
type.
and I thought his bead lock was the like old school screw-in method. I don't think there's an actual ring on those things.
He's banging gears in it. Bill Toomas on the right-hand side, 11:58 with a 9, and Tony slows down from his prior performance, 11:22, 130.
It sounds, for the old school drag racing fans out there, it sounds like an old modified production car is what it sounds like with that high RPM action off the starting line and shifting.
Yeah, Tony went 10:63 yesterday. Oh, no, wait. Yes. He entered as Anthony. I never think of him as Anthony.
His legal name.
Yeah, I
his
suppose
government
so.
name.
Yeah, the one the officer is going to write down on the ticket.
Charlie Liepert in his Chevrolet Camaro right side. Again, we talk about cars that are just so clean. Charlie out of the state of Pennsylvania. And Liepert goes 1078, 115. We go from the weird to the completely sublime here. The Freiberger oil-signed Mercedes diesel-powered Chevette that ran mid-10s yesterday.
It was great.
Yes, Brian, it does have a Subaru box.
And yes, a Subaru turbocharged Boxster. For Mr. Ramahi on the left-hand side of the 06 92X Subaru. Yes, Brian, it does have a suit. I like it. I like the fact that he actually spelled it out for me, literally.
And it's a gear banger.
He's trying to catch Joe Harris. He's kind of running him down there.
And he did. 1141 for the Saab. And Mercedes diesel-powered Chevette 1219.
Way off.
Way off.
I mean, it did run in the 10s yesterday, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Let me look. I will search Chevette, and I will find 2. And I will be able to discern that went 1055 yesterday.
So a fall off in performance for Harris and the oil burning, which they normally burned oil from the factory in a gasoline burning engine.
Yeah.
This one does it intentionally. Oil burning Chevette. Chad Fellebaum and Taylor Parks.
Is it burning fry oil or something, or was it before?
It was like a biodiesel situation they were on before. We might have left a little bit of that biodiesel on the starting line. Looks like we're going to bust out the flat drag and do a little touch-up here as C Group continues on.
I don't know if I approve, actually, the cooking oil diesel thing. I mean, it uses up that resource for fried foods.
We got a racer in need. Matt Caramano, the 72 Black Nova, needs either a factory gas pedal support or a universal floor mount gas pedal. Matt Caramano, 1972 Black Nova, needs either the factory gas pedal support or a universal floor mount gas pedal. If you can find him in the pits and help him out if you got Nova parts. So last couple of swipes with the flat drag. Thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive. Make sure you stop by, see Rick Johnson, talk about the applications available for your car or truck, whether it's something you want to do to enhance mileage, you want to enhance towing capability, or you want to enhance the performance of your hot rod, your street rod, your drag and drive car, all of those things part of the advantages of a Gear Vendors Overdrive. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels for sponsoring our live streaming coverage. Big thanks to Summit Racing Equipment for everything they're doing out here for racers, co-pilots, and you, the fans. Make sure you stop by and see the Summit display. You can get a parts order in right there, or you can talk to some of the knowledgeable folks that Summit has on hand to help you find the parts you need. And if you're a driver or a co-driver, make sure you get your entry blank in to win the $500 Summit prize on Friday. Molly, the official piston of Drag Week. Big thanks to their continued support, as well as NOS, the official nitrous oxide of Hot Rod Drag Week. And we cannot forget VP Racing Fuels, the official racing fuel of Drag Week. Chad Philibom, the 1993 C1500 and Taylor Parks 2012 Mustang in black. They compete in Street Machine Eliminator, or hope to, on Friday. To do so, they got to be deep in the tens. Parks dumped the clutch, started rowing gears. Philibon going to be quicker in the truck, goes 10.64.126. Parks goes 11.54.5.
Here's a couple guys with my fashion sensibility.
Absolutely. Hatches Recreational Engineering. That is a great company name.
That's pretty good.
Jeff Oppenheim, first try engineering is also one of my favorites, but recreational engineering is fantastic. And the Flaky Flyer with Daisy Mags on it of Frank Diana. Not to be confused with John Diana, who also had a 56 Chevy wagon.
He did. This appears to be a 55.
Yes. And Diana goes 1073, 124 as Hatch goes 1218, 110. Evacuated a couple of gallons of precious fuel as he hit the gas out of the back of his Nova. It hasn't come around the corner yet, but that's like in my top 5 of favorite cars of the week so far.
Really?
The chop roof 33 Ford. We're going to see that in a moment, and it's going to take a second to dry up all the fuel that came out of that thing. Scott Lair will be coming up. It's a 21 Ford GT500 Mustang. So from the factory, a 760 horsepower supercharged engine, 10-speed automatic transmission. Aiden Wyant will be across the track, the 97 Chevy Camaro. Shelby GT500 name, been around since 67 was the first year of the GT500.
Or
I think it's 60. I think 67 or 68 was the first year of the GT500.
I thought it might be 69.
Okay.
For the 500.
Now it's got to be at least 67 because there are some that run in stock Eliminator.
Okay. You know what? Strangely, I've never followed the Shelby thing that closely.
The one interesting thing about especially the early GT350s was that they did produce a drag race version of that car.
Yeah.
And they only made like a dozen of them, but it was, it wasn't totally different than the other ones, but it was just gear ratio and I think maybe a more aggressive camshaft and stuff. But a Ford dealer out of Worcester, Massachusetts actually had one and won a bunch of stuff with it back in that era. But yeah, there were a dozen of those drag-specific GT350s built very early on.
I was clutch on the Dan Gurney Cougar yesterday.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Shelby stuff, I just never dove in. And Shelby, I actually went to lunch with Carroll Shelby one time with Robert E. Peterson.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was me, Jeff Smith. The puddle is one car length ahead of you, sir.
So Scott Laird completed his burnout and then drove through the water box. I've seen some things in my life, but that
was one of them.
That's actually a new one. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for him.
Yeah.
Aiden Wyant's on the right side of the track, thinking he's Bob Glidden over there. I'm like, I know how this goes. Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that Carroll Shelby was on the board of directors of the NHRA for many years.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yep. One of the greatest things, actually, it's like, I say I haven't researched the nitty-gritty of all of his cars, but I did know him just a little bit and how cool to have that experience. But one time, I gave a slideshow to the SEMA Hall of Fame people when I was the editor of Hot Rod Magazine and had access to the archives. And I gave the whole thing. And afterwards, Shelby like waves me over. He puts his hand on my shoulder. He goes, "That was really good. That was great. Thank you for doing it."
Wow.
I just thought, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets.
That's pretty good.
So Scott Lair is going to roll up on the left-hand side. And we'll find out just how quick that GT500 Mustang could go with Aiden Wyant on the right. And then the Chop Top 33 is coming up next. Wyant got a huge starting line advantage. Lair is going to try to and he will track him down at the 8th mile as Wyant apparently has some sort of a problem. Lair goes through a 1083 of 136. Wyant goes 1522.
The 2-second reaction time means a discussion with Keith Turk.
And here comes Ned Dunphy around the corner.
After this pair?
After the Chop Top 33 Ford, Gary Brown, and Brian Dolly, the 12 Cadillac CTSV.
So you'll appreciate that he's got GMC valve covers on it off of a V12 GMC that he has cut down, shortened to throw on that Vortec blown engine there.
The whole thing is great. I mean, it's a unique car. And we see a lot of very different cars out here, but that thing just, for whatever reason, that one just hits me right between the eyes.
Does it say R?
And we just have a mild hold here because Aiden was still trying to get around the corner there. He slow rolled. He is now going to be cleared. We'll be able to send a pair, but never want to send anybody until the top end's clear, so that's why they held these guys up for just a moment.
Brian, your Chips Ahoy are here. I mean, they're no Oreo.
I don't remember purchasing Chips Ahoy.
Michelle delivered them. Oh, there are Oreos.
There are other
here.
Oreos in here. Oh, he threw a belt off it down there. As you can see, the 8th mile just skidded outside the groove. 10:08, 116.
Right lane, 8th mile outside the groove. You got a belt in the right lane.
So 1160, 104 coasting for Brown. You heard him shifting the gears, and once he got down to the 8th mile, it might have missed a shift, and when you do that, the motor can wing up, and sometimes V-belts like to exit stage right. Unless you have a media pass, you cannot be anywhere near the starting line area wall. So unless you have a media pass, you cannot be near the starting line wall, and we will begin the process of removing folks that don't have the proper credentials here in a moment.
With the hook? Can we get out the hook?
Listen, some of these guys we might need it.
Yeah.
The gong show hook. And Michelle has entered the 70s TV chat.
Chuck Barris, dude.
A spy.
Nah, this is a scam.
Well, it's cooler if he was.
How do you know, though?
Right. Maybe that's the move.
Gene, the dancing machine.
What a sad time in this country when
No,
that guy
are
shot,
you
when
kidding?
that guy shot to prominence.
Are you kidding? It's a way better time.
All right, we have picked up the offending serpentine belt. And Gary Brown, your serpentine belt is at the starting line. If you want to get your belt back, come see us at the starting line. Ned Dunphy will be coming up next. Dunphy is the man that we all have our eyes on because as of this moment, he is shot to the top of the odds-on favorite to win Drag Week for the first time because his car, of all that are left, the quickest of all.
Went 6:17 at 2:47 yesterday. You'll
Now,
note the 5 Zoomy pipes out of each side of the car.
yeah, how cool is that? It's such a unique build, a beautiful car, no detail left unattended to. This, to me, is the best-case scenario for Ned Dunphy to get on the racetrack. We've had plenty of traffic down here this morning. We've got a nice, well-worn-in groove. He runs what is probably the largest set of slicks left in competition out there. So if he was out here very early and the track was, again, super tight, very glued up, I think we've knocked a lot of that edge off the glue. He's going to be able to hopefully control the wheel speed to where he wants it. And we should see, if everything goes right, if history's a guy to run in the very low sixes at 240 plus. Got 1,400 feet of DA right now. Temperature is 68.2 degrees and a barometer of over 30 inches. Nick Reinhardt in a very fast Nova sits behind him. So Ned Dunphy brings it into the beams. Can he get out of here with one pass? It took him a couple yesterday. He wants to be clean, mean, and out of the gate as quickly as possible for the drive today. And he's looking like he's going to do it. Dunphy's 108 early through the 8th mile at 198 miles an hour. He goes 6'11 at 247. So Ned Dunphy scorches the racetrack, 6'11, 247. Man, I thought we may see 250 there because he was he was slower than that in the 8th yesterday, but a brilliant run. That's going to be a one-shot deal.
Why would it not be? He went quicker than yesterday, the 6:17.
Yeah, he goes 108 to 60 feet, 282 to the 330, 411 to the 8th at 198.85. And then he's 520 to 1,000 feet and out the gate at 611.4, 247.57. And by doing this, he creeps ever closer to resetting the all-time quickest average. We have to talk about that. It's still from 2016 is the all-time quickest average in Unlimited's Jeff Lutz. That was a 6:19. So these 2 back-to-back runs he's made have put him in a good position. He still has 3 days to go, but he is tracking way ahead of the all-time best.
And if he, on the last day, can uncork the thing, he has the potential to make the fastest single run in history. But that's getting ahead of ourselves.
Brian Goldstone on his way into the racetrack as well, so there is competition to be had. Apparently 10 to 15 minutes away. Our C group lanes will close at 10:45 a.m. C group lanes will close at 10:45 a.m., just 20 minutes from right now.
And your next car on track is going to be Nick Reinhardt. He is in Pro Street Power Adder. That means it's essentially a back half car. 67 Nova yesterday, a 712 at 195. He is the leader in the class. You know, he's got a 1.5-second gap on the next guy in class, but as we start to say on Tuesdays at Drag Week, you got to go all the way. It's not over till it's over. This is a battle of survival.
Going to touch up the right side lane down there. Dunphy's car may have left a little mist in its presence or in its the top end of the racetrack, so hopefully all is well there for Dunphy. But 6'11", 247.
Doesn't seem like it was lifting ahead, but who knows?
No, especially with how fast it backed after the racetrack. And
right.
I got to believe, you know, just looking at what we're looking at here, as you talked about yesterday, like if he makes it that far, a last day situation of get your clean one in and then crank the knobs over. You know, everything about that says the car can go 250 miles an hour.
Right.
Everything about it says that, especially the fact that he was just about to touch 200 at the 8th mile, and the amount of power that thing makes. It is incredible to see a car making almost 50 numbers in the back half and then drive out the gate and get on the highway.
And remember,
here.
They replaced a ring and pinion yesterday,
yes.
too.
So one of the great moments that happened already this morning as we touch up the right side of the racetrack was Glenn Sheely on his 3rd attempt of the morning coming out of the impound lane, made his best run of the week and reset the all-time single pass record for low ET of a naturally aspirated small block. We were actually there at the top end when he made the turnout and met his family. Emotional, fun. You're going to love this video. Just happened a little while back.
KJ here in the pits, not actually in the pits, but just along the side of the racetrack here. We're going to give you an idea how fast these cars are flying through here. We're almost at top end. And you just see Tapscott go through in his Camaro at 861, 158 miles an hour, and the car in the other lane on the left side, 976, at 160 miles an hour. That's crazy. That's incredible what these cars are capable of doing, and then going about 1,000 miles in the collective drive around this eastern area of Maryland and Pennsylvania. Totally amazing, but just giving you this this vantage point, basically. You don't see it from here a lot. We're right along the side of the track at about 1,000 feet to the quarter mile, and it's just amazing what these cars are capable of. So enjoy the view, really. You have this vet here that currently holds the naturally aspirated record, passing by us and going through at 838, 159 miles an hour. Unbelievable. That's a naturally aspirated, all horsepower, all muscle, no power adder, no nitrous, no turbo, no supercharger. That's getting it done, 838. Don't apologize for that at all, bro. Congrats. That's badass, man. Good, man. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is we're standing here. It's a magnanimous moment, man. It's incredible.
It's been a crazy day. I start off today. My family just shows up out of the clear blue. My daughter took the day off school, 5 years old, and then you figure you're going to put a great show on, and I had it turned down the first run and blew the tires off, and I'm like, oh. And thank God I got Eddie Enzer with me. Man, he's like, man, let's take the weight off the front, just turn it down. And, my buddy Jason Tapscott was on the other end. He goes, I think you ran a 38. I said, man, I'll believe that when I see it. And it's funny how a little piece of paper, a little receipt, funny how they make you feel. So there's my daughter over there. And
There?
yeah, the 1320 video. But anyway, we were like, I've never turned it down that much. I'm like, man, Ed, we were like, man, maybe the tires are shot from driving on the road because we don't bring a trailer, and we were pretty proud today because, like Ed said, we're the first natural aspirated small block to ever be in impound.
Here comes the family now. Yep. There she is.
Last job you put on it. What do you think? What did we run?
Daddy did good. Daddy did his thing.
Right? Did a 3. That's all we wanted today. So, I didn't think we were going to get that today. I didn't think we were going to get that. Wow. So, but it was awesome. Awesome. So, nice run to the next track. Hopefully no issues. Service it tonight, and then hopefully repeat in Maple Grove.
Well, congratulations. Small block naturally aspirated record holder.
Man, it sounds so good. So good. Jason's had it for years, and he's a buddy of mine, and I've wanted it so bad, and my dad and I are over there, or my dad's right there, and he's been testing with me and testing me. Eddie's been giving us advice over the phone. Larry Larson sending us tune after tune, change this, change that, and man, it just feels so good to do it, and I didn't think it was going to do it today. So.
Right on. Well, it was done. Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Hopefully you saw it on this live feed. It's brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. We'll have much, much more from the track, from the pits, all through the rest of the week, so make sure you stay tuned with us.
Certainly great to catch up there with Sheely and to see that interview and the emotion that is attached to it. Absolutely fantastic. And what a run for those guys. They're going to pack it up, and they're going to hit the road. Head on to Maple Grove as we're finishing up our touch-up of the right-hand side of the racetrack.
Judging by the comments on the live feed, I guess we should clarify what's going on with the engine in the Viper. I made the comment that it had 5 zoomies at each side because I think that's funny because it would be a Viper with a V10 if it had 5 zoomies out the side, but it doesn't. The zoomies are a little bit there for show. It's actually a turbo car, but I think one of them is off of the wastegate. It is an SMX style big block Chevy, for lack of another description. So that's what's going on with that car. Brian, are you learning educational and informative things?
Nothing to do with Drag Week.
Okay. Good. I can answer other questions that's on here. 7,300 people watching. Look at the gripping footage of Brian on his phone right now.
Traction compound sprayer coming around the corner, so we're going to touch it back up there for our C Group drivers. As we mentioned, the lanes are going to close at 10:45 for C Group competitors.
Someone's asking, what's the farthest that somebody's come to race this year?
New Zealand?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although from the United States, at least Arizona.
Yes.
What's the oldest car competing? I can think of that 30 or 31 Model A.
Impound lanes will not be open during the D group. So if you're an impound car during the D group, impound lane will be closed. If you're an impound car, you will wait for the all run unless you get in the lanes before 10:45 before C group ends. Thanks to all the fans who have rolled in the gate so far this morning here at Numidia Dragway, and certainly fantastic to have you all here. It's a beautiful place. We're so happy to have added Numidia to the list of tracks that Drag Week has attended. Now we're up to almost 40. I think 36 or 37 total racetracks over the course of the 21 years that Drag Week has existed. First ever tracks on Drag Week that very first year, Kansas City International Raceway. Then we went over to the National Trail over in Columbus, Ohio, US 131, Martin, Michigan, St. Louis.
Wow, I don't remember St. Louis.
Yeah.
Huh.
I remember St. Louis because Rob Canan and I got lost in East St. Louis trying to get into the that night, and it was it's a heck of a place. It's a heck of a place.
What was the name of that establishment you stopped in there?
The
Wes's.
No. Trust me. The only establishment I stopped at was a gas station. The guy asked me why I was there, and and it was not good.
Yeah, and of course 131, the legendary ending of that deal. We had few enough racers that it rained. We had called it. It stopped raining, and in the award ceremony, I look at the track manager guys like, do you have a jet dryer? And he did, and we took a vote with the racers and said, do you want to go back out and race again, or do you want to call it? They said, let's keep going. So we dried the track and made final laps.
Yeah, fixed the timing system, made the final laps.
Yeah, Loans fixed the timing system.
Larry Larson went 8:38. That was the quickest run of the week.
Yep.
He did not win the event. Carl Scott won the event as the quickest overall in a nitrous car. And but Larry and the Lenko equipped then bright pink steel big block Chevy blown Nova
that he did donuts with.
In the parking lot. Yeah, I rode with him to get spark plugs in that thing from the racetrack when it was raining that morning.
Yep, was good times. And then the next year must have been the year when we drove all the way to Indy and it was raining, and so we took a vote and drove back to Cordova.
The back and forth type of thing. A peek inside. We talked about this 56 that we had not seen it yet this morning. Clearly it is here now as you get a look at the turbochargers. If you're watching the live feed at home as we peek into the top of the hood.
That's going to be Will Fair's car.
Running in second place right now in Ultimate Iron behind Graham Hayes. And we saw Hayes come out and pedal his way to a wild 656 as Steve Speece has pulled into the staging lanes in the twin turbocharged Boss 429 powered Nova.
It's going to be a good session.
209 miles an hour that thing ran. Best speed we've seen out of it. Talked to him a little bit at the checkpoint. They were very happy with what had gone down yesterday, so they're going to keep the train rolling today.
Is it a Kazi motor? Or at least heads, the parts?
Perhaps. It would make sense if it was. Yeah, we can catch up with Steve and ask him on the specifics there, but I'd have to guess it is. To some degree. If you have lost a completely empty wallet, we found it.
That must have been mine.
I was just texted, found and stands a completely empty wallet. So it sounds like a competitor, probably.
It must be. I mean, it's Drag Week.
I'm guessing, well, if you lost a completely empty wallet, we have it if you want it back. Maybe it's one of the sweet ones that has like a Velcro closing latch. I don't know. We got your wallet. Oh, it's Warren's. It's camouflage. Matches his G.I. Joe T-shirt. Well, we don't have to go that far into the whole descriptive part of it, but yeah, let's just say it's a matching set.
Let's talk about the thing where people say that Drag Week should have a stick shift class.
Yeah, let's talk about why that's wrong.
Here's my issue with that. You make a class out of it, you've got to make rules for it.
Yes.
And either that or you're going to end up with just crazy over-the-top cars and then average guys with stick shifts, and it's just going to turn into a mess.
Do planetaries count? Do you need an H-pattern
All
shifter? Do you have
that.
inline shifters? Can it be clutchless?
And then you got to tech it all.
Right.
Whereas
Yeah.
what we do here is a lot more casual than that. It's fun. It is every car can go out there and run. It's a sort of random pairing,
Yes.
last man standing
Yep.
sort of race, and not necessarily the fastest cars win. There's
Yeah.
red lights, there's breakage, there's missed shifts. And also, if you sign up with a stick shift car, you can essentially run 2 classes.
Yes.
Your own
And the shootout.
and the stick shift shootout.
Nick Reinhardt, the 1967 Chevy Nova. Reinhardt is running in Pro Street Power Adder.
And leading it with a 712 yesterday.
Talked to Nick yesterday. They were having a push rod issue. They decided that they were going to take the motor apart at the checkpoint. They took the intake manifold off, did what they needed to do then, and obviously it was a successful repair. They said they had a similar issue during the Sick Week event this year and waited till the end of the night to do it. Ended up having to replace 3 of them at 2 o'clock in the morning at the hotel. So mid-afternoon, when the traffic was heavy, they said, hey, we take it apart now, we kill some time, let the traffic dissipate. That was the right plan. Veteran drag and drive decision making. And he is on a freshly prepped lane too.
Which could go either way.
Yeah, yeah, as we're so keen to see. Going the good way.
Clean.
114 early. 8th mile ET of 454, 161, and Reinhardt punches his ticket at 7:15, 175 miles an hour. 3 100ths off his ET yesterday, but 20 miles per hour down. That's a bit concerning. He ran 195 yesterday, stops the clocks here at 175, so that may be a concern. But ET-wise, he keeps a humongous lead over Jason DeSheim, who's in second.
And now, David Deal.
These guys are trying to get back in the 6s.
That is Super Street small block power adder car sitting out there. Leader in class, a 683 yesterday.
Hello. I think we can see you. Keep locking it. I'm going to bring a different transmitter down to you. Okay? All right.
Will he deliver a 6-second pass?
After what we just saw out of Reinhardt, there certainly is plenty of grab over there. He has radials on the back of his car, just like Reinhardt, so it all looks good from here. Okay, we're in business again over there. Deal at a little wiggle. 466 in the 8th mile. 706, 198. Just shy of the 6-second bracket. Just shy of the 200-mile-an-hour bracket. But as far as that run goes, and big crash down there at the top end. Unfortunately for him, he got into the wall left side. The car pinwheeled up the hill. Did not see parachutes. He touched the brakes and got into the wall past the finish line at 198 miles an hour. Safety folks are there right immediately. The driver's door facing up the racetrack. Went across the lights, and again, I did not see parachutes blossomed. I believe he may have touched the brake pedal, and that may have sent the car into a spin. Safety and fire folks again on the scene right now. In these situations, what we do is we wait to get reports from the top end of the racetrack. So just because we're not saying anything does not mean that things are in a dire state. It just means we're not going to pass along any sort of speculative information. We're going to get a report from the top end. When that comes through, we're going to pass it on to you. So this is going to be a few minutes, obviously, with everything going on down there. It's going to require some repair to the wall and other stuff at the top end. So we have gotten a report from the top end that he is out of the car. Driver is out of the car. The best news possible, driver is out of the race car. Again, didn't want to keep anybody in too much suspense there. I just did not want to speak out of turn. Wanted to wait till I heard it from a source, which I have. Driver's out of the race car. We are rolling equipment in order to move the race car as well as repair the wall. So it is going to be a hot second here at Numidia Dragway. So, as the top end folk get to work on the race car and certainly get to work on the wall down there, we're going to dive into some ads, pay some bills here on the live stream. We have some recorded content we're going to play you. We'll be back with an update in a few minutes, but safe to say it is going to be a bit of a cleanup there at the big end of the racetrack. So we'll keep you updated here in just a couple of minutes.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
The feeling of a car working is different than the feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET Drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. We're at Jeff Lutz's pit. Jeff's not here right now. I just spoke with Jeffrey Lutz. They are out of competition. Apparently something in the engine broke. They don't know what it is just yet, but the engine isn't happy is Jeffrey's quote, and they did not bring extra cylinder heads or maybe even deeper than that. I don't know the extent of what they brought and what they didn't bring, but Jeffrey says they don't have an extra set of cylinder heads or anything like that, so why take a chance in trying to pursue going farther in this competition when they're really not set up to do that. So Jeff has bowed out, but one of the things that Jeffrey did say, which was very, very encouraging and very promising, and I'm really glad to hear him say, we'll try it again next year. So that's it from the Lutz pit. Unfortunately, they were one of the players to watch in the Unlimited class. They are no longer in this year's Hot Rod Drag Week competition. Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ here in the pits. This car right here, 1986 Eagle Wagon. This is OG right here. I actually rode in one of these. My friend back in elementary school, Raymond Klein, his mother had this car. So it's really cool. It's nostalgia for me, but check this out. This is a 4-liter Jeep engine that's been planted in this thing with a 72 millimeter turbo.
76 precision.
76 millimeter precision turbo. And your name?
Brian Moss. Brian Moss.
Brian, where are you from?
Southampton, Pennsylvania.
And what brought this together, man? Is this a car that was in your family, or is this a car that you just found? What made you say, I want to build an Eagle Wagon?
I grew up around AMCs, and I saw one of these things. I was like, all right, I'm going to do something cool with one of them. So they were factory inline AMCs to begin with, so it's not much different than what the factory had.
And what was your choice of the Jeep 4-liter? What made that decision?
So Jeep 4-liter, AMC 4-liter, depending who you ask. Still the same motor that came with the car, essentially. So.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about it as far as what you had to do to make this, in a sense, a drag and drive car? I see your air conditioner, the compressor's brand new, so I assume the air conditioner works?
Yeah, AC, heat, power steering, power brakes, radio, everything's still there. Obviously, suspension changes, frame connectors for the roll cage, all that sort of thing. So.
And your transmission is like a Turbo 400?
Yeah, Turbo 400. Still a AMC Turbo 400, as weird as that is. So.
AMC through and through. And I see you got the plush leather seats still in there and everything. So how is this car like as a cruiser? I'm going to assume it's comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it drives like a muscle car, but it's still comfortable. Radio, turn the AC on. It's still daily driver, essentially.
Right on, man. So one and done. You guys getting ready to hit the road, or are you going to make another lick?
No, we're getting out of here. So I ran a 971, I believe, and happy with that. So.
971 and a 1986 Eagle wagon. This car is really, really cool. It's unique. It's one of those things. Drag Week, you don't always see just race cars and that formal looking stuff, and you know it's going to be fast. You see a brown 1986 Eagle wagon that runs 971. Very unassuming, very sleeperish, and very cool here at Drag Week 2025. KJ Jones here in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, Maryland International Raceway. This live feed and me in the pits is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm with Rick Steinke.
Yes, sir.
850 Index, Super Street Small Block Power Adder. One and done, huh?
One and done, man. 850 with a 6. I already turned the time slip in, and we're going to pack up and get on the road. Hopefully get to the hotel in the daylight.
Get in the daylight and able to eat, able to get some good rest. Hopefully nothing mechanically wrong with the car. Are you traveling with a pack? Are you waiting for somebody else to go one and done, or are you just going to get on the road?
I think we might just get on the road and then catch up as people catch us at stops and stuff. So pretty excited to be able to leave early.
Absolutely. Real quick, for people that are watching this feed, as far as strategy goes now, you're an 850 veteran, let's just say. One and done is the way to go. And what would you accept if you took a 50 with a 6? What's acceptable in this index for you to take and then get moving?
50 with a 9.
So anything in the 50 range?
50 with a 9 or better, and we'll get on the road. If it's not better than that, we're going to stay until they throw us out.
Stay until they throw you out. That's how it is at Drag Week. You go, and especially in an index class like this, you're trying to get within the thousandths even of that ET so that you can either be a leader or be among the leaders. So by the time this averages out at the end of the week, you're on top of the leaderboard.
Exactly. And there's a lot of tough competitors in this class. You have Randy and you have Dustin. Like, it's no joke. You could have a 50 average for the week and not win this thing.
And not be there. You heard it from this man, and he's a vet. He knows how to do it. So stay tuned. Super Street Small Block Power Hour is one of the coolest classes here. There are 49 cars in the class. We'll see who's there on Friday. Thanks a lot, Rick.
Thanks, man. Hi, Mom.
Back here live at New Media Dragway. The cleanup at the top end continues. One of the barriers down there was knocked over. That can be stood up again. Keith Turk sent a photo from the scene, if you will. So you can see the tractors standing up, barrier action down there right now. Those of you watching the live stream, you can see the blowers and various pieces of equipment working, as well as the ramp truck down there. So it will not be that long a delay. If you have a car in the staging lanes, please do not wander far away from it. As we get closer, with a little more time estimate, I can give you something with some accuracy, but there's not a lot left to do down there, and we have the equipment and manpower to do it in pretty quick fashion. So please don't wander off from your car in the staging lanes. So rather than continue to show you the long-range view, we got some more videos to roll into our live streaming coverage. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, and hopefully we'll be back very close to being on the racetrack.
Hey, KJ Jones here, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. We're in the pits. This pit broadcast is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. McGram Hayes' pit, 67 Chevy Nova, Chevy 2 Nova. Little problem. We talked about Drag Week, and that kind of anything can happen mechanically, damage and such. What you have to fight against is trying to go as quick as you can in the quarter mile, then get on the road and do the miles, but you'll also have to be concerned about this, attrition. Attrition happening right at the drag strip, not necessarily on the road. This is an intake valve. Drop valve. Basically, the valve is broken, as you see right here. The valve is broken, and it's actually sideways in the valve seat there. And when that happens, typically a piston will suffer some damage as well. So what Graham and his crew guy are taking this engine apart. They're going to knock a new sleeve in it. I don't know if you're going to have to sleeve it or just...
It looks like the sleeve's going to be all right. Just looks like we'll put a piston and rod in and some new bearings, and we got a machine shop lined up, so we're going to... our guy that's with us, he's racing too. He said he would run and drop it off for us. And yeah, we'll just get it fixed and try to get it back together and get on the road.
Well, Graham, you're familiar unfortunately, with this type of thing happening on drag week, so it's not something that you can't overcome. You've overcome it in the past.
Yeah, correct. I mean, this is unfortunately, when you try to race at this kind of level, anything can happen. So you try to bring as much stuff to get the job done, and we'll give it a shot. We'll run it to the end, you know?
That's it. Well, finishing is winning, man. Good luck. We're going to let you get back to it. But that's what it is, man. Here at Drag Week, it's not always just fun and games and going down the drag strip. You can suffer major catastrophic damage like this and fix it and get back out there and finish. So that's it from Graham Hayes' pit. More later. KJ Jones in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 from Maryland International Raceway. This live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, and we're checking out right now the transition. At Drag Week, the idea is to make your quickest pass, submit a time slip, and get on the highway. And in doing that, you're taking race tires off your car and putting street tires on your car. Some people pack everything in the car. Some people have these support trailers. The support trailer basically carries all your essentials to make it through Drag Week. Tools, tires, fuel, jacks, anything you need or you think you need. Some people are as elaborate as cylinder heads, camshafts, internal hard parts for an engine. This is, in a sense, one of the lifebloods of a Drag Week participant. And you see how they've got it designed so you strap the tires down. Everything is really logically thought out. And these rigs right here can be super elaborate. But as you see here now, the car is jacked up. They're putting the street tires on it, torque them down, and then hit the road and get the miles under. I don't know if this is the type of car, just looking at it, I don't see a hood up or anything like that, so I don't know if there's any valve adjustments or anything that's changed in the engine. Sometimes it might be a matter of just getting on the laptop, and if this is a fuel-injected engine with Holley or Haltech or anything like that, they'll punch a few keys and put in a tune that's designed or set up for the street, for making miles. Maybe get some fuel economy, definitely not be as aggressive as a tune that would be for the track. So these guys are getting ready to hit the road. If you look over there, there's a fuel dump going on right there. So I'm assuming this is definitely a guesstimation here, but maybe there's a methanol system in there, or they're running methanol now, and they flex fuel out and they put gas in it to run on the street. That's quite possible. Actually, we can walk up and ask. Let's do that. Got a quick question for you. You see you're getting ready. You're one and done, getting ready to get out of here. You're taking the fuel out of this thing. Is this methanol?
This is X85. Yeah, and I flex fuel car, so I run it on pump gas on the street and X85 at the track. So I got a quick release drain on the sump that gets it out nice and easy for us.
Okay, and for racing then, that's not even 2 gallons really.
I gotta drain a little more. I think there's about another 1.5 gallons in there. I started with 5 and it was not a great pass, so we go through about 1.5 gallons per pass.
Excellent. And you're going to put you're going to put pump gas in it, 93 octane fuel in it to run down the highway. Do you have a guesstimation on what kind of fuel economy you get with this whole setup?
On pump gas, it gets about 14 to 15, going about 50.
And what's the engine package?
It's got a built 5.3 LS, twin 72s on it.
Right on, man. Well, good safe trip. Thank you for your time, and that's what's going on at Drag Week. You transition out of track, you go into street. Sometimes it involves changing fuel and changing your tune. It definitely involves changing tires in most cases. There are some that just run on the same drag radials the whole way and don't change tires, but that's a look at what's going on as you make your lap, turn in your time slip, get your map, and then hit the road on Drag Week 2025.
Well, back here live at Numidia Dragway. Thanks for hanging with us on our live streaming coverage brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires. The deal car is being loaded on the ramp truck right now. We're getting the wall straightened back out again, but the biggest thing here is that he's okay. Obviously a very tough thing to see down there. It's a great car, great competitors. 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour car. It just ran low sevens at 198. And that's the one thing, thankfully, we see very rarely over the course of this event in 21 years. We don't see a lot of this type of stuff happening.
Yeah, which is very, very fortunate.
Yeah.
And we haven't actually seen incidences on road that hurt anybody either. We have seen some trailers upside down and backwards.
Yes.
We have seen some people hit by, civilians.
Yeah.
But knock on wood, thus far it's been safe at Drag Week.
So the lanes are closed for our C group competitors. So what's going to happen here is going to run our C group out, and then we'll bring our D group in. And then we will have our impound cars are also in the line there too. So the lane for impound also closed right now. Any other impound cars, you will have to wait until we get past the C group or past the D group into all run. So we will not interrupt D group with impound cars, but with our C machines in there, they'll be run out. Impound cars will be run out, and D group will come in.
Also, listen to us for news on what the new end time may or may not be. It may not change.
Or it may.
We always read what's going on in the lanes to make those calls, and so you do need to listen to us to make sure that you are hearing that.
Unlike David and I, they read the room. They understand.
Right. I think the rule is, isn't it, Galimi, we will not shut down earlier, but we could go later? Is that kind of the thing? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a fan of Drag Week, you've been watching live streaming coverage, if you live in the Pennsylvania area, you can go to hotrod.com and actually get the route that will be taken this afternoon. So we see it all the time. It's actually pretty fantastic. Yesterday at the checkpoint, too, there was a gas station across the street, like loads of guys just hanging out, checking out all the hot rods and Drag Week cars coming through town. So grab the kids out of school, find a comfortable spot by the side of the road, and watch the parade.
And I would do that now because there's cars that are packing up and leaving, and if you're a little bit ahead of the track, you might get some of the fast cars that ran this morning that are still on the road.
Galimi is off camera here. Mike, of course, the network director for Hot Rod Magazine. Mike, do you have any updated numbers on cars that are out? We started the day with a small number of 15 that we had, but we realized that was inaccurate. Do you know how many total? Doesn't know how many total yet, so we're going to get you updated on that through the afternoon as well. We'll employ the considerable brain power of Tanya Turk on that front.
That would be way better than asking Galimi.
Yeah,
in many ways.
I don't know why I wasted your time and ours on asking that question,
and 7,000 people all over the world.
I did it to all of us, and I can't do anything but apologize.
So we are looking for Ned Dunphy to perhaps be able to set the quickest week in the history of Drag Week.
He's on pace to shatter that outstanding 6:19 average of Jeff Lutz from several years back, which still stands as the quickest of all time, 2016. If you have questions, this is always a dangerous enterprise. If you have questions for David or I, you can throw them into the chat of the live stream.
They've been getting spicy in there.
They have been. Got a bunch of food vendors set up across the racetrack from our tower side over there. We got a bunch of food trucks. Saw the pretzel truck come in, among others. We're going to grab something to eat during our downtime.
I have some Oreos. Did you want them?
Not
Turn
yet.
your teeth all black on camera.
I mean, well, it wouldn't look much worse than they do
that
now.
for later. Blah, blah. And the chat explodes. Is that the Nova Tunnel Cram shirt? Yes, this is my Tunnel Cram Nova, which is broken, which surprised no one.
Did you have to add the last part?
It's a given. I guess I should specify. And it's actually functional. That would be, this is my car, and it runs. Saves time.
So you can see the excavator down there at the top end of the racetrack. If you're watching the coverage, that is standing up the barriers that got knocked over. Car has been removed.
The most gripping questions are about what our meal will be today, if it involves poultry.
Boy, you hope it doesn't.
Liquid chicken.
You hope it doesn't.
My takeaway so far from this Drag Week is liquid chicken.
Yeah,
that made eggs inedible.
You've been consistent. I mean, you've been consistent on the chicken thing for years.
Yeah. One of the biggest questions I've been seeing over the past couple days is, where's Alex Taylor? Alex is actually not here. She's preparing her new shop. If you follow her, you can see what's going on with that.
The Arkansas shop.
Is Cletus there? No. Will you have a chili dog? Warren will.
We heard Warren. Now, this is a little inside baseball. We heard Warren chased Skyline Chili with a chili dog, which is a dangerous thing to do.
For us.
Especially for Jay Hollinger. The fact Jay Hollinger is still sticking with Drag Week after
I wondered why he
whatever
was
happened
carrying
there.
a fire extinguisher.
Yes.
Use the halon on that, or what do you do?
I think there was, yeah, it's a halon situation.
People, of course, asking if Finnegan is still in. He is, although he is at the very bottom of the class. He did not get a real run-in again today, 10-something.
It came off the starting line better, meaning the front end was more under control this morning, but it was the kind of 2-3 gear change that did not happen for him.
Well, and he jagged over to the center and then pulled it back. It was not a representative run. Let's see. Waiting for more questions here on the live feed. That's why I'm awkwardly staring off camera.
So Tanya has said that there are 20 that we know of specifically right now at this moment that have dropped out. So
there's more than that.
It is more than that, but
Yeah,
we know
there's
we can say with accuracy that it's at least 20.
Yeah, which is very few, really. We used to have a number. Did we used to say 30% on day one?
It was typically like 25 to 30%, and that kind of held true across the board. And it may well be that. I mean, it's like we don't know what we don't know yet. That we don't know people that haven't showed up yet, that haven't informed us that they've broken and fallen out.
Lonnie is showing us his phone, which usually means, hey, idiots, check out your phone. If you're expecting a FedEx or UPS package, they have arrived, and they are at the Summit Rig. KJ has a couple of interviews incoming. That is good. Here's a guy. We need a dedicated manual class. We sort of went over earlier
we
briefly.
told you why you were wrong before you tuned in. You missed it.
Yeah, your opinion's completely wrong on that. The reason is we do have a stick shift race at the end. And how much better is it to watch the stick cars actually race heads up on a ladder, a random pairing ladder, rather than running for quickest time like they do in the rest of Drag Week. And also, if you have a stick car, you can run your regular class and potentially win, and then also run the stick shift shootout at the end of the week. So that's why I don't think that class is required.
21 years in, the world can't decide what a street car is, let alone decide what a stick shift car is. We haven't even broached that level of discussion, so forget about it.
Yeah, if you've got a Lenko with a Bruno, is that a stick or no?
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what the conversation would be. It's like, nah, man, it's got to be a Saginaw 3-speed. Yeah.
On the tree.
On the tree, yeah. Then we'd have a column-shifted class, and we could really break it down here.
Yeah, I think we should just start a 3 on the tree class. I mean, I think the world's burning for that.
A three on the tree flathead inline 6 shootout is what this event has needed since its inception.
People asking about Dave Schroeder. We understand he never left the other track.
Yeah, they had a couple of tire shaking, tire spinning launches. They stuck around to the end, did not get the car down, and we understand that they decided to pack it in.
Asking about what is the impound lane. So we take the faster cars and we put them in impound so that they can be observed. We want to make sure that they don't have crews driving with them in a Suburban or RV or whatever. And so everybody is wristbanded, and only people wristbanded as drivers and passengers can work on the cars. They can also work on other racers' cars, and if they have an impromptu emergency situation and they need a local to come in and help them out, we do allow that, but the whole thing is designed to prevent crews from following them. Now, the cars that are in impound every day have their choice, typically, not always, of pulling into what we call the impound lane, and they get to run whenever they want to. However, we did have Lonnie make a call earlier today that during our C group we did close the impound lane, so that can be variable upon the race director and tech director's discretion.
There you have it.
Next question.
This is the only track that's downhill. The answer is no.
No.
There's loads of racetracks that have a downhill kind of move to them. Pomona most famously. A lot of tracks are built. Modern tracks have all mostly been built with either a 1% uphill or downhill grade. That's pretty much across the board. A lot of the newer tracks you see out there actually are built with a slight uphill grade.
Will there be an EV class? Who knows? You know?
Over the course of time, who knows? Yeah.
Over the course of time, that could be a thing. We do have a Lucid out here. What was the quickest that he ran? Did he go 920?
He ran 9 something at 150 miles an hour.
150,
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
953 at a big 150 miles an hour. So you have perspective on that. 150 is the type of mile an hour you see on an 8.5 second car with gasoline on a normal program. But this thing did it a second slower than that.
And we got Paul Mangelsdorf out here with his home built EV.
Yep. Oh, they're asking, is there no longer a hot rod class? That is correct. That one got annihilated. It just had no participation. And it was wide open. It's always the one that I said, man, you could stink this place up.
Pretty much do anything
with a
in
hot
there.
rod category class, but it is gone.
Ended up being a lot of ZZ4 700R4 action in there.
Yeah, it was. Any awards this year? Oh, any Swedes this year? Well, according to Brian, there are.
Listen, I made a flag misidentification. I changed the Denmark flag into the Swedish flag. I've already sent my apologies to the consulate.
Yeah, did you?
I've canceled my vacation to both countries this year. I've caused so much of a trouble.
Anyone from overseas? Yes, New Zealand. What is our rental car? It is a Ford Expedition with the worst tailgate situation I've ever witnessed in my life.
Yeah. You want to talk about somebody sounding like an old man? Go ahead down this road. Please, by all means, let it rip.
It's horrible. It's this terrible clamshell thing, and every time you press the button, it does something different. You don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, now tell us what the best tailgate situation is.
Suburban with barn doors, duh. Tahoe with barn doors, any barn doors are best.
Right, and they stopped manufacturing those how many decades ago?
In the good decades.
Exactly. In the good decades.
Before they changed the decades, they were good. More questions rolling in. We're ready for more questions.
How are you doing? Why don't you step up there and get on camera with these two? Yeah, we might do something like that.
See, this guy says barn doors for the win. He's also 80.
There you go.
Rick Johnson has arrived.
The Gear Vendors 2025 guitar. It has the amazing kind of sticker on it, always the current logo.
Here, you want to show it?
Yeah, let's show it. Come on in here. You step behind me so we can get you caught up.
Yep.
Remembering, of course, Randall Reed on here. And
yeah, we got a picture of Reedy's car up here. And we lost Reedy a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right. So we thought we'd do that. We did it for Harry.
Yep.
And we thought the family would, think that was fun. So I'll have one of these, an extra one we made for Randall's family.
Oh, nice.
And we'll sign that on the back. We'll get you boys.
Cool. We'll do.
Get some signatures on that.
Very cool.
Something we can send to them. All right. But yeah. So we'll have 4 of these for the awards.
Great.
Yep. So champion, co-pilot, and then runner-up and 3rd.
Right.
Fastest. All right.
Fantastic. As has been the tradition for so many years. When did you first do the guitar?
Well, when we became Tidal, which would be 2008.
Okay.
And that was really, I can't take credit for all of it because in 2007, Comp did it.
Oh.
Comp did have a guitar in 2007.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah. So in 2007, they did have a champion guitar. They had a champion guitar. And then I played guitar all my life.
Of course.
So I was like, okay, well, we can do that. And in the old days, we had a hookup with Fender, and they used to just say Hot Rod Drag Week on them, And then later on, I'm like, okay, well, we can do better than that.
Yeah.
We got Corel Draw, we got whatever programs now, and yeah. So it's a fun thing. It's a labor of love.
No, it's fantastic, and you were gracious enough to provide David and I each a guitar as well. So it is in a it's in a treasured spot in my workshop at home.
All right, cool. I like it. Yep, and it's just another way to appreciate this week in our life every year.
Yep, for sure.
Pretty fun. Yep, we like it.
Yeah,
Rick
thanks
Johnson,
so much.
Rick Johnson of Gear Vendors Overdrive is a guy who has been so instrumental in the history of Drag Week and the history of Drag and Drive competition. across all corners, classes, and categories. This guy stuff's everywhere.
And promoters, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys later.
See
Thank
you
Rick.
later.
I have received a racer in need text.
Oh, good. Entertainment.
Drum roll, please. Survey says, Owen Rogers with a bright green Javelin needs an S400 discharge elbow and clamp. Owen Rogers with that bright green Javelin needs an S400 discharge elbow and clamp.
Hey, Brian, I have a video from yesterday when Owen Rogers was making repairs at day 1.
Speaking of Owen Rogers, he's been thrashing all week. Starting yesterday, we have some video to show of his thrashing repairs at Maryland International Raceway. Let's dive into that right now as the cleanup continues at the top end.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm with Owen Rogers. He's got a 1970 AMC Javelin, pretty green color, LS powered, turbocharged, and Owen is holding an interesting piece of that turbocharger. This is the impeller from a 91 millimeter turbocharger, and you see here that it is severely damaged. Owen, what happened in that lap besides, I mean, we see that the turbo blew up. Do you have any idea why the turbo blew up?
It's definitely an old turbo. It's had some play, so I mean, I heard a pop and I thought it was a head gasket, but it ended up being a turbo. The motor seems healthy, so we're gonna get this one rigged up. Got a replacement coming tomorrow and get down the road.
Okay, keywords, this one rigged up. What you're looking at down here is Owen's 91 millimeter turbocharger housing. This is a 75 millimeter impeller here, and they've grafted everything into this turbo housing to literally, quote unquote, get down the road. That's what Drag Week is all about. You make your laps. If you have a problem, you fix your problem, because you have to get to the next drag strip in order to stay in Drag Week. So as opposed to saying, you know, we're done, what did you guys do? Just kind of scout around and somebody said, well, hey, I got this 75 sitting here.
He had a replacement coming, yeah. So my friend here had a replacement coming before I could even figure out what to do, so.
That's also what Drag Week's all about, is guys and ladies helping each other. You know, the call went out, somebody came through with this 75. Owen, using his head, figured out a way to get down into this 91 housing. And if you notice this here, this is some custom fab work that's pretty neat. Basically, this reduction here has been made so that it'll mate up to his tubing, to his intercooler tubing and stuff. So innovation all over Drag Week. Really cool things happening. Unfortunate things happening, but they get it fixed and get back on the road. KJ out from the pits.
So as always, thanks to KJ Jones for jumping around the pits and getting those inside stories that we can roll to you in moments like this during the live stream. So as you're watching the excavator stand the barrier up at the top end, you can see all the oil dry that's been laid down there as well, and a bunch of stuff was spread out when that car was spinning around up there. But again, just very glad that deal's okay and they can fix that car. I'm sure they will over the course of time. Lonnie Grimm did say we'll be adding time to the all-run session.
Okay.
When we get to the all-run session, there will be added time because of this downtime we're having here during the cleanup.
A guy asked, what track has Drag Week visited the most? You recall?
Indy's among them. Indy's one of the
top.
Yeah, Indy's the most visited, yeah.
Yep. Indy is the most visited. People are now suggesting new classes.
Yeah, we need more of those.
In my opinion, that's the last thing that we need.
Yeah, we need
here.
more classes. Like we need more holes in the head.
He's suggesting the 235 radial 8th mile class.
Sure, let's do that.
Yeah, sure. Right. Your opinion is wrong.
I mean, it's like the idea of adding more classes to an event where we had more than 400 entries.
Right. Yeah, we need
Makes
to
tons of
attract
sense.
more people. That's what we need to do. Asking our favorite drag strips. My knee jerk is usually Bowling Green.
For what?
Favorite track.
Oh, yeah.
Just because the way the grandstands look, honestly, that's what makes it cool to me. And the amusement park and the road in there.
Yeah, it's a
and
neat,
the
unique,
area.
very unique killer place. I'm partial to Indy just because I love the history and love being at the U.S. Nationals, so I'm partial to that one. But, yeah, I mean, Bowling Green's an incredible place. If you're just, needing to make a list of places to see and you only got a couple to hit, that's one to put at the top.
I worked my very first U.S. Nationals this year, and I got to tell you, it is a completely different experience behind the scenes than it is as a spectator out there. And obviously, you would expect that, but the volume of people and technology behind the scenes to make the TV show and NHRA TV happen is mind-blowing. It's so much. And we did 3 hours live from Indy to huge success. It was the biggest indie show since what, 2017?
Yes, the biggest since 17. Biggest Monday since like 02. It broke a lot of records for us, which was great.
Yep. Should have me more often.
Hey, that's on you, pal.
Have we ever been to Galat? I don't think so. Then again, I never know. But I can tell you, no. It'll be like reading the phone book, but I could read this list, but instead, watch this. You can see how many tracks we've been to, and if you really care, you can hit the pause button, or you can take a screenshot, and you can learn. See? Right there.
Brilliant.
You want me to read it now?
It's like proof of life in a hostage video. For those of you just tuning in, if you're wondering what happened to the track as we're seeing that question, there was a crash at the top end that's being mended right now. Top end's being fixed up. We have announced that there will be extra time added to the all-run session. The C lanes are closed. We're going to run all the C cars out, open it up to D once we get back and going. Is Two-Lane Blacktop one of the best drag racing movies ever made? I would say so. I mean,
really?
Well, yes. And if you're going to judge it as an entertaining movie, it doesn't fall in that category. But you got Lakeland Dragway in there. They go to a bunch of racetracks. You got the street racing stuff going on in there. You can see some actually pretty famous cars and people in that movie.
No 7-Second Love Affair?
Again, that's a documentary also, but I would put Two-Lane Blacktop in a top 10 of drag racing movies.
I guess.
For the drag racing, not for the,
Funny Car Summer.
Yeah.
What is the horrid one that was shot at OCIR? What I'm talking about. Burnout? Is that what it was called?
The one about the guy that wants to be the top fuel driver?
Right.
Yeah, that one. That one's very bad.
Pretty terrible.
The interesting thing is they used actual racers in that movie. So if you ever go and find that movie and watch it, they didn't pay any actors. So
right. Yep. Oh, Heart Like a Wheel.
So there you have it. We have Brian Goldstone's on the property getting his car turned around and ready to run as well.
Yeah, Heart Like a Wheel.
And, as far as a major feature film, yeah.
This guy says Hollywood Nights. It's like, is that a drag racing movie?
Not a drag
really?
Racing
no.
Movie. No.
Nope. Who drives the expedition between tracks? We got to thank our producer, Michelle, who is one of two people who has been to every single drag week.
Yeah.
Tanya Turk and Michelle Turson.
Amazing.
American Graffiti, not a drag racing movie.
No, I mean, there's a couple of scenes in there, but...
Snake and Mongoose. No? You didn't like it?
No.
You watched Burnout.
I would actually pick that over
Would you? It was that bad?
It was that bad.
Which one had Gordy Gordon Light busting through the garage door?
The Fast Bunch or something like that. You're right. There's one that not Fast Times at Ridgemont High. There was a movie that had the Bubble Up Funny car in it, and he's driving it around on the street. On fuel, drives it through a garage door. Yeah, that movie was made for about $25 too. Whoopie pies are being offered here in the tower, and they are being received with smiles. Thank you.
Wow, look at that baby.
Oh, yeah, and it has the density, too.
Yeah,
it's about the weight of a softball. That's good. That's how you know that's a sign of quality.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
Your Amish girlfriend made them.
His Amish girlfriend, not mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
The Amish make them, and I consider them my girlfriend.
Oh, got it.
I pay them money, and they give me.
Thank you. Perfect.
It's a transactional relationship.
Dirty Mary Crazy Larry. Also not a drag racing movie.
That's just
Not even a little bit.
No.
As a matter of fact, he's a NASCAR driver.
Yeah.
Oh, the 1979 Hot Rod movie.
Oof. I mean, well, listen.
It was a TV movie.
Muntz root beer.
Muntz's root beer.
That's
Is that what
that's the
cruising
bad
stand?
guy. The bad guy is something Muntz. I know the Muntz Root Beer Nationals, I think, was the race they went to,
Okay.
whatever. But yeah, it's a whole thing.
And they steal the Hemi out of the police car and put it in the wheelies.
Which is a Matador.
Yes.
The Hemi,
Right.
the Hemi comes out of an AMC Matador. That yeah.
See? It's
Yeah.
memorable. Great movie.
Yep.
Unforgettable scenes. Oh, we're going to go to the Bradley GT kit car right here. Watch this. One of our favorite, most memorable cars this year with Subaru power.
KJ here in the pits. Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm with Josh Nemes. Josh has a 1968 Bradley GT. Now, Josh, is this considered a dune buggy, or like what is this vehicle actually classified as?
I think what they were actually going for was like a Ford GT40 kind of look to it. I don't know that it's real. I wouldn't call it like a dune buggy, but you know, it was the 70s. I don't know what they were thinking.
A lot of drugs, a lot of acid being dropped. I get it, Josh. Listen, this car is really unique, and that's one of the cool things about Drag Week is that you don't always have to be in a 69 Camaro or a Nova or a Mustang or, you know, a Dodge Charger. What made you take this hull, and I guess you could say you used the hull, and make yourself a drag and drive car?
Honestly, I've been following Drag and Drive for years and years, and I was like, I gotta get in this at some point. And at some point, I just found this. It was pretty cheap, and I was like everybody else, I thought it's awesome. So it came with the Volkswagen air-cooled engine when I got it, and I thought, what's the cheapest, easiest way I can get a whole lot more power out of it? And not building the air-cooled engine was the answer, and just swapping over to a junkyard 2.5 Subaru engine cost me $300 and quadrupled my power just about.
And what transmission is behind it?
Still the Volkswagen swing axle, so yeah, I'm hoping I don't grenade any gears, because everybody tells me once you get up over 100 horsepower, they don't get too happy sometimes.
Now, you said that you were putting Loctite on just about everything because you completed your drive. We had traffic conditions, and I can imagine this isn't the most comfortable riding car on Drag Week. So why do you have to Loctite everything now?
Contrary to how comfortable it looks like it would be, yeah, it's the suspension's pretty stiff on it, and especially the front. So I was driving around. Unfortunately, my co-pilot was like, "There's a bolt in the front here that's getting pretty loose." So like we stopped at actually round the clock checkpoint 2 yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, okay, let's take a look at it." And pretty much every bolt holding the fuel cell in was getting loose from just shaking around and everything. And I was like, "Oh, that's not great." We actually lost one of the nuts, so. But, you know, it worked out. We had another one on hand, so we made it. And then I thought, well, when I get here today, I should probably Loctite everything.
And that's part of Drag Week. And this is your first Drag Week or first Drag and Drive period?
It is, yeah, it is, yeah.
Well, welcome and thank you for coming. And tell everybody in this camera right here, thus far, how cool is it?
So far, it's been awesome. And I can't believe how many people have come up to me to talk to me about this thing. In my opinion, there's so many cooler cars here, but, you know, it really is a place where you can bring anything and, you know, everybody loves it.
You heard it, man. Thanks, Josh. KJ out. In the pits, we're going to find some more people to talk to, some more cars to talk about. Stay tuned.
We're back here at the racetrack. That Bradley GT with the Subaru flat motor in it is a really neat piece, and it summarizes what Drag Week is all about, the variety of equipment. I am here in the timing tower with Jason Moulton of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. And first off, Jason, thanks a million for being a part of this live stream and allowing David and I to do whatever it is we do here for 5 days.
Well, when we heard you guys were doing it, we gave it some second thoughts. No, I mean, no,
As you should have.
Honestly, no, you
Yeah.
guys are doing a fantastic job, and we're happy to be a part of it. It's great to come here today to New Media and see the spectators coming in.
Oh, man.
But for the people that can't get here,
Yeah.
this is great for you guys to do this. So we're happy to be a part of it.
So let's talk a couple of things here about Mickey Thompson and the range of tires that you're looking at over the course of a drag week. Obviously, we see plenty of people on radials. We see plenty of people on slicks. Anything surprise you out here in terms of what people are using, or is it the variety you expected?
Well, every time we come to one of these, the variety is a little bit different. So we take the good notes. We're like, okay, everybody asked for this, so let's bring it next time. And at the next track, the things we didn't bring, they asked for.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I mean, we use a gooseneck trailer because we want to be maneuverable and get in and out of places. So, the great part is our friends at Summit Racing, if we don't have it, they can get it here the next
Yes.
day, and we mount it up for the folks.
Okay.
So it's a great partnership in that form. But man, I tell you, it's biased tires, biased slicks, biased DOT tires, radial DOT, radial slicks. I mean, there's a great variety, which I'm glad we can cover all those classes.
And what's interesting to me, too, is that the track prep kind of has to meet that as well. If we have a full radial prep track, anybody with a wrinkle wall side or wrinkle style slick is going to be shaking like crazy, versus if we make the track more beneficial for those tires, the guys with radials aren't going to get down. But we're seeing great passes being made by everybody.
Yeah, the track out here is really good today, and that's one of the things we try to do when we go to the tracks. We go out and look at it. We feel what the racetrack feels like, so we can go back and kind of help our customers use the product. Like, what do they need to do, or what's the track like? So, after time, we gather a good database on that kind of stuff. And I think one of the races earlier this year, Dennis Taylor and I were actually out tasting the racetrack. And people are like, what are they doing? And and everybody's shaking their head, and they're like, should we do that too? But no, you don't need to taste the racetrack.
Right. Let us do that.
Yeah.
We're the professionals.
We're the professionals on that. But so we try to understand the different tracks so we can provide better recommendations, and also to our customers that call and say, hey, I'm racing at New Media. Okay, well, we kind of know what the racetrack's like. Here's how you can use our product.
So let's talk a little bit about I always like the mistakes question. So if we got thousands of people watching the live stream right now, right? And I'm sure some of them are racers, maybe most of them, and they're going to make a decision on putting a new tire, a different tire on their drag car, on their drag and drive car.
Yep.
What are some of the mistakes you need to avoid in making that decision?
Well, I mean, some of the stuff you look at, a lot of it comes down to radial and bias. And the radial tires technology has come a long way. So, the applications you would say back in the early 2000s what a radial tire worked for that may not work for then works better now.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, it's trying to understand the air pressures. That's a big one always. It's like jets in a carburetor.
Yeah.
If people still use carburetors.
Oh, they do.
David. So, but yeah, so it's one of those things where air pressure is a big thing, and then the type of tire. So we try to provide a lot of technical information online about that, but yeah, those are the two big things that we look at.
And you can over-tire a car, right? I think there's people that don't really understand that idea either. Talk a little bit about that on sizing.
Well, that's a great question, and unfortunately, how much time you got? Because I love talking about that. So
we got some time.
We got some time. All right, so this goes back to probably around 2008. We developed the Bubba tire.
The Bubba, famous
so
tire.
people have heard about that. And funny story about that, we were developing that tire with Billy Glidden, and at the time, his macaw was named Bubba. So to kind of keep it under wraps, we named it the Bubba program. So that tire is actually named after Billy Glidden's bird.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I don't think too many people know that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so we were actually at a test session. It got rained out in St. Louis. We were sitting around at the restaurant.
Exactly.
The restaurant.
Yes.
And coming up with ideas. And we're looking at what people are doing with our 3310 5 Outlaw tires. And we thought, if we just kind of expand upon that, that's what we do well. Let's expand upon that and see if we can make a tire a little bit bigger, make it taller, make it a little wider, and then we can start looking at some different rim widths and things like that, which, right now 18-inch wide wheels are popular.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing that in 08.
Wow.
So just to try to help develop the tire and see what it liked. But yeah, that's how that tire came about. And the great thing is when we develop that tire, it can reduce tire shake.
Gotcha.
So when you narrow up the tread and you put it on a wider wheel, and then you also kind of shorten that chord path, it helps keep the tire round, helps eliminate shake. You can still do it, but the window gets a lot bigger.
That's very cool. Where's a good resource for people? Obviously, the Mickey Thompson website. Let's talk a little bit about where people can go when they start to make these buying decisions to see all the different models and all the availability for the different applications.
Yeah, I mean, again, the website's probably one of the better places to go because it's open 24/7. Yeah. We have a tech line that people can call in and talk to us, or come up to us at the racetrack.
Yes.
I mean, I try to think that I'm approachable, but I try to be. We had pizza the other day. That helps.
Yes.
But yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, come up to us at the racetrack, talk to us, and we've had a lot of questions come to us today. So we enjoy answering those questions.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to take away here is that it's one thing to kind of support an event with a sponsorship. It's always a great thing.
Yeah.
But when you're actually at the races, this guy lives at the racetrack. I sometimes think, why am I at the racetrack so often? And then every time I look over, I see him in his Mickey Thompson trailer.
Yeah.
So it is it's important because that face-to-face interaction with customers, giving them some technical assistance on premises is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I always tell people we can't develop race tires sitting behind a desk.
Yep.
It does not work. So we like to come out here. We like to understand what the racers' needs are, and then we try to build a tire for them. We got some pretty cool stuff in the works. Can't talk about it a whole lot, but we've got some good stuff in the works to help kind of try to take racing to the next level.
Always moving forward, these
Yeah.
guys, and with the racers' best interest in mind. If you're on the property, you can see them today. If you're going to come out and visit us for the rest of the week, they will be at each of our stops,
Yep.
Maple Grove Raceway, then Cecil County, and right back at MIR on Friday. So, Jason Moulton, thanks as always for hanging out.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks again
Appreciate
for
it.
Mickey Thompson and their sponsorship of our live streaming coverage. And we're going to dive out here for just a moment. We are almost done at the top end, as I can see only one piece of equipment finishing the job up there. And so we'll be right back to racing here in just a couple of minutes.
Sounds great.
The feeling of a car working is different than the feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here winning our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And I'm back. And don't worry, Loans is here as well. He's just 10-100. I can hear the flush right now. I do have a couple of announcements to go on. First of all, Tony Angelo needs a welder. If you can find Tony in his 55 Chevy with SB2 in it, it's sort of the beat-up kind of primer rusty looking 55 Chevy. He does need a welder. Also, word from Lonnie Grimm. He says, there are rumors of weather tomorrow at Maple Grove. The forecast information that we're looking at does not show that that's a problem, but the rumor is going around. Let's say it actually happens. You still make the drive, you still check in at the racetrack, and you watch hotrod.com. And that's where you're going to end up getting the actual news of what to do next. So stay tuned to Hot Rod's social media channels and hotrod.com, but we do not foresee this actually being a problem. It's been going around the pits, so we thought we should address what is happening next. Now, we actually did get an interview with Dave Deal, who just crashed at the top of the track, so you're going to be able to see that in a few minutes as we get it all prepped and ready to post. We are also looking pretty good at getting the track cleaned up. I just see one piece of equipment coming back at us, and by equipment, I think I mean Easy Go is what that appears to be. And we do have a lot of good cars in lanes. We also have Brian Loans returning for your entertainment and
You said
information.
Equipment, and here I am.
Right. No, that would be Tool.
You just put your mic cord in my whoopie pie,
that was
by the
Tool.
way.
Yes. Whoopie pie. Apparently, we got that.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, did you hear we actually said the R word.
Yeah, and this is a good announcement to get out there and reiterate what you just said. There are, potential. Yes, there's potential every day, but there's some potential tomorrow. The drive still has to be made. The work still has to be done, so to speak. So we're going to take it as it comes. But bottom line is, you're still going to make the drive no matter what the weather condition is.
Or watch the Hot Rod outlets for news.
So a big thank you to the staff here in the Media Dragway for taking care of that at the top end. A big job that they did very efficiently, and certainly first off with the safety of our driver in mind. They handled that right off the bat and then got the top end turned around. Traction compound is getting fogged down, and Flat Drag's going to do a little work, and we're going to fire up C Group, fire up our impound cars, and once some real estate frees up, we'll bring our D cars in.
Word here that's more official than me and Brian. The website, social media, and racer text message system will be the method of communication in case there are any changes to the program. So that's how you're going to find out from Hot Rod what to do if we end up having a glitch. Like last night when there was apparently a bus on fire on the freeway that shut everything down for a couple hours.
Yeah, initially we heard a burning box truck. It ended up being an RV. We ended up taking like so many of you did, took a detour to try to minimize the delay there. The fun part about GPS these days is that when one person takes the detour, everybody's taking the same detour.
Right. It used to be the
old days. See, now I'm the old man.
Right.
When we knew our way to get around, you could beat all this stuff.
You've been getting into the That's like your new thing.
I like it.
You love it.
Which high school? Fort Scott High School has the automotive program at Fort Scott High School is tuned in and has been tuned in. Appreciate that.
Never want to be this intertwined with loans, if you don't mind.
I don't know what's going on with you're running these mic cords around like you got to wipe everything.
Trying
off
to
this
jump
desk.
rope.
I know you are.
I'm trying to jump rope. All right, more questions.
You guys should go to Shady Maple. Yeah, you've never been to the Shady Maple Smorgasbord, have you?
No.
It is a culinary experience like none other. I think the place seats like 700 to 800 people.
Yeah.
It is a buffet style place, all homemade food that has, 200 items on it. It's an incredible place.
So Eat Week is a new thing.
Yeah,
that's what we need to do.
We would be coming out of there on a pallet jack, but yeah, it's a good place to eat. Shot there in the staging lanes of some of our impound cars. It does have David's lower third underneath the 56 Chevy, but that's not his.
No, nor is that me.
About the same weight, but yeah.
This purple Charger right there is actually your low qualifier currently for Street Machine Eliminator.
Ripped off a 10-0.
And that red 56 we're looking at, that's Will Fair. He's number 2 in the Ultimate Iron. That's another one of the 6-second cars on property. This is freaking me out. I didn't want to splash water in their equipment.
Your microphone issue is now costing me. You've moved all my things out of the way.
Yeah.
Now you're
No, here, look at me in the button.
Listen,
it's like remote control.
There are definitely special guy.
How would a land speed kart do on drag week? You know, we have had some. Think of Clark Rosenstengel, for example.
Yeah, standing mile cars, guys.
Yeah, it's more of a drag car taken to the standing mile than anything. But in the origins of hot rodding, that's what they did. The very first drag cars were top speed cars from the dry lakes of Southern California. As a matter
Which
of
they
fact,
drove back and forth.
They did, although they also had dedicated race cars. They called them belly tanks. They actually drag raced belly tanks in the earliest days of drag racing.
1956, Houston, Texas, NHRA drag safari meet. AJ Foyt.
He raced or won?
Said low ET and a belly tank based dragster.
Okay. That's good trivia.
There is photographic proof.
At the 1955 Nationals, there was actually some surprising names on there. One of them that pops to mind is Larry Shinoda.
Yeah, Larry Shinoda.
Yeah, the designer of the later model Krager SS wheel, not the original, and also, of course, the Boss 429 Mustang. Sorry, Boss 302 Mustang, and also a contributor to the split window Corvette.
You've missed all the good stuff, though.
Okay.
The work he did for the White Motor Truck Company.
Oh, that's right.
He designed the Road Boss. He designed the Field Boss tractors.
And what was the RVs?
Oh, he didn't do the Vixen, did he? He did the weird.
No, it's not Vixen. Remember, he left with Bunky Knudsen, right?
Just to go to that kooky RV company.
Well, they started it.
Yeah.
Bunky started it and hired him about a year later, I believe. It was a crazy motorhome thing. You're not looking that up? We need to find this out.
And the Rice name, of course, Calvin Rice won the first NHRA Nationals at 55. His grandson, Buddy Rice, would later become I think he was an Indianapolis 500 winner. He was definitely a very successful IndyCar racer.
And talk about tie-ins from drag racing to land speed racing. The runner-up at the very first Nationals was Fritz Voigt, who was the head mechanic for Mickey Thompson when he made, of course, that historic 406-mile-an-hour run in the Challenger 1.
Who won the 1956 Nationals?
No one knows.
Melvin Heath.
Oh, that's right. Mel Heath.
Cars running. We're back at it here. And again, thanks for your patience. Thanks for hanging with us. And our racers, thank you for understanding the hard work being put in by the Numidia staff.
Larry Shinoda designed the Rectrans.
The Rectrans.
Rectrans, the first aerodynamic motorhome. The Rectrans Discoverer. Here, maybe I can show that.
Man.
Here. Can I show this to the audience? No.
You broke it.
I did.
Matt T-Bird coming up right now, or Threat, I should say, the 1993 Chevy Camaro in black. Going to heat the tires up. Matt is running in the Street Race Small Block Power Adder category. And again, all racers, if you have a car in the staging lanes, you should be in said car, ready to go. Strapped in, ready to go. Going to run out C group, and then it will be D group time, and then all run time. We've mentioned there will be an extension on the all run period. There's been no specificity there, and there won't be for a little while, but we'll let you know how far we're going and when we're going to go to that. And Matt Threat, right side, 111 in the 8th mile. Camaro goes 11:42 at 92 miles per hour. Did the 427 badges on the Weld Draglight equipped Nova. Brian Clark on the right side. Dave Lips, the 18 model year Charger, as David mentioned, the low qualifier right now in the Street Machine Eliminator category.
10:02 with a 7.
Man, we got a heck of a pair coming up behind these two.
We do.
Brian Clark first off the line, pulled a nice little wheel stand in that 1969 Nova, but Lips in the Hellcat is going to go a 10:04 140.
Nice.
Has a chokehold on number 1 as Clark goes through and runs 10:72 125.
Now this is interesting because you've got Ultimate Iron here in the left-hand side. Steve Spiess.
Spiess, 209 miles an hour yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's got an A on the window there for Will Fair, but he is in fact entered in B, Ultimate Iron, and he is number 2 in Ultimate Iron. Spiess in the Nova is number 3, and remember, Graham Hayes is number 1, and that's that Nova that went out here and boogied to a 656 earlier today.
And Fair did something that you can do in the first day of drag week, which is to make a class change. He decided to do that. So, again, Turk did that. So a neat gathering of 2 of the premier cars in the class. We don't see a lot of heads-up racing until we get to the end of the week, so this is a neat little class showdown.
These are cars that should run in the 670s and 80s.
Wow, beautiful launches on both sides. Will had to pedal his car. Spiess is wheeling his through the top end. 679 at 205. 679 at 205 miles per hour for Spiess. A 785 across the racetrack. But that beautiful run there by Spiess. Quicker than he went yesterday by half a tenth.
Anne-Marie Papa here trying to steal the attention from that guy. Did you see the burnout?
Massive. So Will Fair, you saw how well that car launched, but it had a wiggle and he pedaled it, knocked a lot of ET off. I got to guess at this point of the day, he's probably going to stick around and wait for the all-run session.
Yeah, I would think he almost has to unless he wants to give up his spot. Yeah, running in the 7s is not going to hack it. Because remember, he's also got Armentrout to contend with. All right, gear banging down there. Mike Baker in the 91 Fox Mustang. Anne-Marie Papa on the left-hand side in the 2014. Baker goes 11:20, 119. And Anne-Marie 13:40 at 109. And ask and you shall receive. Armentrout's coming into the water box. But we got another pair on track right now. C category up here with a little S10 pickup truck.
Ted Munsell.
R. I keep being confused by the first letter that's on there. R. He's actually a Street Machine Eliminator car.
Aleem Sheik on the right side in the 93 Ford Mustang. Very small sticker, but on Armentrout's car, it's got a Jason Line performance sticker on it. That's cool. Sheik's car popping and banging its way down the right side. 1060 at 130 miles an hour for Munsell in the truck. 1040, 136 for Sheik in the Mustang.
We have a new thing now that's called 1 Not 1. Like Jason Line at Indy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 1 Not 1.
1 Not 1.
Runner-up, not runner-up.
The most infamous case of that was actually Matt Smith years ago when the timing system read that Steve Johnson had won the race. Video evidence showed he had won, and they had to legitimately pluck the Wally out of his hand and hand it to Steve Johnson. A week later.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oof.
That thing is big time unhappy when it's at full boost. Still goes 866 at 111, but it was not interesting though. When it was climbing up through the rev range, it seemed to be okay. But man, when it was up top of that rev range, it was breaking up all over the place.
It was almost like after the pedal, wasn't it?
Yeah. And it did kind of check the tires a little bit leaving. So yeah, none of that really went the way they would have wanted it. Mike Sullivan and TJ Fox, appropriately enough, in a Mustang. Fox just stuffs the tire on that thing when he dumped the clutch. And goes 1250 to 108 miles an hour. Sullivan, 1346 at 99. The Astro Vanimal comes around the corner to take on the milk truck. Oh, this is one of the great match races in history.
That'll be coming on the live feed.
I think they can both run 10s.
Ooh, that's a smoker.
Gary Mankia, left side. And Tom Brown. Brown in the Mustang goes 11.79. Gary goes 11.96.7 at 114.
Let's hold on to these until we get word from the top end.
Yeah, they're going to go have a look.
At least they're going to check the Mankia's car to make sure it's not dripping anything. If it was just burning out the exhaust, well, that's one set of problems, and those are Gary's alone. But we just don't want those problems to become all of our problems.
But when we come back, the marquee matchup.
It is the matchup. There are things that I hate that term.
I know. That's why I said it.
I would dive headfirst off the top of this building rather than say that aloud myself. Jason Pollard and Mark Cryer. The only reason David loves this matchup is both of them have barn-style doors on the back. No tailgates to contend with. One a folding door on the side and the Molly van.
Hey, you don't have to push any button and wait for it to electronically open and then catch on your baggage and then pop back open and then not work because it's not in park and...
No, keep going, man. This is healthy. This is a healthy discussion. The 95 GMC Safari. Now, remind me again what chassis the Safari's on.
It would be the S15.
Oh, the S15.
It's GMC.
Aha.
Right. And that thing went 1087 yesterday. This is actually going to be a good race.
This is going to be a good race. The van will, the milk truck will probably pull the bigger wheelie. The tan van with a plan, not driven by Stan. We'll try to get to the finish line first. Oh, no,
milk truck rolled the beams. Fail.
Let him restage it. Let him restage it. Okay, good.
Let's restage this.
You
gotta have it.
Don't rob us of this, please.
Right.
I beg of you. Where were you the day the Astro van took on the Divco van? That is what drag racing fans across the world will ask each other for generations.
It's an honor just to be here.
It is. It really is. Okay.
Oh, he's got the milk truck tied down.
Astro van treat him by 300s, but the milk truck, the Divco, trying to catch him. He is not going to get there.
Safari gets there 1070, 121. Divco, we know it can run better than 1102. What's the deal?
Failco.
Yeah.
Some would say he spoiled the milk. Yes. John Faddis.
Hey, don't cry over slow milk.
John Faddis, the 1940 Chevy Business Coupe with the Aero scoop on it. Wasting no time against the 6th generation Camaro. 1019, 120 for Faddis. 1163, 2 and 117 for the Camaro. Timmy Baptista right side. Got the Stinger style hood on his 1967 Chevelle. They've run this car for many years at Drag Week. And
I think it's also it's a past winner of the bracket race.
Yes. And you liked the Oldsmobile yesterday. You showed some human emotion when you saw the Oldsmobile.
You say that as if I shouldn't.
No, it's good. It just surprised me that you admitted to liking anything. $10.66 for the Chevelle, $10.29 for the Oldsmobile, which is running in Street Race Big Block NA.
Or $10.92.
Oh, $10.92, $122. My bad. John Gemelli. The car he calls Mustang Magic. 2024 model year Mustang with the Coyote motor in it.
Let's go get that Volkswagen. He can pull a rabbit out of it. That was weak.
that was
a reach.
That was something. that one's going to sting for a minute. And Gemelli will outrun the 11 model year Mustang 1177 5120 Eric Hurt, a 1419 at 98.
Vindicate me, chat. Just post tailgate or barn doors. That's all I want to hear. Tailgate or barn doors.
The Astro is a unibody with a front subframe like early F bodies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, Internet. David has made vast assertions about the chassis of the Astro van. We need to clear this up.
The suspension on it is similar to an S10.
That part you nailed. You talked about that, about how, and you said the S10 stuff's like
a G-body.
Like a G-body. Oh, man.
Look at that. Barn door, barn door, barn door. It's an aging audience, Brian. Yeah, see?
It's like the chat has Tourette's syndrome all of a sudden. Just keeps yelling barn door.
Look at them helping me shake my fist at the cloud.
Yes. One of the great Simpsons moments of all time. Old man yells at cloud.
S10 shares no parts with an Astro, that guy's claiming.
None. Oof. Jason Halverson and Rich Leary. 1992 Lexus SC 300. Halverson out of New York. Trying to find some traction through the first couple of gear changes there, and Jason Halverson goes 1108, 129 miles an hour. Rich Leary, 1198 to 106.36. Second one of our great Henry J's. This is Don Scholes. Tom McCauley in the 09 Pontiac G8 will roll up next to him. Don Scholes, the nice deep blue paint job, steel wheels up front. 1951 Henry J. It's a neat little small tire car, too. I mean, it's got a little set of drag radials on the back of it as McCauley goes 1141 and Don Scholes goes 1225.5, 106 miles an hour.
I have to go see what engine's in that thing. The Henry J. Do you know the early model has no trunk? Then they added it later.
Really? Didn't know.
Or I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, is it also on the same chassis as an S10?
Right. No, I asked Chappelle. I thought he might know. I'm waiting for the ruling to come in.
KJ Jones keeping us perhaps overly informed of his current activities. If you'd like to meet Hot Rod Magazine's KJ Jones, he's currently eating lunch at the Snack Shack.
Drop on by.
Drop on by.
Yeah. Bring him a cigar.
And as you could ask him, why doesn't he like to put mustard, or rather ketchup, directly on his French fries? I learned that at dinner last night.
Yep.
That's a question. That's a code question to ask KJ Jones of Hot Rod Magazine.
He'll rub them up against the chicken, but
right.
not the tomato sauce.
Will not apply the ketchup early.
Is the dipping okay?
It's a dip on demand situation with
right.
it.
I think I won the barn door deal.
Absolutely did.
Yeah.
I think Barn Door won the barn door deal. Just a moment of traction compound being applied. Car is coming around the bend right now as we continue on with this group. Lonnie will let us know when the lane, and we still have a lot of cars in the lane, so Lonnie's going to let us know when we can open that for D. But D racers, don't come out of your pit area until we call you. Do not gum up the back of the lanes, please.
The angry mob is with KJ. They actually are. They say that you can't have soggy fries and you can't get the ketchup on your fingers.
Listen, I am happily surprised with how sanitary
in
this
tune.
audience is.
Right.
I didn't think that was going to be the case. The way they've spoken about other things this week, I thought they were dealing with some heathens, some barbarians.
None of them would wipe disgusting sweat off their forehead and then shake my hand.
No, they'd all do that.
Right.
Sean Smith and Brian Berger. Berger in the AMC Hornet has trouble directly on the launch, as Smith is going to take that Challenger down the left-hand side.
After tearing bald spots in the starting line.
10:52 at 134, and yes, he exposed concrete. Scalped the thing. The AMC Hornet going to be put back in here.
Look, this guy's name is like both of us. Brian Berger.
It is.
That's who's announcing up here is Brian Berger.
The unholy matrimony of both names. as Berger goes through at 1289, 103 miles an hour. The most famous thing an AMC Hornet ever did.
The spiral jump.
Yes, the Astro spiral jump. As developed by?
Don't know it.
Calspan Laboratories.
I would have never
in New
known
York.
that one. Nope.
Jeff Dugopolsky and Carrie Nisheim coming up. Dugopolsky making a couple of runs yesterday to make sure he was deep into the 10-second bracket. Wants to qualify for the bracket race so he can take his sportsman drag racing skills to the top on Friday. Carrie Nisheim in that grabber blue Mustang. Working her way down. He goes 10:33, 129. Carrie goes 12:49, 109.
Which Bond movie was Astro Spiral Jump?
Man with a Golden Gun, I believe. Scaramanga. And that whole chase is actually killer. When he walks into the AMC dealership and just goes blasted out the window in the car. Eric Peterson and Patrick Baker in the 12 model year Chevy S. Oddly, Baker was way up by the center line in that car. Still is. Almost ran over the blocks. 15:22.104 for Patrick Baker, as Eric Peterson went 11:44.126.
When we say pull over for difficulty, we don't mean to the median.
Typically,
you don't go to the center.
The outside's better.
You want to go to the outside.
Are you on channel 16?
Oh, they actually going to have to go look at the block.
Tim Hessen and Christian Damgard will be coming up. Damgard, the Dane. And Hessen.
Refresher course here.
Yes, he is. That is the flag of Denmark. Oh, now we're talking about styles of fries. Thin cut, thick cut, or potato wedges.
There's no waffle.
Waffle's
dead to me.
Hessen goes down 11:47.123. Damgard goes 10:83.8 at 124, and more match race goodness.
Another glorious moment here on day 2 of Drag Week, as we get 2 front drive little Mopars. I presume little 2.2 or 2.5 strokers in them. Although they could be SRT engines. We don't know. SRT4s.
They are Plymouth Horizons too. They went with the Plymouth model, Dodge Omni, Plymouth Horizon. These are Mike Mara and Adam Lengel. Both are from Pennsylvania. Man, Lengel's car is chewing the tire off the starting line. He's up by the center line. At 10:25 at 137 for Mike Mara is going to get there first. Lengel had his hands full, goes 10:75.
When I worked at the Dodge dealership in 85 or 6, we received a Dodge Colt that had Plymouth on one end and Dodge on the other. Or maybe it was Plymouth on the dash and Dodge on the other. But they had just
slapped the stuff together.
Yeah, exactly.
Stu Hill and Scott Franks. Franks the Camaro, Stu Hill the 57.
This one's Purple Haze.
Chevy. Pretty decent little drag race down there. 10:20 beats a 10:12 and a hole shot to the stripe. Both cars running in Street Machine Eliminator. Both cars likely quick enough to make the cut for the quick 32.
Chappelle has vindicated me. He says, yes, they are basically the same, the S10 and the Astro. And this is a guy who lowers...
Chassis?
Well, the front suspension.
Oh, front suspension.
Yeah,
I got you.
this is... he's lowered a zillion of these things.
All right. So Cam Brucher left-hand side, Tim Bradshaw on the right. Brucher goes 1066.6, 130 miles an hour in Street Machine Eliminator. Bradshaw also a Street Machine Eliminator entry goes down at 1197.8.
Brian Price, 1232, 114. And the Biondo lane, 1257, 118. Biondo actually makes my preferred low buck roll control. I like them. They're just in and out. Michael Mechanic on the left-hand side in the Mustang. John Sally in the Green Go. 2017 only color, I believe, in the Charger. 1091, 125 for Michael. And Sally, 1130, 114.
John Damon and Chris Nelson coming up. Nelson in the Corvette. Damon in that bright yellow 85 S10. Got a roll pan on the back of it. Got the nice bead-rolled Chevrolet logo into the gate. Whoa, man. Hey, now. John Damon came up here with violence in mind. Just blew the tires off at the starting line. Chris Nelson takes it all the way to the end, 11:18, 125, with Damon stopping the clocks at 13:23.5 and 105.
I'll have you know I have attracted every Astro expert in the world onto the feed.
Cool. You guys can go do something else now.
Also, stick shift class experts. Everyone is commenting on what a stick shift actually is. You brought that on.
What about a stick shifted Astro?
They had that.
I know. Steve Sparger, Mike Higgins.
Sparger just rolled through the beams.
He'll restage.
Yep. Higgins hanging out.
Sparger's truck is cool. It has like a wheel Ventique style, like 18-inch version of the Chevy truck rally wheel, but on the back, it's the deep 15-inch version you would have found on a pickup truck of that era.
Let's see if we can get an argument on that going.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a rule. Diaphragm clutch only. Yeah, let's tech that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go ahead and tech that rule.
Yeah. Mike Higgins, a drag and drive veteran from all over the coast to coast. He's run a ton of these things. Goes 1082, 103. And Steve Sparger goes 1175 at 119 in the pickup truck. So the V10 nitrous injected V10 truck. This thing was had a transmission issue yesterday. Andy Savakinas' rig. Dave Studley, the 79 Malibu on the left side. Single turbo, small block Chevy engine, the old school aftermarket like Excel TPI intake manifold on this thing.
What happened to Savakinas yesterday?
Transmission was leaking.
Right.
I think now it's just not shifting.
User error.
Studley goes 10:08, 133. Savakinas, a less Studley, 11:94.5 at 111.
We got the deal video and the dumpy video. We're gonna work them in when we get ready. Okay. Deal is 4 minutes and dumpy is 3.
Do you have a favorite era of dart?
Oh, 68 dart's the only dart.
Yeah. 68 dart is peak dart.
It's peak
It
dart.
is peak
It's
dart.
not the only dart,
No.
but it is peak dart.
You didn't like the 2014 dart?
No.
2014 dart does not count as a dart to me. It is not. It does not dart.
We dropped one out of a helicopter for roadkill once. We threw a dart at a map. We put a giant map of the United
Yeah,
States on
remember
a
that.
dry lake, and then we took a dart up in the air and dropped it. It was great.
I remember that time we almost, you guys almost dropped a Demon 170 off a helicopter.
Well, yeah.
That would have been more unintentional. Herb White, left-hand side of the racetrack, 11:63 at 124 miles an hour as Chris Doring has trouble on the launch. Car started to leave, stumbled pretty hard, and Doring's going to basically idle it down the Biondo side of the drag strip.
.62 dart has some merit.
Ooh, for the Virgil Exner styling,
Yes.
wacko, all kinds of weird wings and things growing off of it.
You are correct. Dana Noyes in the Nova. Frank Porco in the 78 Malibu that just left first by quite a bit. Porco, 1080 at 127. Dana, 1166, 118.
So Ned Dunphy is the quickest car of the day. So far, the quickest car of the event, if you're just tuning into our live streaming coverage. Went 6:11.4 at 247 earlier. Graham Hayes, a 6:56, pedaling at 228 miles an hour. Steve Speece went 6:79. Nick Reinhardt, a 7:15 at 175, lifting at the top end. Mike Javanis, who made one of the first runs of the day, still the fifth quickest car on the day at 7:70, 175. Just giving you a little update about who has been speedy so far here in Numidia today. Dana Noyes and Frank Porco, they just went down. We have Fox Body heat the tires next to the Dart across the racetrack, or Duster across the racetrack.
.71 is peak Duster. 70 is acceptable. 71 is peak.
Agree. Yeah, none of those designs ever really got better as they aged.
No.
Some cars tend to, but those didn't.
As they morphed closer and closer to Volare Aspen.
Man, that's just all bad. Mike Cavallaro and Devin Noyce now.
These
Third
are
gear
both
shift.
sticks.
Yeah, it's great. 10:35 at 130 miles an hour for Noyce as Cavallaro goes 10:45 at 135. Jamison Durrett and Grayson Weiser. Weiser got the 86 Buick. Durrett the El Camino in primer.
Look at the roll cage design on the El Camino, which I have to say I'm not sure is really NHRA certifiable, but you can see the down bars coming through the back of the bed under the window.
Yeah, they wanted to not interrupt the glass, I guess. They kind of come down and out.
Little stuff blowing out of the bed.
Jamison Durrett in the uniquely caged Elky is going to go 11:29, 116 as Grayson Weiser goes 12:13 at 114. So Riley coming back up again. Riley overstaged the car earlier. Riley Grabiak and Steve Eden, the 1970 Nova, which for many years was a stick shift car, then was not, and now it is again.
And Riley has got to recover with a 1046 in order to stay in the field, I think. She's on the bump.
She's going to stage this thing extra shallow this time. as we are just about out of C mobiles. Waiting on Lonnie Grimm to give us the A-OK to open the floodgates on the D group. And Riley Grabiak takes it down to a 10:57, 124.
Yeah, that's not. That's a squeaker.
Eden goes 10:38, 128. As the Melting Pistons Dodge comes around the corner. Dominic Liberici on the right side. If you've ever had the fun of watching a tire fire from a distance, this may bring back fond memories. Tyler Bennett in the 72 Duster on the other side. The big wide Dodge running down next to Bennett. And we can finally see the truck again. We'll lose it again as the smoke fills. 1188, 113. How about 1184 for Liberici, that big old truck? 112 mile an hour speed on one side for the big Dodge, working its way down with Cummins power. Tony Benea and Josh Bartholomew. Tony Benea and Josh Bartholomew, right-hand side of the Mustang, having popping and banging issues. Benea, on the other hand, is clean as a whistle. Goes 1063, 127. Delta lanes are open. D group, D group, D group, let's regroup. D group to the staging lanes, please. D group, let's bring them into the lanes. D group lanes are open. Come one, come all. Hear ye, hear ye. Vince Keys and Nate Bender coming up. Got the GTA, the luxuried up Pontiac Firebird of the time. And Vince Keys will finish off this run first, 1041 at 110. Nate Bender will go 1366.6 at 108. Scott Woodling and Josh Felix. Felix, the 1972 Pontiac Ventura in blue. And Scott Woodling, the turbocharged 1966 Fairlane. You can see the intercooler and all the plumbing up front there, kind of open for all to see. D group cars are rolling in. They are chomping at the bit. We're going to run these two, touch up the racetrack, and then get on with D group. When we run through D group, we will open up the all-run phase of the day. Josh Felix goes 10:26, 131. Woodling goes 10:26, 133. So as our Numidia Dragway staff touches up the starting line, as our staging lanes fill up with our D group competitors, let's go into the Deal accident that happened earlier. We have new footage of this, as well as an interview with Deal. We're going to it right now.
Zero is our base. Every minus, it takes out 2 degrees for 2 tenths. So like -5 is 10 degrees out for 1 second. And we started, we're going to look here.
KJ in the pitch at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. You probably just saw, I think it's the first accident of this drag week, an unfortunate accident. Dave Deal, first and foremost, how are you?
I'm good, man. Chassis, safety equipment, everything done exactly what it's supposed to do. Stepped out the car, no problems, never lost consciousness, none of that. Hans did. It's something I preach a lot, man, is all the safety stuff that you, even if you don't have to have in the slower classes, is wear it. The right belts, Hans, all your proper safety gear. I just hit a wall at 198 miles an hour. I'm right here talking to you, walked away.
And that's a good thing. Can't beat it at all. And per whatever you can think, do you have any idea of what happened in the lap? You went through, it did happen before you went through, you felt something?
Yeah, so we made it through. I mean, the car was on the tires a little bit on the traction control, but it made the trip, obviously. Through the chute, the chutes didn't come out, started to get into the brakes, trying to work the brake pedal, and apparently one of the tires locked up or something like that. And when one of them locked up, trying to get the car slowed down, it, come around, and it was at that speed, it's just pretty much hold on. That's all you can do, just strap in, hold on, and hope for the best.
Well, again, a testament to your safety gear, man, and the car that you and your brother built, man. It's a good, in that respect, it was a really good car. In another respect, it was a great car because it was flying.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you guys will, as they say, you'll rebuild and you'll be back.
Oh, we got another one sitting on the hoist with a cage stuff already in it. So see what's salvageable out of this one, get stuff in that one, and get going.
Right on, man. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right.
And we are back with D Group. Of course, never a conversation we want to be having with a racer after an incident like that, but it's great to catch up with Deal and understand that he's okay. We know those guys are going to fix that car better than ever as we move on with D Group action. Paul Tholey and Josh Kinsler go down the racetrack. Kinsler goes 11.65. Tholey goes through at 14.03 at 95. Mike Backman and Kathy Rugg. 67 Plymouth Valiant, and back with the 2006 Pontiac GTO. Backman let the clutch out, turned the tires some, goes 13.94 at 104, 12.53, 107 for Kathy Rugg. D lanes are open. Come on with you. Sun is out. D lanes are open. On the starting line now will be Wes Kawaja one side and Rob Leffridge on the other. Leffridge, the 89 Mustang. Kawaja, the 07 Corvette. Mustang left out of the hole a tenth of a second better than Kawaja did. Leffridge in that Ford may give up the stripe, though, as the Corvette starts to gain on him. 12.45 for the Corvette, 12.31 for the Mustang.
How can you call me old when I like a 1980 Rabbit?
Well, it has the modern VR6 engine, so it splits the difference. Anthony Frassetto in the Rabbit, Chris Dibley in the 68 Mustang.
Little bog.
Yes.
He recovered.
Fourth gear, somewhere around the 8th mile. Should be fifth gear, about 1,000 feet. Frassetto, a nice full pull here. He's going to go 11.77 at 112. There is no shame in that whatsoever.
See, I love that Rabbit.
15.014 at 91 miles an hour.
I used the expression round eye rabbit recently in like a social post. People are like, what are you talking about?
That's what we always called it.
It's a real thing,
yeah,
right?
because they went to the square headlights in like 1980 or 81 or something. Kyle Sears and Sean Finn. Finn's been rocking in the mid-11s with that 69 Super B. Kyle Sears, 82 Fairmont, maybe bone stock by the looks of it. Sean Finn, on the other hand.
I thought it had a stick in it.
11 Finn's car, I believe, does. 1163, 113. Sears goes 1401 at 104.
The Fairmont.
Oh, the Fairmont.
I mean, something happened. I saw a puff of exhaust smoke out of the back of it.
I like what we got going on here in Howard Bailey's truck. They went the extra mile. Not just a tonneau cover. They built an adjustable wicker onto the back of it like a stock car.
Yeah.
Slot mags are a win, too.
He's got a quick release in case it gets around backwards. You want that thing to break off.
You're right.
So you got roof flaps on that
It's got the
deal?
NASCAR, the roof flaps, yeah. Yeah, the speed flaps. Bob Levens, 65 Chevy 2, running in the gasser category.
Leaving Bailey behind.
1197, 111. I like where your head's at there. 1442 at 89 miles an hour. He wants to probably take a couple of degrees out of that wicker, and it might pick up, a tenth.
Yeah. And it is the Bradley GT. He has it labeled as a 68 VW Beetle. But that is a kit car that has a Subaru Flat 4. If you're watching the live feed, you saw a little interview on it earlier. Randy Giuliani and his Super B heads out. And the Bradley GT does not.
That sounds, that sounds like...
It's moving. I don't think it's coasting.
Randy Giuliani goes 1157.9 at 115 miles an hour. So I've just been informed by a guy who knows that Anthony with the VR6 powered Rabbit is the starter at Cecil County Dragway. So he's going to be running equipment with us on Thursday.
Oh, great.
When we get to the racetrack. How cool is that?
Love it.
So hopefully the Bradley can be repaired. Super unique and cool car that it is. So the Bradley is headed back towards the pits using the power of gravity. And maybe a slight tailwind. Staging lane full of D group entries. We're going to run again deep through the D group here till we get some real estate opened up, and then we'll start talking about our open session, but we got a ways to go before we get there. A lot of D group cars waiting on runs, and they're going to get them right quick. Ryan Majorowski on the left side. And that really clean Fox body on the right with the period perfect Celine wheels, 91 Fox. Thomas Van Tassel driving that baby, so Van Tassel off the starting line first. The LS swapped GOAT will be next to him. Mustang's going to outrun to Judge, 11:39, 118, as the Judge goes 12:20 at 120 miles per hour. Matt Wanner and Jeff Miller. 66 Biscayne for Miller. Automatic transmission, column shifted automatic as well. Wanner, the 89 Mustang.
Cameron, where'd your marker go?
Werner goes through the 8th mile of 124. And Matt Werner is going to lift and go 10:17 at just 86 miles an hour. Jeff Miller goes 13:12 with a 5 at 102.
Nick Silvius in the BMW. Devin Shaw in the Mazda.
It's all right as long as we can try and get both of these.
The Mazda is running in the all-motor small block category because basically the rule is 427 cubic inches or smaller. Unfortunately, there's no 4 or 6 cylinder actual class or any performance out of that particular car on this run as the BMW goes down. BMW 1228 at only 88 miles an hour.
And Shaw's been having trouble the last day or two at dumping the clutch, and the thing just dead hooks. And this time it may have actually broken something in the rear end.
You know, Loans is not traditionally kind to the digital camo car.
I haven't seen this one before, but yeah, it's the same feeling I get. Same kind of feeling I got before with the Camaro.
Which is?
The only thing that's preventing me from seeing is any value in it. John Bucci on the right side. Kylie Hawley on the left. It is quick, though. It's going to outrun the Duster to go to 1196, 120. Duster goes 13:18.5 at 101. I get a feeling, though, that one up close is probably all, like, tiny photos.
Oh, that could be cool.
I have that in my head, and maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of looks like that from a distance.
The 4i GT T-top car.
Yeah, Mike Brandt and Ray Prontonicki are two guys that they don't care what you think. But look at this stuff. Water, but the two cars appear to be allergic to water.
It doesn't make them unique. Look, I mean, there's 8,100 people.
But I like the fact that they're not here to impress you or me.
Yeah.
They're here to do their thing.
Whatever that thing may be.
Whatever it may be. I just hope for themselves and for their family members and people traveling with them that they bathe more often than their cars do.
Brandt, 1383.97. Prontonicki, 1468.93.
Couple of trucks out here. One of a handful of trucks we have with the good old man, the really truly old man style camper shell. This is the aluminum one. It's
like the gem top.
It's
the only one to have.
It is the only one to have. And it actually opens in the same manner as a brand new Ford Expedition's tailgate.
And I'll be disappointed if it doesn't fly open on the start.
Jeff Carlson.
And it did not. He's got that thing locked down. He's got the liftgate limiters on that baby.
We know it can hold shut during a 187.60 foot time.
Right. Let's calculate the G's on that as he goes through 1247, 109, and 1267 for the C10 at 103 miles an hour.
Chris LaMarche, right side, 04 Dodge Neon, SRT4. Jim Brixey in the 71 Nova. And the SRT4 is slowing to the stripe. 13:37 at just 72 as Brixey goes 13:32 at 101. Charles Hickinson takes the 88 Mustang off the starting line next to another of the Fox contingent, 1242, as we work across to a 1442. D group cars are basically 1150 and slower in that bracket. So when you see our D group cars here, more streetable, mild stuff. A lot of interesting equipment in here as well.
Like the V6 Mustang convertible.
But wait, the next pair, we got something for you for the next one. Justin Kramer in the Chevelle, Steve Kiefer in the
very angry V6. That's like a straight pipe V6, isn't it?
It kind of sounded like it. Justin Kramer, 1349.9 at 99, as Kiefer goes 1432 at 97. They say there's such thing as a brown note that would cause you to have a problem.
That was it?
No, that one just caused me to lose my appetite, though. So there's a different note.
How about a pair of SRT 10s? One of them a Viper, one of them a pickup truck.
Jeremy Grove in the truck, Andrew DePietro in the Viper. 20 cylinders of fun. That was actually kind of awesome.
Yeah. Both stick vehicles. D Viper gets there first, 1228 117. The pickup truck 1304 108. While you're still absorbing the greatness of those Mopar V10s, I will point out that the very first V10 to ever win in stock eliminator in NHRA competition happened
this year.
This year at Gainesville.
No.
No?
It was one of the early races, though. Might have been Charlotte or something like that. But yeah, none of the.
Or it was Pomona 1.
You were there?
Yeah.
Okay, so there they go.
Yeah.
James Monahan and Dan Miller. Miller having big troubles in his 66 Chevelle. Monahan, the 02 Dakota with a 360-inch Magnum engine, goes 1391 at 99.
I think I'm the one who called it, actually.
You very well might have.
I think I asked you, has a V10 ever won this before?
We were all kind of diving for that because
it was a drag pack car.
Yeah, the V10 drag pack cars have been out many years, but they only made a handful of them. Very few of them still actually the V10 cars compete, and it was neat to see the first one actually crack the code.
Russell Lowe in that 75 Holden Monaro.
And Craig Carlo, 64 Galaxy 500, I believe a 4-speed car with the Holman Moody sticker in the window. Oh, man.
Oh, that's not looking good.
Dumped the clutch and just killed the rear end or something. And Russell Lowe will take that Holden Monaro down to a 1298 at 103.93. I'm going to go with axle breakage there, just how it did the walk back and forth move, dumped the clutch, and the car kind of wanted to move in sections.
I can't think why an axle would break in a 4,200-pound car.
Leaving at 5,000 RPM.
Right.
All right, going to do some Volvo things with our Volvo friends. Matt Aruda of Massachusetts, 91 Volvo 240. LS swapped. Thing's real clean, too. No rust, no rot, no runs, no drips, no errors on that thing. Aruda gets out of the gate first. Cliff Olson in the Corvette has what appears to be some troubles. And Matt Aruda runs 1197, 109 in the Volvo. Got a racer in need. Ray Schrant in the 1957 dark purple Chevy needs a MIG or TIG welder. If you have a MIG or TIG welder, you have a racer in need. A 57 dark purple Chevy needs a MIG or a TIG welder.
John Rose over there actually cutting an O-Light 089 with a Corvette Roadster with a hard top on it. It's a 68 model with a different door button. 1254 at 108 miles an hour. And the Suburban, or actually Carryall, went 1501 at 88.
Kevin McKenna of NHRA's National Dragster coming in key here. Adam Durham went to the final at 2011 Vegas, almost won a V10, and it took an additional 14 years to actually make that victory happen. Wild.
But we memorialized it, right? So it was all worthwhile.
Mike Franks and Jason Linke. Linke in the Mercury Cougar that touched off a firestorm of controversy in the comment section. Mike Franks, the 85 Chevy, goes 1150-113. Linke goes 1284-107.
The printer here is an Epson, by the way. Just Epson. The dulcet tones of the Epson. I'll pick it up for you next time it goes. All right. Kale is in the Monte Carlo. Left-hand side, 1464 at 89 miles an hour. Chuck Townsend has the 65 Impala that just went 1742. Oh, here it comes. I missed it. Charles Wrightson in the 03 Chevy Silverado stepside. Rob Stasak, 87 S10. I can say with all confidence that the S10 Blazer is on a S10 chassis. Complete confidence. $12.33 left, $12.97 right. You ask, I deliver. Charles Wood, 02 Camaro. Tyler Clough. Wait, bang, boom. 1287, 105 miles an hour, and the Mustang has a lot of trouble. 1732 at 93. Mo Parnas happening here at the starting line now. The General Lee, I'm sure it's a legit one from the show. Thomas Reitler. Bob Helms over there in the 66 Plymouth Satellite. I remember we had a Starsky and Hutch car out here years ago. The guy actually won Spirit of Drag Week with it.
514 Ford.
Oh, that's right. Brian reminds me it was a 514 Ford. I lived next door to the Teamster for a while whose job it was to go pick up Chargers to become General Lee's. That one went 1321 at 100 miles an hour. And in the Biondo lane, 1332, 1055. Greg Hull in the 97 Cobra. Is that an actual Cobra? I thought it had more body kit stuff on it at the time. And Matthew Sixt in the 70 El Camino. when that body style of Mustang was first designed and not yet released to the public, Ford invited me back to have a look at it. It goes 1345, the El Camino 1517, and we walk into the design studio, and they have this thing there, and there's, I don't know, 5 or 6 journalists, and they unveil it. And they said, "What do you think?" I said, "It looks like a Toyota." I wasn't invited back for the next 2, 3, 5, 10 Mustang designs. Kyle Wimmer in the left in the Corvette. Tanner Kutsares in the 85 S10. S10s are the new regular thing. They really are. We got them stacked up like cordwood here. $11.93 for the Corvette and the S10 pickup truck. $12.94 at 110. Here's a thing of beauty and a joy to behold forever. Patrick Sixt has got the 73 El Camino 4x4. The Trar.
It is rotted beyond rot. Like rear suspension, like the shock absorbers that are all crusty, rotted.
It's going to be shedding parts like a leper running down the track here. Austin Phillips is in the 65 Mustang. Well, that's not fast enough to be dropping body parts.
Maybe fast enough to beat this Mustang.
Yeah. Oh, is the El Camino actually going to get around him? No, I don't think so. The Mustang does get there first, 1462, 91 miles an hour. And the El Camino is out of your life in 16.36 seconds. You can only hope that he doesn't have time to get that thing back to lanes. Corey Albert is in the 7234 Challenger. It's a 74 model. John Lorenko has got the 86 Grand National. My next video coming up just shreds the 72 Challenger. Not my favorite. 1258 for that one, 107 miles an hour. And the Grand National, 1351 at 98. We're ripping through them now. Joseph Vukic and Michael Denius. Denius in the Mustang. Just smoked the tires off the line, banging gears. The Corvette's going to take his time. He's on a meander. He will meander down track. The Mustang, 1432, 101.98. And the Corvette can go hand in 0 time slip, no time slip at all, and get a quicker time on the sheets than what he just ran. He ran 22. If he had just staged, backed out, and seen our time slip booth and said, "Hey, I staged and backed out," he would have gotten 20 seconds. Ryan Woodling has got the 72 Le Mans. Ryan Buechel, the 96 Dakota that is stuffed with the 392 Gen 3 Hemi Power, the 6.4 liter deal. It's like a Scat Pack, only not. Gen 3 Dakota, 1215 at 112, and Woodling with the Le Mans, 1333 at 110. We have a racer in need, Craig Carlo. This will shock you. The 64 Galaxy 500, he needs what? He needs a center section for a 28 spline axle. Any ratio, he would prefer 350 to 411, but I don't think he can be choosy at this point. And I think he might have difficulty finding a spare 28 spline unit. Most of the people here are going to be walking around with 31s and 35s. The 28 was obviously the smaller deal, but hey.
Somebody may have one laying around.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's one on the farm. Maybe you can just like run out front in the gutter and find one. Yeah, 28 spline. 9-inch center section. That is Craig with the 64 Galaxy 500 that we just pushed off the line here 10 minutes ago. Oh, I was hoping to avoid this moment. I really was. But it's inevitable at this point. I'm going to delay the inevitable. Jason Cullens is on the right side in the Dodge Dakota. And Adam Johnson is in the Swedish station wagon.
God, man, you can do it. Make, model, and year.
I said this last year.
Make, model, and year.
I asked Ida how it's pronounced,
Make, model,
and
year.
she said it like I do.
Make, model, and year.
It is a 93 Volvo 940.
See? That was nice. You did it.
$12.15, 122 for the Volvo.
6 years in, you finally got it.
And 1386.98. I have to be so careful with the enunciation in order to satisfy whatever perverted thing you have about criticizing me for this.
No, the problem was the way you used to say it was perverted and wrong. That was the thing that was weird. Now you've said it correctly.
It wasn't anatomy. I didn't say no. I did not say it like anatomy.
Yes, you did.
No.
Well, you may not think you did, but you did. Like a body dysmorphia problem, you had Volvo dysmorphia problem.
The Volvo. Michael Pasecki. I can say Chevelle. Most days. Steve Abel is in the right side with the 2007 Mustang. All right, 1309 left-hand side, Beyond Lane, 1239. There was a brief panic over here about liquid on the track, but it was gasoline. Gasoline evaporates. We're going to have a happy day. Butch Zmotis is the painter who's got this 71 F100. See the black spot on the top, Brian?
Yeah. Yeah.
The bed cover flew out on the freeway and smacked it in the roof.
No way.
Yeah. He's a painter. He'll take care of it. Robert Acker. Bob Acker's on the right-hand side. He's got that SRT 8.
Just the detail on the tailgate for Zmotis, like the cool design he's got laid under the Ford letters there. Yeah, a lot of detail in this truck.
Well, the front is actual lace paint. He's got some flames on top of it, but it's old school lace.
And he's got a stick in this thing.
Everybody does.
You know what we need? Wait. We need a truck for stick shift Fords, a class for stick shift Ford trucks.
Long bed.
Yes.
Stick shift Ford trucks.
1333, 100 miles an hour for acre as Zmotis bank shifts his way down to a 1360 at 86 miles an hour.
I think we'd have to break it down into a stick shift Ford long bed.
Yes, through E, A through E.
A would be floor shift, and then column shift would be B.
I got you.
Then you would go C would be inline 6 floor shift, and D would be inline 6 column shift, right?
Yeah, let's get it written up right now.
Yeah. Sketch that out for us.
Austin Walsh and Eric Diedrich coming up. Diedrich, nasty little S10 Blazer over there, the Extreme, which would have been out of the factory with a 4.3-liter V6 in it. Warmed up. Chewed up the slicks a little bit off the starting line. Goes 11.95, 120. Austin Walsh goes 15.46.5 at 90. You know when a guy's getting serious at drag week. Left-hand lane, tailgate's down today. Tailgate was up yesterday when this long bed Chevy ran. Tailgate's down today. This guy means business.
Man, what do you do on Friday if you're going to the tailgate on Tuesday?
You got to pop the sunroof open.
You got nothing left.
You got the sunroof. You can vent that pressure out. Brandon Ball, the 03 Mercedes in black with the Dale Earnhardt tribute graphics on it, which I kind of love for some reason. The pickup truck is going to just smash its way through the atmosphere. Runs 12:01, 112. The Sima, who's got the keys to my Beamer, goes 12.94.5 on the right side at 106 miles an hour.
All right, this is also an acceptable camper shell on the back of Jake Lambert's truck here. Yeah, I mean, it's not as good as the corrugated aluminum,
but it has the integrated ladder rack.
It has flare, while not being a flare side.
Lambert's pulling gears over there. Matt Wakowiak on the right side takes his Camaro down and goes 1340 at 105. Lambert goes 16 seconds flat at only 66 miles an hour. Here comes the handy van turned into a pickup truck.
We've delivered a lot of great side-by-side matchups. I think we need to get the two camper shells together.
Look at what Brian Davis did in the van. He tucked the mirrors in. Again, a move of serious competition there. You're not going to leave those mirrors out if you're not going to really bring the heat.
Is this a Vruck? Is that what you would call that?
It would be a Vruck.
That is the Vruck. Brian Davis has
Or
got
a
the
tan.
64 Chevy Vruck. 1285 at 100 in the Vruck. Benjamin Dubbett, 1174. 88 miles an hour.
As mentioned yesterday, what you're about to see in the right-hand lane, don't try this at home, kids. Ryan Johnson is a professional.
Are you sure?
4 Hoosier Slicks, 4 rims that were teleported from the summer of 1991. The square body Blazer.
Is that an Astro chassis under that thing? Oh, no, it would be an S10 chassis.
Coil springs removed from a monster truck. And we have the third-gen Camaro on the opposite side.
And the contraption is actually outrunning the third-gen.
The third-gen, this guy's going to wind this thing until the tack needle falls off to catch that S10 Blazer.
And he's also going to... No. Did he do it?
He didn't
quite get there.
Johnson got him on a hole shot.
Yeah, it was tight. 1358.
95 miles an hour for that S10. That thing rules as the Camaro goes 1349 at 104.
It's stout, but stout means kind of short, so...
yeah, well, how would we... We got to
thesaurus
figure that out.
Yeah.
Rob McCall and James Knoll. Knoll in the 1999 Silverado, McCall in the Plymouth Valiant.
I feel like there's a gulf between these two cars.
Well done, sir. Well done. James Knoll. 1157 at 120 miles an hour as Rob McCall goes 1486 at 94 in the Gulf paint job.
Is this a Plymouth Turismo?
No,
Are
it
you
is
sure?
not. It is not a Turismo. It is a Dodge.
Oh, it's a Dodge.
GLHS, meaning goes like hell squared, so a Daytona Shelby GLHS.
But in that body style, they had the Plymouth Turismo, and you could even get the Duster trim package on the Plymouth Turismo.
By all means, keep saying Turismo. Pat Culkin and Alan Brucher coming up. Did they make a Turismo version of that car?
Yes, it was called a Plymouth, and you could get a Duster package on it. This one, though, is a Dodge, and it goes 1202 115, the 67 Fairlane, which is a cool body style. 1389 at 96 miles an hour. I dig the 66 and 7 Fairlane and have no real preference between one and the other.
I agree. Those are good-looking cars.
They're really good.
Torino, my favorite. What's your favorite year of Torino?
I would have to probably go with a 68 or 9
68
sports
for me.
roof.
60, yes. Yeah, 100% on
Yeah,
that.
sports roof's the key.
Seth Showalter and Ben Brown, the 81 Pontiac wagon. Tire spinning, wheel crank and launch for Seth Showalter. Wheeling that little Fox body.
We need to ask Ben Brown how many times he has been to Drag Week with that thing. I'm going to say it's at least 8 years. It could be more. 1224 at 108. Opposite side, 1182, 112.
We got racers in need. Joseph Harris, the white diesel-powered Chevette, needs an 8 or 8.5-inch electric fan. Scott Wangler with the orange 79 Malibu needs a turbo blanket for a Borg Warner S480. So a turbocharger blanket for a Borg Warner S480 for the orange 79 Malibu, and the white diesel-powered Chevette needs an 8 or 8.5-inch electric fan.
Both those things sound like something that could be cobbled. Don't get too picky. It's day 2. Rod Klaus, 65 Mustang. David Haygood, the 73 D100. To Brian's point, there's a bunch of those things out here. The Mustang, 1374, 99 miles an hour. The Tin Grill, 1611 at 90.
Making tracks through our D group here with Alex Showalter. We saw the other Showalter leave with the tire spinning, the wheel cranked to the left. We'll see what David Hurt can do in the 79 Chevy pickup truck. Dave and Allie out here, huge help to help organize Drag Week and Power Tour. They give us a great hand, and it's awesome to see both of them out here running their truck. More controlled clutch release for Alex Showalter.
And he will put the hurt on Hurt. The 88 Mustang. 1234, 115. The pickup truck, 1409.97.
Todd Reinhardt and James Easter. Easter staging up the Z06 Corvette with a hood that appears to be on the open side, as Todd Reinhardt in the 65 Chevelle four-door leaves first. Corvette has no problem swallowing him up.
If only James Easter owned the Rabbit, the world would be a perfect place.
Yeah, absolutely. 1224.9, 122 miles an hour. Yes, a man named James Easter owning a Rabbit of the blue variety, it would all fall together nicely. The pastel color would all work.
How are you on the chocolate Rabbit? I don't love them.
The hollow one. I like a hollow one.
Really?
Yeah, they're kind of fun to crunch into. I don't like rabbits
Seems
either.
like there's
so
no
being able
substance.
To,
That's like you. There's a shell of a human with
right.
It's just
no, it is. It's a very thin carapace of a person. Nothing on the inside. But it does allow me a healthy way to exercise my hatred of rabbits. Neil Roberts and Wayne Lowry. 65 Comet for Lowry. Maroon. Neil Roberts, the 83 Silverado.
That is a thing when you can't load the converter on the starting line because you don't have enough brakes to hold the wheels from spinning. Neil Roberts in the pickup truck, who spun him a little bit before he actually left. 1223 at 110, and Wayne 1299.
Brian Decker and Joe Inchinowski. Inchinowski in the 1989 IROC Z. Brian Decker, 83 Silverado. Inchinowski going down the right side of the Beyond Racing side, 1184, 114. Decker goes 1571 at 82.57. Joe Lamond and Darren Keck. Lamont purging the nitrous. We went by this truck last night on the highway. I think it was turning about 5,000 RPM at 55 miles an hour.
Fortunately, we're able to get past it quickly.
Yeah. And Joe Lamond will drive across the stripe with a 12-12, 109 mile an hour speed. Darren Keck goes 1358 at 106. Delta D Group, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. D Group should be in the lanes. If you're a D Group car and you're not in the lanes, you are late. Eric Ross and John Reed now.
John Reed's wagon is correct.
It really is good.
Eric Ross in the 83 Cutlass.
Yeah, Eric Ross not messing around here either. 1155, 119 miles an hour. Reed goes 1310 at 104. D Group, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. We're running out of cars, D Group, and when that happens, we start making decisions. John LeBlanc and Sean Proctor. All Pontiac all the time. Proctor, the Le Mans wagon. LeBlanc, the GTO.
The word is, if you are D group, you need to be in lanes or you are late. John LeBlanc in the Pontiac, left side, 1191, 117.
Chase Yost, 54 Chevy, 210. So how long does that go back, the 150, 210 Bel Air stuff?
Starting in 53.
53?
I said that authoritatively, but it's just what I think. I'm not positive about it, but I believe so.
We know who's going to correct you.
No.
Chat section. 1353, 204. Trouble for the Falcon Gasser, 1519 at 91. But a 1353 at $1.04 for the classic Chevy. Jacob Martinez, Pete Koppenhofer. Pete's 1960 Biscayne is a beaut. He's going to drive it out over near the center line. He liked that part of the racetrack. He paid to use the right lane. He will use all of it if he feels like it. 1388 at 97 as Martinez goes 1247.5 at 116.
See, here we come with a 49 or a 50 up here. Wouldn't that just be a deluxe or a sedan or a coupe or a business coupe? I don't believe that was a 150 210, and it certainly wasn't a Bel Air. Brian, I need a ruling on the Astro controversy on the definition of unibody. I said it's not a unibody.
Oh no, we're going into. Is this what does the word "is" mean? Is that what we're going to do here?
Yeah.
Great moments in American history.
I did not drive that Astro van.
Austin Fields is smoking a place out. The Cummins-powered '93 Dodge W250. Is putting Brad Snedden in the cloud down there. He goes 11:56 at 111 miles an hour. Battle barge.
And Brad in the 50 Chevy Deluxe, 1347. So the deal is the Astro has an unboltable front clip, kind of like a 67 Camaro. That's not a unibody. A unibody is like a Mopar where there is no unboltable frame section.
Paul Nichols, 68 Camaro, right side.
He refuses to commit.
I will commit. 1373 at 98. It's a unibody.
It's a unibody even though it has an unboltable frame.
What's the option?
A Mopar has no unboltable frame.
Yeah, but they're all weird anyway. No, I think
so are you, and some people define you as human.
Listen, it's a unibody. If the option is a unibody or a full-frame vehicle, unless you have a third hybrid thing that you want to just create to match your definition of the word,
it has
that's a thing.
Subframe.
That attaches to
frame.
What does it attach to? What is the subframe attached to?
The body.
Which is a
body
constructed of the
sheet metal
unitary type.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, Warren Evans, his haughty laughter behind me seems to agree with my point. He feels as though I've trapped you in this game of chess. Neil Jenks and Allison Jenks. 67 darts matter, says Neil Jenks, because we were talking about 68 darts as the only dart. He said, hey, 67s matter too.
Now, we refined it to peak dart.
Yes.
Yeah.
1296.5, 109. Jenks says, take that. Allison says 1599, 2 at 87, and her 19 Dodge Charger is A-OK with her. Lonnie Grimm has contacted us. All run, all class lanes are open. All run session lanes are open. The Oklahoma Land Rush is about to happen down there. All run lanes are open. All classes, all run is open. Taking a moment here for the driver of the Mustang to be strapped in properly. Mustang with the Maryland plates rolling up on the left side, and that will be driven by Caitlin Durgan. Ricky Edwards on the right. See, there you go. Astro rear suspension bolts to the body. Only the front subframe is removable. Smoking out the back is Caitlin Durgan.
As I said, like an early
12:39 at 108 for Edwards. Durgan goes 15:06 at 108 miles per hour. Guy says if it ain't got torsion bars, DF is out. I like that. Ray Rogers and Liam Cannon. Rogers a 64 Galaxy. Gorgeous car down there. Blister hood on it. Bobbing and weaving as Liam Cannon goes down the 89 Mustang. Ray Rogers takes that Galaxy across the traps at a 12:03 at 116 miles per hour. Liam Cannon goes 13:26 at 105. Jesse Martin and Jeremy Heiser, the 1938 Pontiac Silver Streak on the right side. Heiser, really neat car. It has actual Pontiac power in it. He's been working on this thing. Actually had an axle flange bend that he had to get replacement parts for last night. Jesse Martin from Massachusetts. And yes, that 1938 Pontiac, as big as it is stick shifted by Heiser, who got it off the starting line pretty cleanly there. Sub 2 second 60-foot time. Jesse Martin goes 12:61.6. Heiser goes 13:07 at 102.
We may need to stop the action here to sort this out, Brian.
No, we don't.
We need a pause.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Wes Kajawa and Chris Rollins on the right side. Wes coming up in the Corvette, and Rollins in the LS-swapped Subaru Forester. 12:48 for the Vet, 12:94 for the Subaru.
Is the Forester an SUV or a crossover?
It is considered an SUV. It is considered an SUV.
It?
Yeah, it is considered an SUV.
So what's a crossover?
The crossover would be the smaller one, the Outback.
The Outback's a wagon.
What do you think the Forester is?
An SUV.
It's also a wagon. It's larger.
There's a station wagon, a crossover, and an SUV. The crossover is a cross between a station wagon
I'm going to be really honest.
and an SUV.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
A CUV is not a crossover utility vehicle. It's not a station wagon. A Chevy Equinox is a CUV. Here's the problem. You're stepping into a minefield. You talking about modern cars is not good. It is not good. We had this whole discussion last night. We're ripping down the highway at about 97 miles an hour. I said, hey, Turs, this has the Blue Cruise in it. Totally hands-free driving.
You said that.
Go ahead and turn that baby on. Both the two of you looked at me like I just asked her to steer off of a cliff. So, no, I don't think we should go down the modern car road.
You just called Michelle old. You're going to pay for that.
No, I didn't say that. I said I did not implicate her in that crime. David Hart and Dallas Shelton leaving. 69 Plymouth Satellite, 71 Super B.
I think a crossover is basically an SUV or small wagon on a passenger car
$11.99,
No.
$113. David Hart, $14.67 on the right side.
Then you tell me what's a crossover.
A crossover is literally a crossover between a car and an SUV.
Right.
A
That's
Chevy
what I've been saying
Equinox.
the whole time.
No, you're saying station wagon.
No,
A tiny.
I misspoke that
CUVs
one
are
minor
tiny.
moment.
They're tiny little things. They're not station wagons. They're very small. Those are two great wagons. Scott Frank, 64 Malibu wagon. John Snyder, 64 Tempest. 1220s on one side, 1430s on the other.
The old days when station wagon was clearly defined.
Yes, exactly. No, I'm with you on
Right.
that. I'm with you on that. Dodge screwed it up when they built the Magnum and refused to call it a station wagon.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Scott Franks, it's quicker the two there, as I mentioned, 1223 to Snyder's 1437. All run lanes are open. All run lanes are open.
This guy's defining a crossover as front-wheel drive.
I would go along with that.
Think so?
Yes.
Now,
There are all-wheel drive optional. Like, it's never any crossover. Any crossover is usually front-wheel drive standard equipment with an optional all-wheel drive upgrade.
so you're saying, wait, let's go back to Outback. Right. So no Subaru has no crossover.
Every Subaru is all-wheel drive. First
Right.
off, to start
That's
with,
my
every
point.
single one of them.
Right. So they make crossovers. They're not all front-wheel drive.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Not all crossovers are all-wheel drive.
Right.
Not all of them are.
Right.
But all crossovers are front-wheel drive.
Okay.
Okay. See what I'm saying here?
Right. So, and what was your...
Declan Quinn just went 1765 at
No one
66.
cares about that right now.
Glenn Coney goes 1396.7.
So, what's your definition on Outback? What category is it?
A Subaru Outback is effectively an all-wheel drive station wagon.
Okay, right. We agree on that.
Yeah.
It's
So
an Impreza.
It is a car. It is
Right.
neither. It is neither crossover nor SUV.
I thought earlier you said that you thought it was a...
No, you're talking
Okay.
about the Forester.
Well, there's a Magnum going down track right now.
Right on cue. John Stouffer, the 05 Magnum, likely with a 5.7 Hemi in it. Josh Patchen on the right side, the 87 Conquest TSI, 1595 at 88 miles an hour.
What's a Ford Flex? Oh, we got the definition up here. Is it Wikipedia? Can't be trusted. Or is it from the chat room?
No, it's probably from like moto1.biz.
Right. Yeah, .ai. What's it say?
Tom Stouffer and Matt Herm.
Yes, I do. How close are we?
The Galaxy is a barge. We can agree on that. All right, here's one, though. That is a Mustang sedan.
Because it has a post?
It was advertised as a sedan. The coupe or the notchback was advertised as a sedan. $12.92 for that one. And the barge, $15.11.
Stop. Type of car. He just done.
SUV with the smooth car handling like and unibody construction of a passenger vehicle.
So,
Type of car. First three words out of his mouth
It's
define the whole
Wikipedia.
thing. Nick Onion,
Could have said vehicle.
Could have said
Aiden
vehicle.
Locke. You could have saved both you guys' arguments if you said vehicle. If you were smart enough to say vehicle, I don't know what you're reading. You guys, you lied on yourself over there. 1342 at 97. Aiden Locke goes 1675 at 80.
Now this is Wikipedia. Type of automobile with an
See?
Oh, automobile.
ride height that is built on a unibody chassis construction.
So they're saying it's got to have increased ride height.
That's correct.
Dude, yes. That's what makes the utility vehicle part.
The utility part.
See, even he and I have come to an agreement now. Now you're the odd guy out. You started with an ally, now I have.
Oh, wait. We're at drag week. Cars are racing. There's another pause on track, so we can keep going with this.
How about you don't, and I run some video?
Hey, we've got some video we can run. That's
Warren
a good
Evans.
idea.
Warren Evans descends like Spider-Man into the room as the voice of reason. He has video, which you'll now watch.
KJ in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Ned Dunphy, day 2. You went through fast, man. Very quick. 6:11 at what speed?
247.
247. Accolades for that aside, you made the trip, man. The drive has been, knock on everything, the drive has been your nemesis.
Yes.
So how did things go last night?
So you're absolutely on point. Last night we were more excited going to bed than I am right now because we went 232 miles. Oil temperature, water temperature came down as the night air came down. We were in control of the car for the whole time. So we put in gasoline, we put food in our belly, and we made it. It was the best ride ever.
That's awesome. And to prepare to be able to do that, because again, the drive has been your nemesis. What did you do to the car within the year's time to make it good for a drive?
Sure. So extra oil cooling provisions, extra water cooling provisions. Also in the drivetrain, with conjunction Proline and Steve Morris, we lowered the duration on the rockers, and we also put in a different cam that has a little bit lower ramp on it, in and out, and then some different valves. So we're running a different metal in there to help the heat transfer, not chew them out inside the valve guides. So some internals, I guess, is the tech on the motor, and boy, what a difference it made. Oil pressure's great.
And this question had come up. To prepare for the drive before you guys leave, obviously you change tires, that's one thing. Yeah. Do you guys do any type of a rocker adjustment, or is it all like in the computer and you just have a street map that you cruise with?
Oh yeah, we have to adjust lash before we go. Yeah, we have a desired range. The tough part is the street drive is 175 to 210 if you're parked in traffic, so we need a window in there where we don't get too loose. And then in the morning we started up, it's way too tight, so this morning in the hotel we went out early, we set the lash for the ride over here, we popped the valve covers again, we set the lash for driving, so it's a lot of work, yeah, for sure.
Working on the car in the hotel parking lot, just like in the old days of drag racing, but that's what you got to do when you're dragging and driving. Thanks, Ned.
Yeah, KJ, thank you.
Keep it up, buddy.
Appreciate it, man. Having a blast.
KJ here. It's Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. This is day 2. Live feeds brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm standing in front of the merch trailer. Merch rules the world. You got to get a shirt. If you're at an event, you got to get a shirt. You got to get a hat. You got to get a hoodie. All kinds of stuff. License plates, whatever. It's all at this trailer right here that is traveling throughout the entire Drag Week tour. And this is the Drag Week tour here. It's on the map. Right now we're at Numidia Dragway. Going to be making a move to Maple Grove, then down to Cecil County Dragway, and then back to Maryland International Raceway, where this whole circus started on Sunday. So anyway, this is the map. This is the merch trailer here. Sadly, you cannot get this merchandise online. You got to be here to get it. So if you're watching this on the live feed, get to your buddy who's here and tell him to hit the merch trailer and buy yourself a shirt. Josh is going to pan across the different styles and what's available. And if you got some folks here, or if you're sitting here watching me in the stands on your phone or something like that, get over to the merch trailer and pick up some of your Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 gear. KJ in the pits. Well, not in the pits. I'm in Impound at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. This live feed is being brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. The race director is with me, Keith Turk. Keith, how are you, man?
I'm old. We're good.
Good. I'm glad everything is okay. I want to give the people that are watching this on the live feed an idea of what the Impound is about. It's actually like, I guess, a compliment to be selected or to earn your space in here. That's basically what you do. Keith, what's the requirement? What's required to get into Impound?
You got to be 850 or better, 1, 2, or 3 in your class, and just because you're 1, 2, or 3, you still got to be 850 or better. So that's what they get to do to get here. When they get here, they get a sticker that's an Impound sticker, and at the end of the day, I'm going to give them another sticker that goes on that sticker. It's a I survived or an epic fail.
All right, so in surviving or epically failing, what's the criteria? Are you going around checking what people are doing, or what's going on?
Essentially, I'm not a police force. Anybody that's in Impound can work on the vehicles in Impound. Primarily, it's what we're doing is we're preventing people from having support crews.
And is there cross-team support available? So like if...
Yeah, one guy can work with another guy. Anybody in here can work on your stuff. Any parts can come into here as long as they come through me. Basically, we're not trying to prevent these guys from working on their cars. What we're trying to do is show off these guys, first off, and we're also trying to make sure that they're not doing anything screwy, you know?
Understand. So within the classes, in a sense, again, this is almost complimentary that you've earned your space here, and then I guess the big deal is if you get that I Survive sticker. That's like a merit badge.
Absolutely a merit badge, and a lot of these guys will never take the original impound stickers off their cars. They'll be on there for 20 years.
That's awesome. Big deal. Well, that's what it is.
So yeah, that's the deal. The big deal is that they're here, they're having fun. It's a great way for us to show off our fastest cars.
That's what it is from Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 in impound, not in the pits, impound. It's another, outside this area, it's a whole nother world basically. Thanks a lot for your time, Keith. Thanks for watching. We'll have more later.
Well, finishing up track prep before we get into our open session of the afternoon. The debate has continued unstopped up here in the timing tower. Michelle Turgeon has quit Drag Week. She's over it. She's sick of unibodies. We have come up with the rules for a new unibody stick shift class, though.
Yeah, that's a perk. Yeah. Are planetary gear sets allowed, though?
We're going back to break. We didn't.
What's monocoque?
Depends on who you're asking. That is, we're talking about monocoque construction here, like the famed Mickey Thompson funny cars, where the chassis is effectively made up of unified sections. You got a
open
engine.
wheel cars in the 70s. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Even today, I mean, you got these monocoque, the tub style chassis that Indy cars and stuff use, where everything's just simply bolted in. The engine, I don't think the engine is a stress member in an Indy car, but engines have been used as stress members in a lot of drag racing chassis over the years, including the famed Widowmaker motorcycles of E.J. Potter.
Yeah, where the engine was the frame, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were hairy.
But yeah, Mickey Thompson built those 3 funny cars in '69 that were of monocoque construction. Daniel Gaius just destroyed everybody in the blue car. 4 national events in that season, and it was they won 2 of them. I think running up the 3rd.
And then they were outlawed, right?
It really only ran that season. There was 3 of them to start with. I think Pat Foster crashed the one in Dallas and had a fatal accident actually with the guy that he hit, Gary Schwartz. And then the second car was, I forget who drove the second one, but the one on Gaius drove was one everybody remembers.
They were red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Like one red, one white, one blue.
So yeah, one of the many experiments there. There were other monocoque drag cars that were built. When we talk about the Gary Gablich disaster car all the time, that was a monocoque construction car.
Gary Gablich on the cover of Hot Rod Magazine,
like
flying,
Superman,
actually flying.
Yeah, that was a neat cover, and the car was destroyed like 10 minutes later when they actually tried to drive it,
or pushed it out of the photo studio. That was the era of a lot of people like that on the cover of Hot Rod. Don Garlitz, of course, doing the
victory sign.
Yeah. Jungle Pam on the cover of Hot Rod and her 15 Minutes of Fame.
The famous one with Ed Donovan and John Wiebe and Snake and Garlitz pretending to hold the first Donovan 417 aluminum block.
Yep. Yeah. 1972, I think.
Yep. Wiebe was the first guy to run it.
Yep. I was on the cover of Hot Rod once, lying underneath a car. You can see me from about gut down. It's great.
Yep.
Yeah, it's collectible.
Yeah, that's yes. Carrying on. We have very full staging lanes for our open session, and we're going to continue to maintain conversation and communication with Lonnie Grimm. He will be letting us know. We did say earlier we're going to extend the hours, if you will, extend the run time today because of the Deal accident. We had the downtime of getting the track turned around, so we're going to make sure there's an extension. We're not going to be closing the lanes at 2, and Lonnie's going to keep us surprised when we start running these cars about what that extension will be.
Here's a good question. You saw Rick Johnson from Gear Vendors come in here earlier, and he, of course, had a sample of the guitars that are given away at the Gear Vendors party on the last day back at MIR.
Yes.
And the question is, who gets those guitars? It is the 3 quickest cars on average, regardless of class. So if you've got the quickest cars in Pro Street or an Ultimate Iron, there you go. You can get one of those guitars. So it is the 3 quickest cars overall at Drag Week. And, of course, the Gear Vendors trophy will be mounted in the home of the overall winner.
Yes, it will. A Rick Johnson creation as well.
I see David Armentrout down here. That's a car that I think has really come into its own as far as like awareness here on this stuff, and it has its own Johnny Lightning car with trailer.
With trailer.
I think that's really cool. Apparently Goldstone has one too. Is Goldstone's the Javelin, or is it? It's the Javelin. How cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic. KJ Jones, step inside to the Thunderdome here. First off, how was lunch? We tried to direct, we had an impromptu meet and greet. Did anybody come down and meet you?
No one came down and met me.
What were you having?
I was track snacks, cheeseburger.
We did discuss your aversion to spraying ketchup directly onto fries. Many people in the chat agree with you.
Well, see, many people in the chat are smart like me. That's how that works.
I'm going to debate that. Either that or I'm just going to go with it, and then you're going to have to live it down. But actually, no, a lot of people agreed with the fries. I also won the debate on barn doors versus tailgates, so you know.
Well, that's been your debate for a long time that you always seem to win every time it comes up.
Right.
Man, 2 killer pieces you guys did today. The first one with Glenn Sheely. I mean, the first off, you guys were in the perfect spot. You capture the run at the top end, meet him in the pits. He's emotional. To me,
His family runs up. Yeah.
One of the neatest pieces I think we've seen from the pits in years at this event.
That's really cool, man. And for me, it was just like, let him talk, man. You know, I had nothing to say. Just give him the mic and let him go, because the achievement, first and foremost, was like amazing. And then to have him come back and, you know, hug his guy, and you just got to see what it meant to him, man. And that's what it means to a lot of people out here at Drag Week. Every year something, phenomenal happens for them in drag racing, and you see that type of emotion.
And we're up here giving cheese pizza jokes.
Yeah. And the second one, which is it's a very difficult thing to do. You went down there and you caught up with the deal guys, you know, after the crash, and it's important. I think it's important for us to obviously let people know he was okay. It was a pretty nasty one. He went through the lights at 198, and he was into the wall pretty close to that speed.
And as I say, you know, a very, very, very hard hit, but right away he said, my safety equipment. And for everybody, social media, the post that I put out there talking about safety, that's first and foremost in any form of motorsports. But in drag racing, make sure that you have the right stuff on. There's plenty of ways to go get it through Summit Racing, through all of the outlets. You can get what you need. Put it on at all times. Deal said it. Don't care how fast or how slow your car is, just wear your gear. One of the things that I always thought was when people say, well, why do you have a helmet on in a 15-second car? Run as fast as you can and just dive on the ground.
Yep.
You're going to get hurt. There's no way you're not going to get hurt. So even in that slow car, think about a freeway accident. You're going 50 miles an hour. You're going to get hurt. Or you could get very hurt. Let's put it that way.
Well, because you can drive straight into the wall, and the other thing that people don't understand is the car in the other lane can hit you.
Yeah, asked Tony Stewart about that. Lanes will close in 1 hour. So lanes will close in 1 hour. Lonnie Grimm has just informed us 2:45 will be lane closure for the all-run session.
Here's a big one for me, which is I always forget to close my visor, and that's critical. There's so many reasons you want your visor closed.
Absolutely. To your point about the guitars, we just went down and did a piece on the guitars, so stay tuned to the live feed. Don't know if it's going to air today, but we got something coming for you on the guitars and explaining what they are and how you get one.
Thank you very much, KJ. As we're going back to the racetrack, Mark Cicino, who ran 8:48 earlier, has had to break his streak of getting out of here in the morning. He wants to run 8:50 or slower, and that goes the same for Brian Acton. Both cars in the street race small block power adder category.
Acton trying to hold on to his number 3 position in that class.
About a 150-mile drive for our competitors today, a 250-miler yesterday with the fun bonus of the shutdown highway thrown in. Cicino, the 86 Pontiac Grand Prix. It is the Champagne Express, well known in the drag and drive world. Both the guys are going to like the early numbers. Both guys are likely going to like the mid-course numbers. And at the finish line stripe, Acton's going to go 57. Cicino is going to go a slowing 9:08 at 140. The car was off pace by the 8th mile, so I'm not sure if he will stick around or if that will be what he will turn in. I don't believe he was in the really tight running anyway, so he would need a lot of help to get close to the top of that class. The 908 will certainly take him out of victory contention, but maybe good enough to hand in for Acton. He's got to come back.
Yeah, Acton's got to come back if he wants to stay on the podium.
Josh Norris and Randy Bellahar. Bellahar, the nitrous-injected Pontiac street race big block power adder.
Josh Norris, the naturally aspirated small block.
He was like the first guy down the racetrack today, and he stuck around. Nice launch by Norris. And Josh is going to go through. We're going to go through the three. So Norris did not get an ET, so when he comes back around again, he'll be able to jump the line to get a full run in. Randy Bellahar is just kind of sitting there. I'm not sure what he is looking to do or trying to do. And it looks like he is going to be pushed off the starting line. So Dave Armentrout, left-hand side. And Will Fair on the right.
Two cars in ultimate iron. David Armentrout on the left. Will Fair in the red 56 Chevy. Will Fair, number 2 in class right now. Armentrout, 4.
Armentrout has the back window taped into this car, which leads me to believe that when it shook earlier, it might have jostled the thing loose. And, of course, Fair was on a very good pull earlier. The car left well, planted the tire, carried the nose a little bit, but it landed, wiggled, and he got out of it.
Well, and they ran side by side earlier,
Yes,
too.
they did.
It's cool.
Fair's in. Pre-stage, anyway. Armentrout's inside, but man, Fair's locked in. Nice piece of driving by Armentrout. Fair throws the chutes out. Armentrout goes 685 at 195 miles an hour. Fair goes out of the throttle earlier, goes 702, 149.
It looked to me like he got the chutes out early, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he felt it maybe spinning or being loose down there, but everything looked like it was going along pretty good for Fair.
I mean, that should be a 670s car.
And for Armentrout, that 685 is a tenth and a half better than he ran yesterday.
The plot thickens. What did Spieth do today? Do we know? Do we remember?
I do. Our computer machine can tell us. He went 679, 6 and 205.
Okay. So he was improved also.
Yes. Got a cone or a block to replace at the top end of the racetrack, so a quick bit of track maintenance here. And we're going to go to a video of Brian Goldstone, who we've not seen run today. We know he's on the property. We caught up with their pit area earlier. Here was the scene.
KJ Jones, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. We're in the pits right now. This live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Got Brian Goldstone's Corvette here, and they just arrived at the drag strip. We're at, of course, New Media Dragway. They came from Maryland International Raceway, and I understand, I was told by one of their friends that they had some type of a mechanical scene going on, I guess last night, and had to address it before they could get here. I don't know exactly what went wrong in the engine. Maybe I could talk to Brian Robbins in just a second and find out exactly what happened, but they're preparing the car now, transitioning from the street drive, getting ready for the drag strip. So we're not going to bother them. Again, if we get a chance to talk to somebody, we'll find out what happened and bring you that information. But this is just the transition period now, and as per usual, you can almost say Goldstone has had some type of an issue that they've had to overcome, but he's still in the fight. So we'll stay tuned to see what they run and come back and talk to him a little bit later.
All right, we are back out here. Again, we will see Brian Goldstone at some point this afternoon. Top end block being fixed right now. We got a second. Let's run through the quickest 8 cars of the day. Mike Finnegan is sitting behind the water box. He'll be the second pair we see. But if we run back over the best ETs of the day so far, Dunphy at 611, king of the hill so far. Graham Hayes, 656. Steve Spieth at 679. Dave Armentrout, that 685 we just saw.
And I believe we don't have a name in the computer.
Yeah,
I believe that's Fair.
Yeah, that's Will Fair, 702 right next to him. Nick Reinhardt at 715. Javanis, 770. Jeremiah Kirby at 788. Scott Miller, impressive, with his 792.5.
So that is 4 cars in the 6s and 7 of them in the 7s. And then there's so many 8-second cars here. I can't count that.
No, it is a pile.
Right past the 8th in the finish. I think it's just paper, but we got to go grab it.
All the way back to 35.
Yep.
35 minus, so it's basically 25.
Yep. And there were more yesterday before some of them blew up on the way over here.
Yep.
Left lane, center, 100 foot past the finish.
All righty, we are fired up again. Rovic, Singh on the right side, the 1967 Oldsmobile. Steve Shuck, the Pontiac Firebird. And Rovic gets ready to plant the big Oldsmobile into the beams. Mike Finnegan pulls through the water box. And Rovic's car made it past the 330 and slowed by the time it got to the 8th mile. Rolling slowly. It will be Shuck going 12:03 at 1:14. Hopefully Rovic can drive the Oldsmobile off the end of the racetrack as Mike Finnegan heats the tires. Blast from me came off the starting line for the first 60 feet. David looked better than they did yesterday, but then it was after that the problems came in. He was unable to shift the car, and it was kind of weaving all over the racetrack.
Matt Tracy on the other side in the 71 Corvette.
And so he is going to thunk this thing down into low gear, meaning Finnegan, and roll that 55 Chevy ahead. Rick Steinke rolling into the water box. Josh Norris will be next to him next pair. Finnegan locks it down.
Pulls the front end up at third.
Runs an 889 at 157 miles an hour. Gets down there as Matt Tracy goes 1070 at 136. So popping the front end up at the 330 when he ripped a, 2-3 shift out there. As Josh Norris and Rick Steinke come up. Steinke's going to try to run that 67 Chevelle down about 850. A couple of 3/10s quicker than the Gasser, but his category is an 850 battle. He led it yesterday. He's trying to find himself back into that fight today. Randy Stewart, the guy he is fighting with, is lurking back in the staging lanes a few pair. The Steinke Mobile at 546, where he needs to be. Finish it off. Dead on with a 2. 850 with a 2 for Rick Steinke at 161 miles an hour. Norris runs 976 at 137, but for Rick Steinke, guys like Teflon Don out there.
Man, is he going to sit on that? I would say yeah, but
it's like, man, that'd be like hitting on 21. Get out of, leave the casino.
Every pass is some sort of risk, but man, we have seen him make lap after lap after lap to get that done.
Dead on with a 2, following his dead on with a 6, meaning he's 8.504 average after 2 days.
Yeah, not unbeatable though. It's just
it is very difficult to be beatable.
Very difficult.
Yeah. Rich Leary and Paul Mangelsdorf will be next.
Think you people watching at home about the problem is you can't hand in a time slip quicker than 850, so therefore it's really hard to average up because all you can do is hand in 850. You can't hand in something in the 40s that helps you average back.
Yes, you can't. Yeah, you can't oversell the thing to try to bring it down. But look, the boys are looking under the Lexus SC drips under there, so they're going to have him shut it off.
And we've seen Mangelsdorf have his share of troubles trying to just get this thing off the line.
Best burnout we've seen him do yet, though, is just a moment ago, so we'll see if that aids in his efforts at all here. Okay, this looks more aggressive than usual. Mangelsdorf, 96 of the 8th mile. The home-built EV Chevy goes 1183 at 113 miles an hour.
Love that. I'm glad he pulled that together.
I bet the ice machine was unplugged for a while, and he was over by the concession stand stealing power. Juiced him up, though. How about that? Nice run by Paul Mangelsdorf, 1183, 113. The Buick Regal coming up with a vinyl half roof on it. And Corey Pant coming up on the right side in the naturally aspirated small block A body.
I'm stoked for Mangelsdorf.
Man, that's great.
There's just a couple guys in the chat going, oh, EVs are terrible. I don't like EVs. Oh, come on.
The guy made his own.
Exactly.
Yeah, the guy made his own thing. You're making comments on a YouTube video. This guy made a car.
Yeah, and you might see me pushing the whole gasoline forever thing. Great. That doesn't mean I don't think EVs should exist on Earth. I don't think the government should mandate them.
I'm with you, 100%.
But I believe anybody who wants one should absolutely have one. And more importantly for this conversation, that guy built one on an extreme budget. Brian and I met him when he was camping out of the car.
Yes.
There is nothing you can say that is bad about that program.
No. It's got mishmash parts from all different stuff he got out of a wrecking yard, and he built the whole thing himself. I mean, come on. He didn't even know how he was going to get between some of the places when we talked to him the first year he brought it out.
Yeah, exactly.
He was literally didn't know how he was going to make it
figure
place
out how
to place.
to charge it. And you know what? The Lucid that's out here, I threw some shade at it yesterday, but mostly to have it reflect on Brian badly. But, you know, it's going to be the fastest EV that we've ever seen out here, and we haven't seen many.
No, we had the guy with the guy gutted the Tesla out back. It was actually in 2019 when we ran the kind of last time in his route. He had a gutted Tesla that ran like 10 O's, but that Lucid just blew the thing into the weeds.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on to the next pair. Paul Foley and Corey Pant on the right side. The NA Duster left a little red, but that doesn't matter here at Drag Week until you get into the Street Machine Eliminator question. But 976.5, 134 for Panazdoli, goes 14.12 at 94 miles an hour. Keith Baker, the 79 Malibu, lists the color as bamboo.
All right. I'm good with that.
I was going to say tapioca.
That doesn't have as much tiki or booze involved.
Cake batter. And our 340 or maybe NASCAR-esque RP5, RP7 NASCAR engine, Lenko-equipped Dart. Listen to this thing sing. We got to get him and Angelo next to each other one session. 996, 135, as Baker has problems and rolls to a slow stop at the 8th mile. 996, 135 for the Dart. And Keith Baker is going to need a tow, it appears. Wait a second. Nobody's got to fire it up and rolling again.
It's like, wait, is there enough oil leaking out? There is.
There is. Let's go.
I'll just go.
I'll see myself out. So again, Maple Grove Raceway is tomorrow's stop in Reading, Pennsylvania. Is there a potential for weather? Yes. Does that give you a pass to not make the drive? No, it does not. You still have to make the drive no matter what the weather is. And we know it's going to be good anyway, so don't worry about it. Just get yourself there. We'll handle it as it comes. That goes for you too, Warren.
Greg and Randy, we're going to see if Randy can lay down an 850 something.
All right, Randy Seward, Greg Weigert. Stewart saw Steinke go 50 with a 2. Can he beat it? Can he match it? Can he do it? No, he cannot. 54.5 at 160. Weigert goes 983.5 at 135. Christopher Michaels from Vinwicki and the Cannonball Run needs a ride to Bloomsburg sometime today. I mean, Bloomsburg's just down the road, right? We stayed there.
I didn't even know what state we were in, Brian.
It's like 20 minutes away. So, yeah, if anybody, I mean, half the people sitting in the stands probably live there. So if you know who Christopher Michaels is, I don't know the guy from Adam, but he needs a ride.
All right, Dustin Trance out here really trying to make up some ground after some poor runs earlier that he couldn't hand in because they were too quick or too slow, and that's an 855 with a 6. Not going to help a lot.
All right, Mr. I like Novas with the correct hoods on them guy. Doug Kistler's got a 72 Chevy Nova, 307 badges, ice cube trays on the hood. Foul or okay?
I'm okay with it.
Took you a second, but all right.
Yeah, I mean.
Bob Perry.
There was a time, no way.
Okay.
But now I'm okay with it. Wait, that's a 72 Nova. I thought you said a 73 or 4.
No, I said a 72, with 72? But it has 307 badges with the ice cube tray hood.
It's exactly the same body style as the car that would have had that, so that's a full pass. All good.
Okay. Bob Perry, 87 Chevy.
I'm the
C10.
Mr. Blackwell of cars.
Yeah. It's about as current a reference as your television preferences. Let's just, there you go. Parachute out for the truck, but Perry left before the tree was activated. 1081, 129 miles an hour. Let's just say the last suit Mr. Blackwell put on, he's been in it for a while.
You kill you. Brian's up here literally
crying. I shouldn't have said it. Paul Bigelow. Ryan Maturowski on the right side. Maturowski leaves the starting line. That 69 GTO. Really cool car for Ryan. Paul Bigelow goes 940 to 147. And Maturowski goes 1223.7 at 123. Goldstone is in the lanes. Paul Bigelow just went down the racetrack. Next pair coming up as we're chewing through the all-run session this afternoon. Tim Bradshaw, Derek Toady coming up. Hearst doesn't make any fashion magazines, do they? Okay, that's good. 06 Trailblazer. 02 Mustang. Looks like Happy Birthday Madden on the back of Derek Toady's Trailblazer. A 4.6 2-valve in Tim Bradshaw's car, as he has illustrated on his back window. Toady jamming gears down to a 10.39, 131 as Bradshaw, the 2-valve Mustang, goes 11.70 at 133.
Wait, they make a 4.6 LS? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean the 2-valve, sure, but who knew they made a 4.6? Terrence Hurley and Jody Koyman. Koyman coming back up. Big tire spin for Koyman, first attempt in the Falcon. The Florida-based 23 Ford F-150 of Terrence Hurley. High rev and Coyote power in that thing, but for Koyman, hooked up and rolling, baby. 929, 143 miles an hour for Jody Koyman in the Falcon. Ryan Palmer, the 1987 Grand National. We've not seen the Cololilo car yet today, that Grand National with the big motor, and he was working on the transmission of that thing last night.
Yeah,
hopefully
that's
he is
troubling.
here somewhere. That crazy coupe is coming in the staging lanes with a big wing hanging off the back of it. So there's still some big stories to be told here this afternoon. Man. Malibu just on the edge out there was skittering the front tires along, goes 860 at 162 miles an hour. Palmer goes 1049.4 opposite in the Grand National at $162. And thank you to Derek Putnam jumping in. Sam is unfortunately not going to make it. Sam Cololilo apparently posted on social media that he is out.
Devastating. I'm way bummed about that.
Yeah. Good guy. Had certainly been working so hard on that thing as Lucas Bolts and Neil Roberts come up. Ooh, the semi-functional positive traction unit for Roberts was smoking the right rear tire out there.
The unlimited slip?
The unlimited slip was happening. Lucas Bolts, 11.28.1 at 118 as Roberts peg-legged his way to a 14.49 at 105. Somebody's asking about what engine the Blueprint engine car is running, an LS engine. Blueprint's construction, obviously.
Yeah, apparently supercharged one.
Alan Bishop and Rob Barhorst. The Boss 302 Mustang.
Bishop's Mustang, Barhorst's Charger.
And the larger displacement engine of the Charger pushes it to a 1233. Bishop goes 1266, 111.
The Barhorst's running in sequence this time to prevent me from having to say Barhorst's a pair. Carol Barhorst, right-hand side, 74 Pontiac GTO. The X-Body GTO. Michael Bachman on the left with the 06 Goat. Carol's one who's going to come out here and cut stuff like 149 lights until the bracket race starts, and then it's going to get real. She goes 1053 at 127 with Pontiac power. Left-hand side, 1351 at 105. Technically with Pontiac power because that LS motor was bolted into the thing at the factory, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they dropped it right into the unibody at the factory. Brandon Schaefer in the S10. And Schaefer just runs off into the hills down there. 922, 147, the Mustang. Oh, man, Brian Goldstone coming around the corner. 11-14, 6 and 97 for the Mustang. Goldstone in the Corvette. New car, new for this event. I like how the headlights are taped open like the guy in a Clockwork Orange when they pinned his eyeballs open to watch that movie.
Lanes close at 2:45.
Yes.
2:45.
Lonnie Grimm, like the commandant of a correctional facility, is looking out from this timing tower, surveying the lanes and making sure there's no funny business happening. Goldstone has gone at 666 at 229, and that was a not ideal pass for that thing yesterday. Brian Robbins pulling him in. Big moment here. We'll find out if Goldstone can make a clean lick. He will have time to come back in if he wants. Looks good early. They start pouring the power to it. 180 in the 8th mile, and Goldstone goes 650, shutting it off at 197 miles an hour. 650 at 197. Second quickest pass of the day. It was conservative really all the way through.
But got over to the middle just a little bit up there at the top end.
Yeah, he was out of the throttle way before he got to the stripe at 197 miles an hour. It was making a 180 at the 8th, so it only picked up 17 mile an hour across the stripe. So there's plenty more where that came from, depending on how hard he feels like pushing it. And if they feel like making another one this afternoon, they have 25 minutes to get into the lanes.
And here comes Nick Cryer in this crazy 34 Ford. Actually, he labels it a 33. Hard to tell when it's fiberglass and has the grill all moved around and crazy. And no hood sides, etc. It is a 3-window coupe. I can pronounce BMW.
What does it stand for?
Bavarian Motor Works.
Nicely done. Some would say break my window.
You can ask
I
me
wouldn't say that.
What does the logo
I
depict?
wouldn't say that.
Were you going to ask me that next?
What's that?
Were you going to ask me what the logo depicts?
No, because I told you what that was last year.
No, I think I educated you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No. Now we're 9 years old.
You did not school me on that.
The spinning airplane propeller.
Yes, thank you.
And Nick Cryer, the pinstripe pink flamed coupe. Now he's going to stage it up. Wow.
160 short time. He's back out of it.
Same thing that would happen yesterday. The car would really run like wildfire to the 330. It's going to go through. It's still going to run a 9-second lap at 90 miles an hour.
Oh, the thing has steam and it doesn't weigh anything.
Rafferty goes through at 1198, 119. But, yeah, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. The first 330 feet, it is just mean as a son of a gun, and then it has problems after that. But it's got guts, 116 early.
Probably inflicting a justifiable level of fear.
Yeah. Ray Hageman and Rich Leary. Leary coming up in what I believe is the 2J powered Lexus. Hageman goes down the racetrack. 1092-2, 138 for Leary. 1229 for Ray Hageman. Pontiac Jeff Butland and Azim Sheik coming up. Sheik bumps it in deep. The deep stage makes for the hero time slip reaction time for Sheik at 0:11. 10:04, 137 for Butlin as Sheik goes 10:25.6 at 138. When I was like 18 years old and first started doing this, Jeff Butlin was a Sunday bracket racer at Epping, so it's kind of a wild thing to run back into some of these guys in different places around the country all these years later.
Can argue with them about what you told them years ago.
Which was?
Anything.
Anything.
You're argumentative.
Cliff Olson and Butch Zmotis coming up. There's third gear for Zmotis. Corvette goes 12:08, 118, 13:34, 102. Is the long bed short bed stigma is like going away along with the like some certain year model year cars aren't cool stigma anymore, right?
Definitely in the 4-door stigma. Yeah, no one cares anymore. I mean, you could be out here with a milk truck, no one cares. They actually like it. Oh wait. Look, so this thing went 11-0, which was intensely disappointing to me on its last pass. So let's see if it can come back here and get into the top 10s as it does with a nice wheel stand.
Brian Goldstone needs fuel brought to the top end so he can get back to the pits. Brian Goldstone's crew, he needs fuel for the car to get back to the pits.
There's the wheelie that we've been looking for. And
Unreal.
that's a little bit close to the guardrail, out of the groove. I don't care what it runs. That was entertaining.
That was super entertaining.
37 light, and there's the 1068 at 124. That's what I need out of the milk truck. That's why he brings it here.
TJ Fox, 12:27, and once again, Brian Goldstone needs fuel at the top end. That may explain the drop in top end speed as well. If the thing was going dead lean or something, or he got some sort of an indicator to shut it off, that would explain a lot.
What's going on there?
There was a lot happening.
There's a lot to unpack here,
that was like a paternity reveal Jerry Springer episode going on out there. There's a lot going on. There's noises, there's screaming. No one's really sure what's happening. Who's in charge? 12:49 one side.
It's drag week.
11:21 on the other. Pat Culkin and Mike Brandt. Okay, see? Air cleaner off now.
Baker's back.
He went back, watched the tape. You questioned they weren't running the air cleaner last time.
Meanwhile, Brandt in the 4i, Culkin in the Dodge.
And Pat Culkin goes 11:88, 115. The Mustang goes 13:65 and 98. Here comes Randy.
And why would I say that I wouldn't run an air cleaner on it? It's because the air filter is even more critical in front of any implement of boost because a restriction is less boost.
Baker's car is looking like the hairy beast we know it to be. And Baker at 126 in the 8th mile goes way down into the 8s, 870 to 156.
Outrunning Mike Finnegan's pass of earlier in the day, which was a big recovery to an 889.
I wonder if Mike will come back into the lanes. I mean, we know because of yesterday he's pretty far out of contention, but at the same time, if he wants to go quicker than the 88 or 88.9, then he's got the opportunity. Brian Ward and Chris LaMarche. Lanes will close in 20 minutes. 20 minutes until we close the staging lanes.
See, Wayne just picked up 4 miles an hour from what he did yesterday.
Big time. In the afternoon with some altitude here, 11:68, 102. Brian Ward's Mustang, the Kermit Green machine, goes down 16:42 at 79. Nice little MGA rolling down the road out there. It's a good little car to cruise around, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice little car. Oh, man, this thing's cool. Like, we're looking down at the Ranger that's in the water box, and it's got the old school...
Yeah,
like
5-liter.
Yeah, 5-liter motor in it.
Is it a trick flow? It's something like that.
Yeah. Hey, man, easy. Trying to eat up here.
Any red lights? Yeah, that's not going to be good.
Cavallo's car gave us the 21 gun salute and then rolled through the beams. Tanner goes 11.99.5 at 111.
What was it BBK? Could that be a BBK intake?
Well, could be. Yeah, it could be a BBK intake, right? They made one of the KJ. They made an old school. BBK made a 5-liter, like, upper plenum.
Oh, they had that kind. I thought they also
okay,
had
I think this is more of the trick flow, the old school
Maybe
trick flow style. Jake Lambert, 89 Ranger. .1078.2, 123, and a 1343 at 103 miles per hour. Most people know, but a lot of people don't know the Johnny Cash song about the General Lee. I'm a Charger.
Yeah.
It's
I've
a
heard
weird
it.
thing. I don't even know why he made it. It's a decent song, but it is a song as sung by the car is singing the song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is bizarre.
I think that might have been a point in Mr. Cash's life where he needed some, and
Yeah.
he would have sung about anything. John Powell, right side, goes 11:31 as Tom Reitler in the General Lee goes 13:04 at 102.
Lanes close at 2:45. It is currently roughly 2:30. You got 15 minutes.
Matt Wakowiak coming up. Man, early second-gen Camaro is long gone and hard to find. 563 in the 8th, and the full pull of 872 at 154. Wakowiak goes 1323 at 106. The Delaney's Diesel 4-wheel drive, low slung crew cab, Duramax powered GMC rolling up. Dante Delaney driving. Tim Hessen in his 1969 Chevelle. Dante's truck clawing for traction, the front end. Early on, now he's putting the coals to it, 108 in the 8th mile. And the big truck on the brakes goes at 1084 and 93. Hessen goes 1107, 1 and 120. So, David, you have found the I'm a Charger song.
From the complete Dukes of Hazzard album.
Okay.
Released in 1982 and written just for that.
Who else performed on this piece de resistance?
Well, Sorrel Book.
The Sorrel Book?
Yes, Boss Hogg.
Oh.
Yeah, the song is actually called The General Lee, but there is another song on the same album that is called Ballad of the General Lee, sung by Doug Kershaw and the Hazard County Boys.
Steve Cratch goes 1023 on his side of the racetrack, 1068 at 131 on the other.
Then there's the unforgettable classic, Them Good Old Boys Are Bad, sung by John Schneider himself.
Man, if you can get through that without crying, you don't have a soul.
Sorrel Book actually sings on this.
Yeah. He might eat on it, too, judging by the way he looked.
Naturally, there's one by Catherine Bach, Down Home American Girl. There's one sung by James Best.
Really?
Yes.
That was Cletus.
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Roscoe P. Coltrane. His dog, what was his dog's name?
What's the dog's name? Cage, what's the dog's name?
Eric Peterson and Nicole Bondurant go down the top end. 11:15 at 120. Peterson goes 12:03, 121. So Mike Finnegan, I believe, is going to make another run this afternoon. An inside story. Yep, he rolled into the staging lanes right there. Uncle Robin Lawrence was on the scene, on the case. He said Mike's coming back.
Flash. The dog's name's Flash. Brian whips his head down track. What? Scott Lair on the left, 12:34 at 132. Tom Brown not going to get a number.
Yeah, I think it was going 105. It had a 2.5 second 60-foot time, so there goes all your ET.
Yeah.
But boy, it sure made some speed.
And this is the thing I mentioned yesterday about how there's more instances of leaving before the tree is activated than you'll see at any event anywhere.
It's a selling point for us at this point.
Kind of is.
Gary Brown and Joe Lamond.
Maybe we could get odds on it and start taking
making some
bets.
cheese here. The Chop 33 Ford. Joe Lamont had the better reaction time, but the 33 is going 102 in the 8th mile. And the 33 will go 10.95, 127. That thing runs 10s now. That is great. And Joe Lamond went 12.04 at 110.
Jeremy Grove in the SRT 10 stick truck, 2006 SRT 10.
I'm saying Helger stands it up on the bumper this time. Tied it down.
Oh, gets a little crossed up right there at half track.
Easy. Helger sideways, and Helger bing into the wall. Helger's car upside down and rolling across the finish line. Multiple turns, and it comes to a stop on its wheels well past the quarter-mile finish line of the racetrack. The car got toward the center. It got loose and started swaying back and forth. The car did land on its wheels. Safety folks are on the scene right now. So as before, we will wait until we hear anything from the top end, until we say any more about the situation. And so Cody Helger, and again, the way the car started walking back and forth, it got into that kind of sine wave that happens, and once it caught an edge, that 55 Chevy was just over and over again. Driver's good, guys. Cody Helger's out of the car. Driver is good. Driver is good, according to our top-end officials. Holy smokes. That was
brutal.
Bad as it gets. For as far as drag week goes, that is the worst crash we've ever seen in 21 years.
I mean, we've had cars upside down, but it's usually a once into the wall and slide, and that was a multiple roll.
All right, so Cody Helger out of the car. He is okay as per our top-end officials. Obviously, we got work to do down there, and we'll give you an update on what that situation is here in a couple of minutes. But most important thing is Cody is okay. All right, we're going to pay some bills here and roll you some video. We'll give you an update in just a few minutes for those of you watching at home on the live streaming coverage brought to you by Mickey Thompson. We're going to head off into that video right now. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
The feeling of a car working is different than a feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET drag, And when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. One of the elements of Drag Week any year is a critical element, the time slip submission. You're turning in a time slip here at this table to Miss Tanya and her team, and they go through the process of logging your ET, your quickest DT, making sure that it gets in the database so it can be averaged collectively at the end of the week, by the end of the week, so we'll know who winners are, and of course get the map for the route. Miss Tanya, how's everything? How are you first and foremost?
Doing great. How are you, KJ?
I'm doing good, and thank you for everything you guys do. We really appreciate it. You guys, they put in more work than almost anybody in Drag Week. Trust me on this one. Your ladies here, as I said, they're taking all the data, they're putting it into the computer. At what time during the day do you actually cull the day's information?
It's at the end. So once the racers finish racing, we give them 30 minutes after the last pass to get their time slips turned in. At that point, we actually pack up. I jump in the car, sit on my laptop, massage the information a little bit, and then get it out to all the contacts at Hot Rod to post to the racers.
And then it posts to hotrod.com. So if you're looking for that data, go to hotrod.com every day for results. And you talked about massaging the information. We're going to get you a massage for your neck and your back sitting over that laptop. So I'm going to make sure that happens for you.
Good deal. I'll hold you to it.
That's what happens here at the, we'll call it the data center. The data center, the time slip table for Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 or any year. Thank you, Tanya.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Hey, it's KJ in the pits, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. 1957 Chevy Bel Air. This young lady here is Josie Kirker. She's back at Drag Week. This is her second time going through in this car. Josie is all of 17 years old, huh?
I sure am. It's weird being young and doing this because there's not a lot of other people here. There aren't a lot of girls here and there aren't a lot of teenagers here, but it's kind of cool. You know?
Kind of like a grow up fast thing.
Yeah, it sure is.
And how are you doing in the car?
We're doing really well. Last year we ran 10:05, and we're like second in the class right now. So I'm really hoping we can do that again today.
Okay, and the class is?
Street Machine Eliminator. So we're trying to go 10:0, and we're real close.
Creeping up on it. Josie, what can you tell us about the car? It's a 57 Bel Air, super clean. It's the Angry Prune, actually. Really cool color and everything. It sits nice. You guess you have a, let me see here. We're looking at a small block?
Yep, 400 cubic inch, small block. My dad built the car. He built it for a customer like 10 years ago, probably by now. And then the guy, unfortunately, got cancer, and he said, well, my kid's not going to take care of this thing, so you buy it. We got a boat, too. That's what my dad really wanted. And driving the thing home, he was like, well, I was going to sell the car, but it kind of drives nice. So, you know, we're keeping it, and it's a good time. It's just a street car, so.
You're the kid that can drive it. There it is. You're the kid that can drive it. You're the young lady that can drive it. All right, we got to cut this short, though. Dad, he's not a helicopter. He's not hovering over you, but still, we got to cut it short because this is your interview. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
KJ out.
So as you can see, we're back here showing you the top end of the racetrack, and there's a lot of equipment down there and people. Ramp trucks rolling. There's obviously a lot of work to be done down there to get the car loaded up and everything. We've reported the staging lanes are closed. They are closed. I'm not sure what to pass on beyond that at this point. I'll get an update from the event operations side of things. I'm not sure how long this cleanup's planned to take and what our plan moving forward is, but I can tell you the staging lanes are closed. So for those of you that have been hanging out with us all day here at the racetrack, if you're deciding to hit the Dusty Trail home, we certainly thank you for spending some time here in the Numidia Dragway. You don't have to go anywhere yet. We've not made any announcements regarding the rest of the afternoon, but just wanted to extend our thanks for being a part of Drag Week 2025 here at this great racetrack. The first time this event has visited Numidia, now in the 21st running in its history. Track provided great grip. We saw some of the fastest cars in the competition pick up ET day over day. A reminder to competitors, no matter what the weather situation happens to be tomorrow at Maple Grove Raceway, you still have to make the drive. Less and less equipment at the top end. Fire trucks being parked. Cars been hauled off on the ramp truck. Do not have a time estimate at this moment as to how long they have left. I saw Lonnie head down the racetrack here a few minutes ago, so we'll get with him in a few minutes, give you an update. But as of right now, they're still working to clean up the scene down there past the finish line. And once again, we're looking for getting Christopher Michaels a ride back to Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania today. A racer in need. Christopher Michaels needs a ride back. If you want to get hooked up with Christopher and get him back to Bloomsburg, then go see the Tanya team and time slip turn-in. They'll get you hooked up with Christopher Michaels. All right, word is we're going to finish the day with right lane singles only. Please listen up in the staging lanes. Right lane singles only. We're going to be on the track in about 10 minutes. We'll be on the track in about 10 minutes. We're going to run right lane singles only to finish the day. So we're finishing things up at the top end. Right lane singles only to end the day. Racers, be prepared in the staging lanes in the next 10 to 12 minutes. We're going to be on the racetrack, and that's what you need to know there. We're going to show you a couple of videos here as we finish up our cleanup. We'll be back to it just about 10 minutes here at New Media.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm with Owen Rogers. He's got a 1970 AMC Javelin, pretty green color, LS powered, turbocharged, and Owen is holding an interesting piece of that turbocharger. This is the impeller from a 91 millimeter turbocharger, and you see here that it is severely damaged. Owen, what happened in that lap besides, we see that the turbo blew up. Do you have any idea why the turbo blew up?
It's definitely an old turbo. It's had some play, so I heard a pop and I thought it was a head gasket, but it ended up being a turbo. The motor seems healthy, so we're going to get this one rigged up. Got a replacement coming tomorrow and get down the road.
Okay, keywords, this one rigged up. What you're looking at down here is Owen's 91 millimeter turbocharger housing. This is a 75 millimeter impeller here, and they've grafted everything into this turbo housing to literally, quote unquote, get down the road. That's what Drag Week is all about. You make your laps. If you have a problem, you fix your problem, because you have to get to the next drag strip in order to stay in Drag Week. So as opposed to saying, we're done, what did you guys do? Just kind of scout around, and somebody said, well, hey, I got this 75 sitting here.
He had a replacement coming, yeah. So my friend here had a replacement coming before I could even figure out what to do, so.
That's also what Drag Week's all about, is guys and ladies helping each other. The call went out, somebody came through with this 75. Owen, using his head, figured out a way to get down into this 91 housing. And if you notice this here, this is some custom fab work that's pretty neat. Basically, this reduction here has been made so that it'll mate up to his tubing, to his intercooler tubing and stuff. So innovation all over Drag Week. Really cool things happening. Unfortunate things happening, but they get it fixed and get back on the road. KJ out from the pits. Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. One of the elements of Drag Week any year is a critical element, the time slip submission. You're turning in a time slip here at this table to Miss Tanya and her team, and they go through the process of logging your ET, your quickest DT, making sure that it gets in the database so it can be averaged collectively at the end of the week, by the end of the week, so we'll know who winners are, and of course get the map for the route. Miss Tanya, how are you first and foremost?
Doing great. How are you, KJ?
I'm doing good, and thank you for everything you guys do. We really appreciate it. You guys, they put in more work than almost anybody in Drag Week. Trust me on this one. Your ladies here, as I said, they're taking all the data, they're putting it into the computer. At what time during the day do you actually cull the day's information?
It's at the end. So once the racers finish racing, we give them 30 minutes after the last pass to get their time slips turned in. At that point, we actually pack up. I jump in the car, sit on my laptop, massage the information a little bit, and then get it out to all the contacts at Hot Rod to post to the racers.
And then to post to hotrod.com. So if you're looking for that data, go to hotrod.com every day for results. And you talked about massaging the information. We're going to get you a massage for your neck and your back sitting over that laptop. So I'm going to make sure that happens for you.
Good deal. I'll hold you to it.
That's what happens here at we'll call it the data center. Yeah. The data center, the time slip table for Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 or any year. Thank you, Tanya.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving the street because, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Chris Michaels, we have your ride at the gate now. Chris Michaels, you can either go to the gate or see Tanya, but get toward that direction of the facility. We have a ride for you. Christopher Michaels, your ship has come in, and your ride at Bloomsburg awaits. All right, Chris, Chris is coming down to meet you. If you're going to give Chris Michaels a ride, he is on his way down right now. He's on his way to the gate. So once those last two pieces of equipment clear and our officials get back to the starting line, tracks prep, and we're ready to go, it's going to be right lane singles to finish off the day. Staging lanes are closed. No more cars will be coming in. Right lane singles to finish out the day. Michael Tracy, that 71 gray Corvette, needs a ride back down to MIR. If you're heading to MIR, Mike Tracy, he has the 71 gray Corvette. He needs a ride back to pick up his truck and trailer. If you're heading to MIR to get your stuff this afternoon, Mike Tracy would love to ride with you. Jeremy Grove, the black SRT 10 pickup, needs either a MIG or a TIG welder for his exhaust. It pitched off a exhaust hanger off the launch of that thing. So Mike Tracy needs a ride to MIR, and Jeremy Grove needs a MIG welder or a TIG welder for his exhaust. So, yes, we do have a racer in need. Mike Tracy with the SRT10 black truck looking for a MIG or a TIG welder to repair his exhaust. If there is a MIG or a TIG welder available, that truck needs its services. All right, so our official's going to move off the top end here in a moment, and we're going to fire it off for right lane singles only to close out the cars that are in the staging lanes, and that'll be the end of day 2 here at Numidia. We had a couple of dozen cars down there to run. So as usual, there is a big variety of vehicles down there in the lanes, but Brian Goldstone is in the lanes near the end. So Goldstone apparently wanting to make one more shot this afternoon. He'll have that opportunity as we get the first of our final parade of cars to fire up and head down this racetrack. All singles, all right lane action. Very thankful that Cody Helger is okay after a very, very frightening ride. So Aiden Wyant coming up, the 1997 Chevy Camaro in silver. And Wyant pre-stage, running in the all-motor small block category. $11.28, $116 for Aiden Wyant off the top end. S10 coming up next. That is Ted Munsell. Munsell running our Street Machine Eliminator category. We have found a vehicle registration for one Michael Higgins. It was blowing across the pits. If you do not claim it quickly enough, Freiberger will be down there and he will own your car. That's how he gets a lot of this stuff. Finds titles blowing in the wind. Ted Munsell goes down to a 1070, 132. Once again, we do need Michael Higgins. We have found your registration. Tanya Turk has it.
Brian Anders in the Chevette.
Manic personality Chevette has had big wheelie problems as it used to. Then he put the gym weights on the front of it. But he's taken those gym weights off and seemingly been able to manage it a little bit better as far as the wheelies go.
It's another one of those cars that has enough modifications it ends up in unlimited. And he just keeps bringing it back.
He does. The guy's out here having a good time of his life.
Rolled it out a few feet before he hoisted the front end.
Yeah, about those wheelies. Lands it with a bounce or two and finishes with a 932 at 150 miles per hour. Will be the Chevelle coming up next of Keith Seaman, the 1970 model year machine in blue. And Seaman will take the Chevelle through 9:58, running in the street race, big block, naturally aspirated category. Aaron Green, the 1986 short wide C10 Silverado truck.
Was that the character in that Indiana Jones movie? Short wide?
Short wide. Short round.
Oh, okay.
$13.61 at just 63 miles an hour for Green. The truck slowing at the top end. Liam Cannon, the 1989 Mustang. Solid 85 miles an hour in the 8th for Cannon. Finishes the run 13:22.105.
Seems like he has a tall gear in that thing.
It really does. It didn't make the 1-2 shift till like 330 feet.
Right.
Factory 273s, right? Wasn't it 273s and 308s of those cars? KJ? All right, thank you.
308 or 273 or 308.
Yeah, those are your two options. Kenny Sellner, the 2002 Chevy Camaro. The Trick Tuning and Performance logos on the doors. RPM kind of fluctuating in the motor early, but it's going to make a clean run at 854, 161 miles an hour. Super Street small block power adder.
That thing had an interesting plant to it, too. It sort of rose a little bit like a Mopar and went down.
Little radial style kind of setup there where you're gonna have the body separation driving the axle into the ground, so that was nicely done. Matt Thierrett, 93 Camaro. Thierrett trucking along 110 at the half-track mark. Goes 10:39, 139. Running through a bunch of our Street Machine Eliminator hopefuls out here. As this was the all-run session, of course, there's a mixture of all the stuff you could think of. Again, including the Corvette back around the corner of Bryant Goldstone.
Those of you on the live feed, yes, we are only running one lane right now, just the right lane.
It's a way for us to get back and going. There's still work to be done on that left side of the racetrack down there after the Helger crash, so this was a way for us to get the day finished, allow the racers in the lanes an opportunity at the racetrack and not having to send them packing without getting their final shot.
And we do have some quick cars still lined up, so
yes, we
stay
do.
tuned for the likes of Bryant Goldstone.
Cameron Brucher, 2006 Mustang. And Brucher doing it to it, 1050, 132 miles an hour. The hits just keep on coming. Jeff Dugapolsky coming up right side. He's run this car for years, but then he had that Malibu that was like olive green. He had said a few different things over the years. And Dugapolsky goes 1026, 129.48. Crowd's getting thin down there. Dave Straley, 05 Mustang in black. Straley with the parachute pack equipped machine. He ran 878, 168 before. with a very gentle launch. This thing should pick up multiple tenths if he decides to lean on it some. Maybe a little more aggressive power application. He was in pretty deep. Still going almost 140 in the 8th mile. 840 at 169 miles an hour. Very nice run there for Straley. Picks the thing up about 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 of a second. Jim Tracy, the 89 S10.
What continues to be strangely true is that the big block cars run about the same ETs as the small block cars here.
It is bizarre here. .1028, 140. Yeah, it's like small block NA cars and big block NA cars all just run 8s.
They all do.
They all do.
Actually, sometimes slower.
Sometimes
the big blocks are, in fact, worse. If you just looked at the data, you would go, why don't we shove all this into one class?
Well, right now, if you look at the quickest big block NA car and now the quickest small block car, you're within 0.4 of a second now, really. 790 on one side, 830 on the other.
Yeah.
That's pretty nuts.
It's pretty crazy. And in the power adder classes, they're literally just all the same.
Yes.
That was sweet.
That was sweet. Yeah, Chris Engel. Planted square, carried about 1.5 feet of air out there, and then he goes through at 841, 161. Gary Mankia right side, the 87 IROC. And the big smoke snorting Dodge will be coming up next.
As opposed to the big smoke snorting Camaro.
He's getting the party started early.
Yeah.
Mankia goes down through at 1196, 114. The Kill Devil Diesel, Melting Pistons Dodge.
This thing had sort of a head shake last year, didn't it?
It did. It would get into some weird, like the front and rear axles are like out of sync with each other.
Yeah, it's like death wobble.
Yes.
I would tell you that was sorted out if I had any vision.
No, it looks
whatsoever.
beautiful now. No, this is it looks exactly how it's supposed to look.
Yeah, it's overcast.
Yeah.
I can smell it inside the booth.
I can taste it.
Yeah. I could wring my shirt out and run a vehicle on it.
I'm humming Coal Miner's Daughter right now. Dominic Liberici. And it was very slow to leave the starting line. 2.5 seconds, 60-foot time. 84 in the 8th mile. And 1397, 109. So, yeah, it was kind of odd. It just came off the starting line just lazily.
Yeah, that wasn't so much a drag strip pass as it was an air freshener.
It was. It was. Charlie Liepert, 85 Camaro. As the Lucid comes around the corner.
I won't even make fun of you this time.
Liepert's car doth protested. When Charlie hit the gas, it just kind of said, I'll get around to leaving here in a minute. Goes 1085, 135.36. Well, my old nemesis, the Lucid. I got nothing against the car, but David uses it as a device to insult me. It's a comedic vehicle. Whoa, boy. 156 60-foot time. The Lucid at 122 in the 8th mile goes through the traps, 9:33 at 141.
Like you, it's sort of shapeless but functional.
And here comes the Pro Rat. That is
Pro
a
Mouse.
The Mouse, Pro Mouse.
You're giving him something. It's
Pro
Mouse.
I was spotting him of engine size.
Right. Engine family.
Small block Chevy with a big block blower on it. Like, that thing's got a big honking huffer on it. Like, I don't know, 1071, 871, a big one.
This thing is 4th in Unlimited. All he needs is some attrition, and he's on the podium with this thing. Assuming he survives. One of many of our cars that looks absurd going down the road.
Yeah, this one may be the most visually arresting thing on the highway or the back roads with a trailer behind it. Oh, man, no. No.
Oh, that just like curls your toes.
No.
Yeah. Ugh.
No. 9. Yet. So it came off maybe in second and then never left.
Yeah, there's the core of the earth and then his converter.
What'll it rev at? You know, I don't know. The tax stopped at 11.
Right.
Yeah, I only read it up to 11,000. Man. Mike Higgins coming up here. 69 Chevelle.
Most of a 69 Chevelle.
Rear wheel wells open with a cold chisel. Has been on all kinds of drag and drive events. It's actually running in the Pro Street naturally aspirated category. 64 Tempest wagon coming up next. Shuts it off at the 8th mile.
I like how all of these wagons of this era, of the GM ones, they're the same from the top up.
Yes.
From the belt line up.
Belt line up.
They're the same. I had a
they
Buick.
got that little riser in the roof there. And yeah.
It's a Chevelle. It's a Buick. It's an Oldsmobile Pontiac.
This one is LS swapped. You'd be shocked to learn.
No way.
Does not have the factory 326 in it.
Maybe it does.
I saw it at LS Fest years ago. John Snyder driving that 64 Tempest wagon. Just a really unique car.
I like it.
Remains to be the only one I've ever seen in my life. 1408 at 96. Grayson Weiser coming up next. The 86 Buick Regal in primer gray. As soon as the starting line guys are clear, we'll continue on with our single-lane parade of cars to close out the day. And Brian Goldstone is rolling to the front of the line. And that is going to be Grayson Weiser, 12:07.7, 114 miles per hour. Jacob Martinez, the 2013 Chevy Camaro. S10 pickup truck coming up next. He blazed the tires last time. What year was the drag tire only rule put in? Remember that?
Oh, I don't remember what year,
Yeah.
but it was a pretty good rule because we had a bunch of people running just rental cars.
Yeah, they would get a rental car and show up with it.
Yeah, and they were tearing up the track for the slick cars, and yeah, it was not good.
Jacob Martinez goes 12.8, 116 miles per hour. Have a age progression of S10 trucks coming up here. From one S10 to a Sonoma. Or is it GMC Sonoma? I guess it.
Yeah.
And that truck driven by John Damon goes 12.44 to 105. And Brian Goldstone has come around the bend. Devin Madison is going to run down, and Goldstone will be behind him for his last shot of the day. So about 20-some cars yet to run here as Madison goes down. Brian Goldstone, the biggest name in line as far as ultimate performance potential.
Goldstone, our past winner, but in a different vehicle.
Not as aggressive on the burnout as we may have imagined. There's plenty of temperature on the racetrack, though, so as long as those rear tires are cleaned off, one would assume they're going to have plenty of grip. As Robbins leads Goldstone back, he will close the door and bring the car forward.
Does this even have a rear view mirror? Because what would be the point?
Right, exactly. There, you get a good look at the tubing behind your head. Wheelie bar height was set. Last piece of the puzzle here is to bring him just to the edge of the pre-stage beam for him to spool the turbos up and bump the car into the fully staged spot. Nope. Was not making the wheel speed, went into tire shake, and he shut it off. It pulled the motor way down off the starting line, it sounded like. And with that, Brian Goldstone will go through for a 12.59 at just 66 miles per hour.
Right now is when Brian wishes he was colorblind.
Yep, Bob Ruppel.
He hates you.
My arch color nemesis down here with the wintergreen Nova.
He despises you.
Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was going to repaint it, then he heard what I thought about it. He said, never. I will take this color to the end. Good running car. Competes in the street race big block power adder class. Ruppel pedaling off the starting line, rev limiter, and then the thing jumped out of gear at about the 8th mile. He was having a similar problem, I think, yesterday, 11:41 at 89 miles per hour for Ruppel. Tough way to end the afternoon there. Robert Barbalandaro coming up right now, the 55 Chevy 210.
He's just inside the bump.
Of Street Machine?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, he's on it. 1046 basically. And it's going to get knocked backward because because we had a couple of cars, specifically Riley definitely picked up, right? Wasn't Riley the bump?
No, she got worse.
Oh, she slowed down.
Probably,
she didn't get, okay,
she
didn't
probably
get any
is
better.
bumped.
Okay.
Maybe. But you can find all the results at hotrod.com late this afternoon, as well as coverage, photos, any info you may need as a racer. It's all at hotrod.com. And also watch the Hot Rod Magazine social accounts.
Randy Seward's in line as well. He's going to make another shot at it. He's back around the corner. So John LeBlanc. His a 06 Pontiac GTO, 1186, 116 miles an hour, about a second off what the pace will be. Brian Acton is coming around the corner. As usual, some of the big 850 players are among the last people to run down the racetrack. Sean Proctor, 79 Le Mans. KJ, if you move that chair around enough, you will entangle yourself completely into the microphone cord. We do not need another incident. 14:45 at 92 miles an hour for Proctor. Brian Acton, the 70 Chevy Nova, trying to hit a bullseye here. He's got one shot left to run 850 with a 0 or as close to it as humanly possible. Hey, he's going to be pretty close. Acton goes 853 at 158.91. Beats a kick in the head, but certainly not as tight as he wanted to be.
Are we still getting a shoe polish tongue lashing out here? What's it say on the back?
Yes, it says, hey, 67 darts matter.
Same message.
Same message.
This is a home-built Gen 3 Hemi in this. And out.
Yeah, he lifted past the 8th mile. It was a little flat, if you'd say, coming off the starting line. Neil Jenks goes 12:36 at 108.
And he'd be running side by side with his daughter, except for only running one lane. And so here she comes. Allison.
19 Dodge Charger. 5.7 Hemi car. Had a message on the back window that she would not turn down a blower if somebody was giving one away. So Allison Jenks will go down to a 14.19 at 97 miles per hour.
Which, you know what, is pretty good.
It really is.
We had one of those that was a used cop car, and it was perfectly drivable.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of fun car.
Andy Savakinis, the 04 Ram SRT 10. Transmission woes yesterday. Transmission shifting issues earlier today. He's hoping all that's behind him. About a dozen cars. Okay. V10 has found its way into high gear, or some semblance of one. Goes 1154 at 116 miles an hour.
Remember, Brian, we went to PMD there in Pontiac, Michigan that had the Viper stuff stacked up. Although those were the next generation Viper V10s, I believe, not this generation.
I'm asking honest. How much did they change? Did they actually change enough to be a whole?
I
like,
don't
no
know enough
interchangeability thing
in order to be anywhere near good on that answer.
But yeah, he had every remaining cylinder block, every remaining block, and every remaining
head and crank
that Chrysler had when they stopped production. This one guy bought all of it, including all the raw cranks. Remember all that?
Yeah.
He could legitimately start a Viper engine factory.
But he will sell parts to you. It's
Yeah.
PMD in Pontiac, Michigan. Nate Bender, the 89 Firebird, 1354 at 109.
If you've long dreamed about machining your own V10 Viper crankshaft from a factory blank, he can make that dream a reality.
Keith Baker, the Banana Cream Malibu.
Ooh, banana cream. That's a good pull.
Little graham cracker stuffed in there on the
Mohair.
side.
How about mohair?
Mohair?
Like that's a color like a mohair jacket.
I think of a mohair.
Going back to Turs, right?
Color is like the
mohair.
interior.
That's like a color like a mohair jacket.
No, like a 40 Ford interior is mohair. It's much darker than that. Yeah, it's darker.
I feel attacked. Warren's on my side.
You're thinking of cashmere.
No, I'm not. Cashmere can be any color.
So can mohair.
What about yo hair?
Yo hair. I got no hair.
So it's the color of scalp.
Right. He's going to get down.
There you go. Angora goat color.
866 with a 5 at 156.
Yeah, nice run there. 2/10 off his previous best, but still a clean run. Joe Harris, 79 Chevette.
Did he come back and run in the 10s today?
No, this is his last opportunity. He was seeking parts a little while ago, so hopefully he found what he needed.
Yeah, because usually you can find whatever you need for the Mercedes-powered Chevette.
Oh, they're practically, that stuff's growing in that field over there with the corn stalks.
In one spot, it is.
Harris doing his best Dodge Cummins impression. Now that's what we're talking about. Nope.
Nah.
I don't think it's strong enough in the middle.
Laying over, 657 to the 8th. 1045 at 125.
Wow, 1045, 125. It made 23 miles an hour in the back half of the racetrack.
We obviously didn't see that coming.
Man. So that was a 55 yesterday, right? And a 45 today?
Chevette.
Tim Bradshaw leaving in the 4.6 2-valve Mustang.
I wish KJ was here for what I said earlier.
Oh,
on
that was
car.
good. He's got 4.6 2-valve written on the back, and David said they made a 4.6 liter LS motor. 1056, 134. 10.5 second 2-valve car. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. KJ liked it.
He did.
Oh, yep. Looks like trailer burnouts or something going on.
Randy
illicitly.
Seward, last shot at an 850 in the Pony Express. Seward, 547 in the 8th. What you got out back, Randy?
There
Get
it
on
goes!
the 4. 2 days in a row he's done this. 2 days in a row, Seward has kept pace at the last possible second with Rick Steinke.
Pretty awesome.
Unreal.
I want to see that go down all week. That's cool.
Holy smoke.
Betty White returns to the starting line. You wouldn't think her reaction time would be that good right at this point. But actually red.
Better than Mr. Blackwell's.
Right.
1:30 in the 8th mile. And the Malibu shootout, 879, 161. Down to the grade 8 here to close out the afternoon at Namibia Dragway. Josh Felix, 72 Pontiac. Turbocharged LS on the Biondo side goes 1029 at 132.46 miles per hour. Bob Perry, the 87 Art C10.
He had it in an 892 yesterday.
Went 953 today, so yeah, he's got work to do here. That looks good. That looks pretty good. 122 through the half-track mark. Shootout, 913, 142. Racers, you got to make sure you're getting your time slips handed in. 30 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack, we stop accepting time slips, and we are down to just a handful of cars now. So, racers, you got to make sure your slips are getting handed in.
And remember, you do have to follow the route as specified by Hot Rod. You can look at hotrod.com, Hot Rod social media, and your text chain to find out any instructions on what may change as we head towards Reading tomorrow.
The Lenkolicious Dart. Woof. One quick clip of the rev limiter goes 1028, 135.
Well, the 60-foot didn't do him any favors either.
Yeah, the 170 was not helping the program. Another nice solid run. You can hear the tires chewing at the drag strip there in the back of that early second-gen Camaro. 866.5, 156 miles per hour. As we continue to get closer to the end, a big thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrives for their presenting sponsor, yet again, of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Great to see Rick Johnson up here. We talked to him earlier today. Everything they have done and continue to do for the sport, it is fantastic. For Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels for sponsoring this live streaming coverage. Having KJ out in the pits has been great. Getting in-depth stories. Some of them have been emotional in a happy way, some of them emotional in a tough way, but we've been getting you those stories today as Nicole Bondurant heads off the starting line. Molly Pistons, the official piston of Drag Week. Thank you. VP Racing Fuels, the official race fuel of Drag Week. 1107, 122.51 miles per hour for Nicole Bondurant. Summit Racing Equipment, the official speed parts purveyor of Drag Week. And NOS, the official nitrous of Drag Week.
And the entire crew here at the track. Think of the cleanup they've done. Think of the track prep. They've been on it. We really appreciate every one of those guys and gals.
And totally pro-level safety response to some pretty heavy-duty incidents today as Tom Brown, the 2022 Mustang Mach-1, takes it to the house, 1173, 118.08 miles an hour. And we are down to just two. A BMW station wagon and the SRT-10 Viper pickup truck. Ian Rafferty, you can hear the LS motor rumbling under the hood of that 99 BMW 528 wagon. We'll finish with another 12-second time slip, 12:02 and 115. And lastest but not leastest will be the SRT-10 truck.
Jeremy Grove.
So Jeremy Grove, the 06 SRT-10. Tires shaking, clutch burn and launch for the Dodge. And there's the rev limiter at the 8th mile. 14-13 at 100 will end us as Jeremy Grove is finally the last vehicle down the drag strip here this afternoon. It has been an adventuresome day here in the Namibia Dragway, and one that we didn't necessarily see coming, but one that the track staff here proved why we came here. It's a great racetrack, a fantastic track that has great generational ownership and leadership. It's a great drag strip that has brought huge names into the drag racing world. The Biondo family, the Naylor family involved in this track for many years. We can go to Dan Fletcher. We can go right down the line. So there's a lot of pride here, and that pride showed through today. And the track prep showed through in a safety response to two very difficult incidents, and it showed through in how the racetrack was maintained and the event was run all day.
Not to mention some fantastic runs.
Yes.
I think a lot of good racing. I think they gave us a track that actually made
100%.
that happen. And we can only hope that these cars can make it to the next stop. We know the big deal is the attrition overnight.
So there may be weather at Maple Grove tomorrow. There may not be, but you got to follow the route. You got to show up. We will be live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to get things kicked off. KJ, some final thoughts.
Well, tomorrow's what they call Pivot Day. I like to call it Pivot Day because people that need to make a move have to make a move. Otherwise, they're not going to be there at the end of this thing. So Pivot Day is very important, and I'm anxious to see how things are going to play out tomorrow.
We're going to go crunch the numbers tonight on our drive to Maple Grove Raceway in Reading, Pennsylvania. We'll see you live tomorrow morning from Maple Grove. On behalf of all of us here at Hot Rod, on behalf of everybody behind the scenes with the stream, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Reading. Sounds good.